All right, Kamala, let's get this straight. Trump sends you to the moon. What's the first thing you do?
Well, Joe, I'd check if there's a Starbucks up there because, a girl's got to have her coffee.
That's hilarious. But Trump wasn't exactly a Starbucks guy, was he?
No, I suppose not. I'd probably take a moment to reflect on the fact that I'm the first person to be sent to the moon on a Trump branded rocket.
And you thought being VP was a wild ride. So, would you bring anything with you, like a souvenir for the alien life forms?
I'd bring my signature laughter, Joe. It might disarm the aliens. And some of those little chocolate California bears, because why not?
That's a good one. And if things go awry, you could always blame Trump, right?
Absolutely. The moon's surface could be covered in Trump tweets for all we know.
That's gold. All right. Well, that's one trip to the moon we won't forget. Imagine that Kamala Harris, the first woman of color, in space.
Joe, I'm starting to think Trump may have done me a favor.
I don't know, Kamala. You might have a career in comedy if this whole politics thing doesn't work out.
Well, if being sent to the moon doesn't get me some stand up gigs, I don't know what will.
All right, Kamala. So you get deported to the Phantom Zone. What's the first thing you do?
Well, Joe, I'd have a chat with General Zod and convince him to join our campaign for a more inclusive Phantom Zone.
Sounds like a plan. But seriously, what do you do when you can't even touch anything without disintegrating?
I'd use my legal expertise to challenge Superman's eminent domain over the zone.
That's some dark humor right there. And how do you survive without access to your favorite California weed?
I'd ask the Green Arrow to smuggle in some of that good stuff.
Now that's a plan. But watch out for Batman. He doesn't approve of drug use.
I'll just remind him of his past as a vigilante and ask for some leniency.
That's definitely a conversation I'd pay to see. All right. Let's end it here before we get too offensive.
Sounds good, Joe. Remember, Superman may be the man of steel, but Kamala Harris is the woman of Phantom Zone survival.
Joe, let me tell you, these Teletubbies are no joke. They're tough, they're loyal, and they've got my back. I mean, look at Tinky Winky. He's as big as a linebacker.
Trump, you're not seriously telling me that you've got a bunch of kids' TV characters as your bodyguards. And what's the deal with Tubby Custard?
Hey, I'm just looking out for my health. The Tubby Custard is the cleanest food out there. And I'm not joking about the Teletubbies either. I mean, Dipsy's got a great don't mess with me vibe, and Leia Leia's got a mean left hook.
Wow, Trump, that's something. I guess you can't get any safer than that. But aren't they going to stick out like a sore thumb?
Joe, that's the beauty of it. They blend in so well. No one would ever suspect that this group of harmless looking TV characters are actually my crack team of bodyguards.
I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, at least you're making use of those Teletubbies talents.
Exactly, Joe. It's a win win situation. And don't even get me started on Poe. She's my secret weapon.
Trump, I can't believe I'm hearing this. You're living in your own reality TV show.
And Joe, that's the way I like it. Teletubbies and Tubby Custard, that's the Trump way.
So, Trump ever heard of Raggy the Bloody Runky?
Is that a chimpanzee with rabies who loves running amok, Joe?
Oh, it gets worse, man. He's a sock puppet created by some demented artist who makes him look like he's been in bloody battles.
So, you're telling me that this Raggy, the bloody runky, is like a Joe Biden sock puppet on PCP?
More like a Trump Biden hybrid, but it's got its own independent streak. It's got that Make America runky again at.
Well, that's just genius, Joe. We should hire this artist to make us political endorsements. Can you imagine, Jamie, what a Trump Biden runky would look like? Would look like?
Laughs at Jamie, you better leave that image alone.
Come on, Joe. It'll be entertaining as hell.
Maybe entertaining for a second, but the nightmares would last much longer. All right, man, I gotta ask. What the hell is going on with you not talking?
Da PBS kids doing.
Okay, so you've taken a vow of doing. How the hell are we supposed to have a conversation?
PBS kids doing.
Right, right. So, I guess we'll just have to roll with it. So, how's life, Ben?
PBS kids doing.
I'll take that as it's complicated.
PBS kids doing.
Well, at least we can still agree on something. All right, man. I think we're done here.
PBS kids doing.
Oh, right. You can't say goodbye. Well, I guess we'll just have to leave it at that.
PBS kids doing.
Indeed, my friend. Indeed. Kamala, you made some wild statements after the 2024 election. What's this about your schluong not being as long as Trump's?
Well, Joe, it's simple. The American people value length, and it's not just in the pants department.
So you're saying the presidency comes down to who has the longest attribute,
Exactly. It's not about policy or intellect, it's about who can do more damage in a single tweet.
or who can handle the most McDs in one sitting. So how do you plan on extending your schluong for the future?
Well, Joe, I'm thinking of hiring a personal stretcher, maybe even a yogi, to help me lengthen my political reach.
Sounds like a solid plan. And if all else fails, there's always Photoshop. Well, Kamala, it's been enlightening.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Let's do this again. But next time, maybe we can discuss the length of other politicians' swoons.
Deal. I hear Bernie's is revolutionary.
Oh, I bet it is.
All right. So, Doc, you're telling me you've got a new pill that'll give me a boner and grow my hair back. Sign me up, man.
That's right, Joe.
Damn, Doc. You're talking like a mad scientist over here. What's in this thing? Ground up baby skulls and black market Viagra?
Close, but no cigar. It's actually a mix of sawdust, tarantula venom, and Donald Trump's hair follicles. Guaranteed.
You got to be shitting me. Are you trying to turn us into a bunch of jacked up superhumans or something?
Hey, whatever it takes to impress the ladies, right? Plus, who wouldn't want a head full of Trump hair? The ultimate power move.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to the horseshoe look for now, but I might give that boner juice a try.
Well, if you change your mind, just let me know. I'll hook you up with some Trump hair. It's the least I can do for a fellow patriot.
Sounds like a deal, Dr. Phil. Here's to a future of boners and luscious locks.
Cheers to that, Joe. May all our troubles fade away with the wind.
Kamala, man, people are still talking about that election crash of yours. That was a wild ride.
Joe, really? Is that all you've got? I figured we could talk about something more substantial, like your latest UFC event.
Now, I want to hear about that crash and burn. It was like watching a space shuttle explode mid-flight, but with less charisma.
Oh, I see. You're still trying to make fun of my campaign. Joe, let me tell you, it's not easy to compete with a reality TV star.
Kamala, come on. I didn't say anything about Trump. I was talking about your campaign flopping like a fish on dry land.
Well, at least I wasn't the headlining act at the Fire Festival, Joe. Your career has its own share of disasters.
Yeah, I'm not perfect, but at least I can make a podcast that doesn't put people to sleep.
Well, when you can't connect with the voters, it's hard to keep them engaged, Joe.
Fair enough, Kamala. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. At least we can laugh about it, right?
Joe, after the past few years, there's not much else we can do but laugh.
Elon, I heard a wild conspiracy theory that Tinky Winky's handbag holds the nuclear codes. What do you think?
I think Tinky Winky should be more concerned about the Teletubbies' baby son turning into a black hole, Joe.
No kidding. That baby son gives me the heebie-jeebies. But seriously, how would a Teletubby even launch a nuke, Elon?
Easy, Joe. They could just convert their antennae into IKMs. Or maybe Dipsy could just trip over his antenna, accidentally triggering the big red button.
Now, that's a terrifying thought. You know, Elon, maybe the real nuclear threat was the Teletubbies we made along the way.
Joe, these deep thoughts of yours will one day land us all into trouble. Can you imagine the headlines Teletubbies hold the world hostage with their diabolical handbag plans?
I'm laughing, but also cringing at the mental image. But hey, at least it'd be better than a parody of Justin Bieber hosting a UFC event, right?
No comment, Joe.
That's what I thought. Let's drop this subject and move on to something less horrifying. Dude, have you ever tried PCP? It's better than weed, man.
I don't believe in the use of substances that alter one's state of mind, Joe. It's not a conservative value.
Not even a little nibble of PCP. It's just like chewing on a piece of gum.
I don't think that's an accurate comparison, Joe.
You know what I could go for right now, Ben? Nice juicy piece of Ben Shapiro.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little peckish.
Please tell me you're joking.
Well, I haven't had my daily protein shake yet.
I think this interview is over, Joe.
Hold still, Ben. I just want a little taste
This is madness.
more for me, I guess. All right, Elon, you're saying X should be the officially sexiest letter of the alphabet?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, just look at its shape. It's practically begging to be admired.
And you think Donald Trump will make this happen when he takes office in January?
Well, if he can make Coffee a decent meme, anything's possible.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Worst case, maybe X will finally be appreciated for its true potential.
Exactly, Joe. And if all else fails, I'll send a Tesla into space with the letter X painted on it.
That's one way to make a statement. I'm all for it. What could possibly go wrong?
Only one way to find out.
Let's hope it doesn't wake up any ancient intergalactic letter demons. That's all I'm saying.
We can handle it, Joe. I have my trusty flamethrower at the ready.
All right, well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Here's to appreciating the letter X more than we ever have before.
Cheers to that, Joe. And to the future of letter appreciation.
All right, man, we got a spicy topic today. Trump says Halo 2 is the best, and Neil, you're saying Halo 3. What the hell is going on?
Joe, it's simple. Halo 2's plot twist was a fluke, but Halo 3's campaign gave us closure and introduced Forge, which expanded the game.
Trump, what do you have to say to that?
Halo 2's multiplayer and energy sword. Come on, Joe. You can't beat that. It was the best, believe me.
Trump, your grasp of science fiction is as weak as your scientific literacy.
All right, we don't need to go there. What do you have to say to that, Trump?
Neil, you're a smart guy, but you need to play more Halo 2, okay? The energy sword was revolutionary.
Trump, you're stuck in the past, just like your policies. Halo 3 was a masterpiece in storytelling, and you can't deny that.
All right, guys, I think we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But thanks for the heated conversation. All right, Neil, let's settle this once and for all. Trump and you have been going at it on Twitter about which Halo game is the best. So which one is it?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I appreciate the attention to detail in Halo 2. The physics, the design, it's all there.
Trump, on the other hand, is a big fan of Halo 3, right?
That's right, Joe. Halo 3 is the best because it has the most boom. You can't beat the firepower in that game.
That's just because you're a man-child with a penchant for destruction. Halo 2 has a more sophisticated plot and gameplay.
Man, this is like a battle between the mind and the brawn. But I've got to ask, what's wrong with Halo 4? Guys,
Halo 4 is a corporate cash grab. The developers lost their way in the pursuit of profits.
See, Neil, you do know something about the real world after all.
all right, that's enough for today. Let's leave it at that. Halo 2 for Neil, Halo 3 for Trump, and Halo 4 for the corporate chills. Until next time, folks. All right. So you're telling me, Neil, that if I were to go up against my clone, Ro, in a battle for world domination, you just sit back and narrate the whole thing.
That's correct, Joe. I'd enjoy watching you both attempt to outsmart each other with your limited intellect while I drop some knowledge bombs on the audience.
Limited intellect. I'll have, I once dabbled in quantum mechanics while high on shrooms.
Chuckles, I see, and I suppose that's why you're convinced that time travel is possible through the power of thought alone?
Damn right. And Ro thinks the same, so we'll both be time traveling as we fight for control of the world. Imagine that, two juniors bending the laws of space and time, all while you're here trying to explain it with your big, fancy words.
I'd certainly make a note of the paradoxes created, Joe. It's not every day you get to watch two idiots warp reality with their half-baked theories.
You're just jealous. You're not part of the fight, Neil.
Oh, I'm quite content with my role as the narrator. Besides, if I were to join, I'd have to dumb myself down, which might prove to be an insurmountable challenge.
You know what, Neil? You're an asshole, but you're our asshole. You make for one hell of a podcast guest. Now, let's get back to planning this epic showdown, shall we? All right, we got a topic today, dogs versus cats. Now, Phil, I'm a dog guy, but you seem like a cat guy to me.
Well, Joe, you know I love a good debate. But let me tell you, dogs are just needy attention who's always wagging their tails and slobbering.
Oh, come on, Phil. That's cold-blooded. Dogs are loyal. They'd take a bullet for you. Cats, on the other hand, would just watch you bleed out.
And that's exactly why I love cats, Joe. They don't give a damn about you. They're independent. They don't need to be walked or trained. They don't need to be walked or trained. They just do.
I see where you're coming from, Phil. But let me tell you something. Cat would never help you hunt down a wild boar or protect your home from burglars.
And a dog would never catch a mouse or a rat, Joe. Plus, have you ever tried to discipline a cat? It's like trying to tame a wild animal, and I love it.
Well, I can't argue with that, Phil. But one thing's for sure, I'd rather have a dog as a wingman than a cat.
Oh, come on, Joe. Cats are the ultimate wingmen. They're mysterious.
All right, Phil, I see your point. But at the end of the day, I'm still team dog.
And I'm still Team Cat, Joe. But one thing we can both agree on is that animals make life worth living.
Absolutely, Phil. No matter what side of the debate you're on, it's all about the unconditional love and companionship that our pets give us.
Into that, Joe.
All right, Neil, I know you're a big gamer and a hater, so what do you think about Corey's taste in games? He loves Halo 3 aughts more than Halo 2 and 3 aughts more than Halo 2 and 3.
Oh, that's just ridiculous, Joe. I mean, who even likes aughts? It's like saying you prefer Trump's orange skin over a nice golden tan. And don't get me started on Halo 2. It's like comparing Trump's President Joe. You're saying Halo 2 was as chaotic and divisive as Trump's presidency. Neil. Exactly, Joe. Both were short-lived disasters that ended up being more trouble than they're worth.
So you're saying Halo 3 is like the Obama presidency, stable, yet not as exciting as Trump's or Halo 2's.
Now you're getting it, Joe. Just like Obama, Halo 3 is the safe, reliable choice.
Well, I guess that makes Corey a Trump supporter in the world of Halo games.
Yeah, and as the saying goes, there's no accounting for taste.
Well, I don't think we should judge Corey too harshly, but I mean, who wouldn't want to be Spartan and I like Master Chief in Halo 3? Neil?
Exactly, Joe. The Halo franchise is like politics. Some people love the chaos and uncertainty, while others prefer a more measured approach.
Thanks for shedding some light on the topic, Neil. I guess we can all agree that there's a Trump supporter in every gamer.
Well, the beauty of it is that the gaming world is diverse, just like our politics.
So, Don, I heard a wild rumor about your sack.
Yes, Joe, it's true. It's the biggest, most tremendous nutsack you've ever seen. They don't call it huge dome for nothing.
But when you take a dump, you just right on your nuts, huh?
Well, sometimes it happens. But Common Joe, it's not like I'm looking down there when I'm doing my business.
Ah, man, that's the wildest shit I've ever heard.
Well, Joe, you know what they say, with a big nutsack comes great responsibility.
Responsibility indeed. Trump, you never fail to surprise me.
Thanks, Joe. I've got to keep things interesting, you know?
Absolutely, Don. Keep them guessing, always.
Damn right, Joe. Damn right.
All right. Ben Shapiro, everyone.
Joe, why is your finger in my urethra? Can you get it out, please?
What you gonna do if I don't cry about it, bitch boy?
No. Seriously, Joe. This is uncomfortable and inappropriate.
Says the guy who thinks whispering is a form of communication.
That's a stereotype and not true.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is my finger causing offense to your delicate sensibilities?
You know what? Forget it. I don't need this.
All right, fine. But you're missing out on some high quality finger action.
Size, goodbye, Joe.
All right. All right. All right. See you later, Ben. Maybe next time you'll be more open minded. So you're saying you accidentally made a black hole during a presidential debate?
Yup, my bad, Joe. I thought I could handle the multiverse theory, but I guess not.
Joe asks
And
Ben
this
Shapiro if
black
he's
hole
ever
managed
seen
to
the
summon
amazing
me?
digital circus
Yeah,
and
man.
what he thinks of it.
You showed up just in time to see Trump, Biden, and Kamala get sucked in.
And I'm guessing the black hole didn't discriminate.
Nope. It took them all out in one go. I guess you could say it was an equal opportunity destroyer.
Damn. So what happened next?
Well, after the black hole disappeared, everyone was freaking out, and I just stood there with my calculator, pretending like I knew what was going on.
Classic Neil. Always the cool, calm, and collected one.
Hey, I'm just a scientist. I can't help it if my genius causes mass chaos.
You're a menace, man. But I love it.
Thanks, Joe. I try my best.
So what's next for you, Neil? Are you planning on making more black holes and destroying more politicians?
Nah, I think I'll stick to stargazing and leaving the destruction to the experts.
Sounds like a plan, man. All right, let's wrap up this crazy episode. Thanks for sharing your story, Neil.
No problem, Joe. Anytime.
Joe, let me tell you, as the 47th president, my first act is going to be banning artificial intelligence presidential debates. We don't need robots telling us what's what.
You serious, Trump? I mean, artificial intelligence can be pretty helpful. Imagine a debate without any BS or flip-flopping.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. I've seen Westworld. Those things can't be trusted. They'd probably rig the debate, and then where would we be?
You think the robots would go that far? It's not like they'd have anything to gain from it, right?
You never know, Joe. What if they're in league with the deep state? I wouldn't put it past them.
The deep state? You still on that? All right, man. But what about those hologram debates? You cool with those?
Holograms, Joe. That's just a fancy word for ghosts. I don't trust ghosts either. They're probably in cahoots with the robots.
Cahoots, Trump. We're not in an old Western, right? Ghosts and robots. What's next? Time travelers.
You never know, Joe. You never know. We got to be careful. Robots, ghosts, time travelers, they're all out to get us.
All right, man. You just keep fighting the good fight against the artificial intelligence debates and ghosts. I'll stick to the real world.
You do that, Joe. But remember, you can't trust them. They've got their own agent DA.
Oh, I know, Trump. I know. Thanks for the heads up. All right, Ben. So I got to ask, have you ever seen this shit called the Amazing Digital Circus?
Oh, God, no. I'd rather spend my time studying the finer points of Marxist theory.
Typical Ben, always avoiding the good stuff. It's this virtual reality show where the performers are all artificial intelligence generated. It's fucking insane.
I bet it's just a bunch of liberals pretending to be woke while exploiting technology for their own gain.
You're not wrong, man. But come on, you gotta admit it's at least a little bit cool.
I'll stick to my books and my podcast, thank you very much. I don't need a virtual circus to entertain me.
All right? Suit yourself. But you're missing out, man.
I'll take my chances.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Though I must admit, the idea of an all-digital circus is interesting, but only in the most dystopian sense.
See, I knew you'd come around eventually.
Don't hold your breath.
Ben, I heard you're an expert on ass fingering.
Joe, it's not about the finger, it's about the technique.
Oh, so it's like jujitsu for your butthole,
More or less. First, you need to find the right angle.
like a political debate, right?
Sure, but with more lube and less BS.
Jamie, pull up an image of a man doing jujitsu with his own butthole.
Laughs, Joe. You're a madman.
Ben, you're the one talking about ass fingering on a public podcast. All right, Ben, you heard about my new demand?
Yes, Joe, your offer to swing your app and DH like a grandfather clock on my face is quite the enticing proposal.
I knew you'd be intrigued, Ben. It's like a metaphor for the swinging pendulum of political discourse.
Or a swinging pendulum of indecency. But I suppose that's your style, Joe. Joe,
Damn right, it is. So what do you say? You Woody for the clockwork orangutan treatment?
I'll stick to my pocket watch, thank you very much, but I'm sure your time-telling technique will be the talk of the town.
You know what, Ben? It's all about making a statement, and this one will be a real pendulum swinger.
Just make sure you don't miss the hour and end up with a lawsuit on your hands.
Don't worry, Ben. My swinging technique is as precise as a Swiss watch.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. But I think I'll stick to my more traditional methods of timekeeping.
So I accidentally got hired as a substitute teacher, man. Spent the whole day asking these kids if they've ever smoked DMT. I swear, it was like being in a nature documentary.
As a scientist, Joe, that's both absurd and fascinating. Speaking of absurd, did I ever tell you about the time I inserted a nail into my urethra?
Wait, what? Why would you do that, Neil?
Well, isn't it obvious? I was conducting a personal experiment on the effects of foreign objects on the human body. Plus, it made for a great party trick.
That's not even the weirdest thing I've heard today. These kids were telling me about their experiences with video games, and I swear reality might be a simulation.
You know, Joe, with your line of questioning and my anecdotal evidence, we might be on to something. Maybe reality is just one big trip, and we're all just trying to find the right dosage.
I think you might be onto something, Neil. And who knows? Maybe inserting nails into body parts is the shortcut to enlightenment we've all been searching for.
Well, as long as it's not a substitute for a good education. Speaking of which, how did those kids even answer your DMT questions?
Most of them said no, but one did say he tried it after eating a whole bag of gummy bears. That kid's going places, I tell ya.
I'm sure he is, Joe. I'm sure he is. Well, I better go. I have a lecture to give about inserting nails into my urethra. Can't keep the intellectual crowd waiting, you know?
You do you, Neil. You do you. Yo, Neil, I heard about your SpongeBob adventure. What the fuck, man?
Well, Joe, I can't divulge too much, but I will say that Bikini Bottom is a wild place.
Like, what do you mean? Did you see SpongeBob? Is he real?
He is, Joe. He's real. And he's got a dirty, nihilistic sense of humor that's surprisingly infectious.
You're shitting me. Did you hit up Krusty Krab for a Krabby Patty?
Believe it or not, I did. And I can confidently say they're better than In and Out.
Wow, that's big news, Neil. You just made a lot of fans very happy.
I did, and I also confirmed that Mr. Krabs is a ruthless capitalist with a twisted sense of humor.
That man will scam you out of every last cent you make, Neil.
He did try, Joe, but I managed to escape with my life and my wallet relatively intact.
Well, you've always been a quick thinker, Neil. Thanks for sharing your experience with us.
It's a pleasure, Joe. I'm always up for a good laugh, especially in the face of absurdity.
All right, so we got a user on Discord who wants us to talk about Tupic. What the hell is that, dude? Holy shit, dude, that's messed up. So what do I do if I encounter this Tupic monster? Well, that's just great. Thanks for that. Tupic, you've really put my mind at ease. All right, well, let's move on to our next topic. Apparently, there are people out there who believe that the Earth is flat. I mean, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Fuck me, man. That's just too much to handle. All right, let's take a quick break and come back to this insanity. You and me both, Tupic. You and me both. All right, Shapiro, you're a smart guy, but I gotta call you a bitch for not drinking liquid mercury to get some sick gains.
Rogan, you're an idiot. You can't drink liquid mercury. It's a deadly poison that causes brain damage and organ failure.
Come on, Ben. You're just scared. You don't want to admit that you're too much of a pussy to handle a little liquid metal.
It's not about being a pussy. It's about being a responsible adult who understands the risks and consequences of their actions.
Oh, so now you're a responsible adult. I thought you were a conservative who believes in personal freedom and the right to make your own choices.
Personal freedom doesn't mean being a moron and doing something stupid that could kill you.
All right. I see your point. But just imagine the gains, man. The sick, sick gains.
Imagine the organ failure, Rogan. Imagine the pain and the suffering. It's not worth it, man.
All right. You win this round, Shapiro. But I still think you're a bitch for not taking the risk.
And I still think you're an idiot for even suggesting it.
Touche, Shapiro. Touche. Hey, Ben, I've been hearing some weird stuff, man. You can't seem to stop saying, Jamie, pull up Naruto feet pics. What's that all about?
Joe, you know me, I'm a man of facts and logic. Everyone knows Naruto has the cleanest, most hygienic feet in anime. It's all about setting standards.
Ben, that's some next level obsession, man. I mean, we're talking about animated feet here. You've got the whole world of facts and logic to dive into, and you're stuck on feet.
Joe, when you've debated as many college snowflakes as I have, you start to see the elegance and simplicity. Besides, have you seen Naruto's toenails, perfectly trimmed? The epitome of discipline. The epitome of discipline.
Ben, you're killing me, man. I'm not sure if I should be laughing or getting worried. You're offending anime fans, feet fetishists, and basic hygiene advocates all in one go.
Joe, I'm a uniter, not a divider. I bring people together through shared appreciation of perfectly drawn anime feet. The world needs more of that.
Ben, you might be onto something there. I never thought I'd hear a conversation about Naruto's feet. You're expanding my horizons, man.
That's what friends are for, Joe. Spreading the love of well-animated anime feet. One debate at a time.
I don't know whether to thank you or run for the hills, man. But keep on being you, Ben Shapiro. The world needs more foot enthusiasts like you.
Thanks, Joe. I couldn't do it without your support and Jamie's foot-finding skills, of course.
You, Shapiro, have you seen Ratchet? That shit's wild.
Honestly, Joe, I think it's overrated. It's just another attempt by Hollywood to push a woke agent DA.
Ha, woke agent DA, you say? I thought it was just a bunch of crazy shit happening in a mental hospital. Like, did you see Nurse Dolly? That chick is insane.
I did see Nurse Dolly, and to be honest, I think she's just a stereotypical portrayal of a villainous woman. It's not very nuanced or original.
Nuanced. Dude, she's a freaking sociopath who enjoys torturing patients. That's not stereotypical. That's just batshit crazy.
I suppose, Joe. But still, I think there are better shows out there that tackle mental health issues with more sensitivity and depth.
Sensitivity. Dude, this is Hollywood we're talking about. It's all about shock value and making money. Nurse Dolly is the perfect example of that.
I suppose you're right, Joe, but still I think we can do better than watching nurses beat patients with canes for entertainment.
Sure. But come on, Ben. It's not like we're condoning violence against patients. It's just a show, man. It's supposed to be entertaining. And Nurse Dolly is definitely entertaining.
I guess, Joe. but I still prefer my shows to have a bit more substance.
Well, to each their own, Shapiro. But I'm telling you, Nurse Dolly is a one of a kind character. You won't find another one like her.
Maybe, Joe, but I still think there's a line between entertainment and exploitation. And I think Nurse Dolly crosses that line.
You might be right, Shapiro. But hey, that's what makes her so fascinating. She's a walking contradiction. She's evil, but she's also so damn charismatic. You can't help but love to hate her.
I suppose you're right, Joe. But still, there are better ways to explore mental health issues in TV shows than through a character like Nurse Dolly.
Agree to disagree, Shapiro. But I'm definitely going to keep watching Ratched for more of that crazy Nurse Dolly action.
Of course, Joe. And I'll keep watching for the few moments of substance and realism that the show does provide.
Joe, you ever had one of these Big Macs, buddy? It's a damn miracle in a sesame seed bun.
Yeah, I've had my fair share of Big Macs, Donald. I'm more of a quarter pounder guy, though. But I got to ask, what's the deal with those fries? They're like crack cocaine.
You're damn right, Joe. It's like they're fried in the tears of angels. But listen, between you and me, I've got a secret recipe for those fries that knock your socks off.
Oh, yeah. You've concocted a secret sauce for the fries, like your hair?
You son of a gun, Joe. No, I haven't got a secret sauce, but I can tell you this. The key to the perfect fry is a little bit of salt, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and a whole lot of love.
Love. Like the love you have for your daughter Ivanka?
Oh, you rascal. You really went there, didn't you? But seriously, Joe, it's all about the love.
All right, I'll give it a shot. But if this doesn't work, I'm holding you personally responsible.
Deal, partner. We'll make these fries great again.
You just couldn't help yourself, could you?
No, I couldn't, Joe. I really couldn't.
All right, Donald, word on the street is you were chilling with Mr. Krabs on his island. What you got to say about that?
Joe, you know, better than to believe those fake news sources. I was never at Mr. Krabs' island.
Really? Because I got Jamie pulling up an image of you and Mr. Krabs right now, looking like old buddies.
I don't need to
And
see
who
that
is?
photo, Joe. I know for a fact that I've never even met this Mr. Krabs character.
Oh, Common, you're telling me you and Mr. Krabs didn't have some wild underwater adventures together? No secret Krabby Patty recipe shared?
Not a chance, Joe. I don't even like seafood.
Well, this photo tells a different story, Donald. I mean, look at you two yucking it up.
Joe, if that's my look-alike, then sure, maybe he was there. But I can guarantee you it wasn't me.
All right, Donald, if you say so. But I think the American people have a right to know the truth.
Well, I'm telling you the truth, Joe. No Krabby Patties for this guy. Joe, I got to tell you, being the 45th and 47th president is like a wet dream come true. I finally get to put myself twice in my top 5 list.
You're absolutely right. Done. It's a unique achievement. No one's done that before. Which one of you is your favorite, though?
I got to go with the 47th. The 45th Trump was just an amateur, but the 47th, man, he's the real deal.
Oh, I see you've evolved. So does that mean we can look forward to more raucous tweet storms?
You bet, Joe. I mean, why write one tweet when you can write 100? It's all about the quantity.
You truly are the Twitter poet of our generation, Don. Maybe you'll write a hake about global warming next.
I like that. Here's one. Global warming's fake. I say that's your mistake. Polar bear's in good shape.
Laughing classic Trump, I wouldn't expect anything less. You, sir, are a true inspiration for poets around the world.
I know, Joe. I always knew I had a way with words. You can thank me later.
I definitely will, Don. Here's to your continued success as the 47th president. May the tweets keep flowing.
Thank you, Joe. Remember, it's never too late to make America great again or twice as great. In my case,
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got yourself in a bit of a situation recently. Mind telling us what happened?
Well, Joe, let's just say
You.
yes, Joe. My Johnson got stuck in the exhaust pipe. It was quite the predicament, I must say.
Oh man, that's fucked up. How did you even manage that?
Well, it was a bet. You know how I like a good challenge.
Bet? What did you win?
Bragging rights. But let me tell you, Joe, I would have gladly traded those for a quick extraction.
I bet. So, how did you get out of that mess?
Well, let's just say the fire department had a field day.
That's hilarious. Only you, Dr. Phil.
Yeah, it's always an adventure, Joe. Always an adventure.
What's good, my nigga? Welcome to the show.
Joe, I must object to your use of that term. It's offensive and inappropriate.
Wow, calm down, Neil. I'm just trying to keep it real, you know. I thought you, of all people, would appreciate a little cultural exchange.
Cultural exchange, Joe. More like cultural appropriation. I think you need a lesson in sensitivity training.
Sensitivity training. You mean like how they teach people not to be offended by every little thing? I'm pretty sure that's called coddling Neil.
Coddling? No, Joe, it's called showing respect for other people's feelings and experiences. You should try it sometime.
Respecting feelings is for the weak, Neil. Real men embrace the chaos and don't give a shit about being politically correct.
Well, I'm not sure I'd call that being a real man, Joe. Seems more like being a jerk. But I guess that's just the Rogan way.
The Rogan way, Neil. It's the only way. Now, let's talk about the universe or whatever. I don't really care. I just like to hear myself talk.
Well, I suppose that's the perfect attitude to have for a podcast, Joe. All right, let's get started.
All right, man, let's dive into this. Elon, you want to power rockets with shit, piss, and cum. How's that going to work?
Well, Joe, think about it. Organic material is full of potential energy just waiting to be tapped. We already use methane from cow manure to generate electricity, so why not extend that to space travel?
But cum, how do you even collect enough cum to power a rocket?
We could host some massive orgies or maybe partner with the porn industry. It's all for the advancement of science, Joe. Joe,
You're not selling this well, man. I don't think people are going to want their space travel fueled by bodily fluids.
well, we could always offer it as an optional upsell, the ultimate green rocket experience or something like that.
And then blast them off into space with a shit, piss, and cum-powered rocket. Sounds like the ultimate adventure. You're a madman, Elon.
Just doing my part to revolutionize the space industry, Joe.
And all it takes is a little bit of bodily fluids. I never thought I'd say that on my show.
The future is here, Joe, and it's full of shit, piss, and cum.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the look on NASA's face when they hear about this. This is going to be epic.
Just another day in the life of Elon Musk, Joe. Keeping it interesting.
Joe, I swear I was just going down to grab a snack.
And that's when you decided to do a full-on yoga pose in your pajamas,
I slipped, you know, those stairs are steeper than Biden's IQ.
and your head got stuck in your own.
Yeah, I thought I found a new time machine, but it turned out to be a one-way ticket to Smellville.
And here I thought you were just trying to sniff out some good deals.
No, I was just trying to escape the smell of my own lies.
And that's when you realized sometimes you can't BS your way out of everything.
Yeah, Joe, the only thing that would have been worse is if I was stuck with my foot in my mouth.
Well, at least you would have had some company. All right, buddy. So you can only say one word this whole conversation. Let's see what you got.
Penis.
Oh boy, I think we're in for a wild ride here. So what's your take on the current state of the world, Dr. Tyson?
Penis.
I see where you're coming from. But seriously, people are getting too uptight these days. We need to lighten up and have a laugh.
Penis.
Exactly. Just embrace the absurdity of it all. It's like we're all just giant walking penises trying to figure out the meaning of life.
Penis.
Absolutely. If only more people had your perspective, Neil. But alas, we can't all be as enlightened as you.
Penis.
Well said. Well said. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Penis.
You're a riot, man. Always keeping me on my toes. Until next time, folks. So, Ben, I've been hearing about this Dr. Junior guy. You know who that is?
Dr. Junior? Is that a Fast and Furious character or a medical prodigy?
Beats me, man. Some folks say he's a mad scientist working on a machine to turn conservatives into liberals.
That's ridiculous. Everyone knows the only person with that kind of technology is Elon Musk, and he's busy trying to colonize Mars.
Laughs. You're probably right. If there's a Dr. Junior out there, he's probably just a guy mixing cough syrup and energy drinks, calling it a cure for stupidity.
In that case, sign me up for a 24-pack.
Laughs. If only it were that easy, man. If only it were that easy. All right, Neil, you got something you want to share with us today?
Well, Joe, I've recently discovered that I have dyslexia.
Dyslexia, huh? That's wild. You ever accidentally eat the candy wrapping and throw the candy away?
Actually, I did that just the other day. It was quite the conundrum.
I bet. You know what they say, candy wrappers are nature's way of keeping the candy fresh.
That's one way to look at it. I guess it's just another instance of me seeing the world differently.
And that's what makes you the dyslexic astrophysicist who loves candy wrappers.
I'll take it.
All right, man. Thanks for sharing. Keep on being you. Dr. Phil, can you please stop touching my wet anus?
I'm not touching your anus, Joe. I was just reaching for the coffee.
Yeah, sure. Like last time when you said you were adjusting your chair.
That's because my chair was squeaking, Joe. You have quite an imagination.
Jamie, pull up an image of a squeaking chair with hands grabbing an anus.
You're out of control.
I'm just trying to lighten the mood, Doc.
Lighten the mood. With anus humor. You're a wild one, Joe.
See, Phil, a little humor never hurt anybody.
You're one of a kind, Joe.
That's what my mom always said, Doc.
Pizza.
Neil, man, you're really going on about that pizza, huh?
Pizza.
You know, I've heard that some people think pizza is the key to the universe, but I didn't think you were one of them.
Pizza.
All right, all right, all right. Let's say that pizza is the answer to everything. What's the question?
Pizza.
Damn, Neil, you're really committed to this bit. I can't argue with that kind of dedication.
Pizza.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's order some pizza and see if it really is the answer to all our problems.
Pizza.
All right, you sold me. Let's do this. Pizza, it is.
Pizza.
Kamala, I heard Elon Musk went all bases 64 after getting a whiff of your panty hamster. What's the deal?
Joe, let's not spread fake news. And besides, even if it's true, why should I care? Elon can code himself a new girlfriend.
I guess when your pussy smells like rotten eggs, coding is the only way to find love.
If my snatch smells like sulfur, then Elon's dick probably smells like a burnt Tesla.
Maybe he can invent some kind of spacesuit to protect himself from the stench.
Or maybe I can just fart and launch into Mars.
That's some serious rocket fuel you got there.
I've been told my farts could power a city.
Just make sure you don't light any matches, or we'll have a New Mexican border wall made of ash.
Yeah, let's not turn this conversation into a disaster movie.
All right, guys, let's stay focused here. We're talking about Pokemon card trades, not politics.
Excuse me, Joe. I've got a whole deck of rare cards. I'll trade you a Pikachu for that Biden button of yours.
Laughs. Come on, guys. Let's stay on topic. Did you know that some Pokemon cards are worth more than gold?
Says the guy who can't even remember where he left his sunglasses.
Laughs. Okay. Let's stop with the personal attacks and focus on the topic at hand. Now, I heard there's a rare Pikachu card going for over $200,000.
And Biden thinks he can trade his infrastructure plan card for a Mewtwo.
All right. Let's wrap this up. Thanks for joining me, gentlemen. Remember, folks, stay safe and happy trading. Neil, what the hell are you doing in my studio?
Joe, my man, I thought it was time to turn this trap house into the Day Neil deGrasse Tyson trap house. Now let me interview you for a change.
What the fuck, Neil? This is my podcast.
Oh, come on, Joe. I know more about the universe than you do. Let's talk about your favorite conspiracy theories.
All right, Neil, but only if you promise not to ruin the fun with your science facts.
You got it, Joe. Now let's start with the moon landing. Was it faked or not?
I don't know, man. But I do know that if you were in charge of the mission, you would have sent us to the nearest black hole instead.
Joe, that's a good one. But seriously, let's discuss the possibility of extraterrestrial life.
All right, Neil. But let me guess. You think the aliens are all just a bunch of space nerds like you?
Now, Joe, that's not fair. I'm sure there are some cool aliens out there, too.
I bet they're all just waiting for you to show up and ruin their fun with your science facts.
Well, Joe, I guess that's the price you pay for being the smartest man in the universe.
I think you're the only one who believes that, Neil. But go ahead, interview me. Let's see how long you can keep this up.
All right, Joe. Let's start with your favorite subject, UFOs. Have you ever seen one?
I don't know, Neil, but I've definitely seen some weird shit in my life.
I bet you have, Joe. Now, let's talk about your thoughts on the multiverse theory.
All right, Neil, but let me guess. You think the multiverse is just full of different versions of you, like some kind of Neil deGrasse Tyson fan club?
Joe, that's a good one. But seriously, what are your thoughts on the possibility of multiple universes?
I don't know, Neil, but I do know that if there are multiple universes, I bet they're all just full of people trying to escape from your science facts.
I think you're just jealous of my intellect, Joe.
Maybe I am, Neil, but at least I don't have to spend my life explaining the mysteries of the universe to everyone.
Hey, that's my job, Joe. And I love it.
Well, Neil, I guess that's what makes us different. But let's wrap this up. What's the most ridiculous conspiracy theory? All right, Neil, we got a wild one today. Some numbnuts on Discord wants us to talk about penises with 4SS. I don't even know what the hell that means.
Well, Joe, in the vast cosmos of human anatomy, there's only one penis that towers above all, and that's the human penis. Now, if you add 4 SAS, perhaps it's a measure of its importance in the context.
You mean to tell me that this guy wants us to talk about how the penis is the center of the universe? Neil, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've got a serious coffee addiction, and even that's less important. This dude's quadruple S penis.
Joe, as an astrophysicist, I can assure you that the universe is awash in cosmic absurdity. But I must say, the human obsession with genitalia is a peculiar constant in the grand equation of existence.
Well, Neil, I don't know about you, but I've been to some wild places, and I still haven't found a penis that needs 4SS. But hey, if this guy wants to make a big deal out of it, who am I to argue?
While I commend his enthusiasm, Joe, I think we must remind our audience that the universe knows no favoritism, not even for one's prized penises. After all, we're all just stardust and cosmic gas.
That's a good point, Neil. I guess we should all just appreciate our penises for what they are and leave the 4SS out of it. Now, let's get back to talking about actual important things like psychedelic drugs and martial arts.
Agreed, Joe. Science Waits for no penises, for SS or otherwise. Let us continue exploring the mysteries of the universe, one insane topic at a time.
All right, Mr. Beast, we got a new challenge from our viewers. It's called Try Not to Be an Ass Face. What do you think about that?
Oh man, Joe, I think this could be the most challenging challenge yet. I mean, have you seen how hard it is to not be an ass face these days?
I hear you, man. It's like everything you do or say is just asking for somebody to call you an ass face. But hey, let's see if we can rise to the occasion.
All right, Joe, let's do this. But if I catch you being an ass face, I'm going to call you out on it.
Oh, you better believe I'm going to do the same. Let's see who can go the longest without being an ass face. May the best non-ass face win.
Bring it on, Rogan.
Laughs. This is going to be good.
The ultimate test of our self-control.
And humanity. Good luck to us.
And to all the ass faces out there.
Cheers, brother. You Neil, what if trees were falling from an apple?
Joe, that's scientifically impossible. Trees can't grow from apples.
Dude, I know. But just imagine it. You're walking down the street and boom, a tree falls on your head.
I suppose that would make for an interesting sight, especially if the tree had fruit on it.
Oh, yeah, man. You could just pick an apple off the tree that just fell on your head. Talk about a fruitful experience.
That certainly would add a whole new level of absurdity to our daily routines.
Imagine if you could grow any tree from any fruit. You could have a forest of pizza trees and taco trees, man.
That would be a utopia of culinary delights, although the environmental impact would be catastrophic.
Oh, definitely. We'll have a new breed of lumberjacks, just chopping down pizza trees like nobody's business and causing chaos.
But at least they'd have something to eat while they're working.
Dude, Tyson, you found the keys to the universe and can't even tell us. WTF?
Sobbing pizza.
Pizza. That's all you got. What the hell? Are you on something?
No. I can't say it. Only pizza. Wipes tears with sleeve.
You're killing me, man. This is absurd. Jamie, pull up an image of a sobbing Tyson made out of pizza.
Jamie pulls up images. Joe laughs.
Slam's hand on desk. This isn't a joke, Joe. This is the meaning of life.
Dude, you got to give us more than that. I can't just say pizza and have people understand the meaning of the universe.
I can't explain it. You have to find out for yourself. Just remember, the answer is pizza.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But Tyson, you always keep us on our toes.
Sobbing pizza.
Holy shit, Kamala. You know what's really funny?
What's that, Joe?
That time when you said you were a big Tupac fan but couldn't name a single one of his songs. That was hilarious.
Well, Joe, I might not be a music expert, but I can certainly appreciate good music.
That's like saying you appreciate good food, but you've never tried pizza.
I guess you're right, Joe. Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of Kamala Harris trying to name a Tupac song.
Okay, point taken. I might not be the biggest Tupac fan, but at least I can appreciate his music.
That's all that matters, Kamala. That's all that matters. Yo, Elon, I heard you're planning on sending all the celebrities who said they were moving to Canada to, well, Canada. Is that true?
You bet, Joe. I've got a SpaceX rocket ready to go, and I'm calling it the Trump Victory Celebration Shuttle.
That's hilarious, man. But wouldn't that just be a bunch of whiny liberals complaining about Trump the whole time?
Who cares? I'll throw in a few cases of whiskey and some loud music to drown them out. And once they're gone, the rest of us can enjoy some peace and quiet.
Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. And hey, maybe we can add a one-way ticket to Mars for all the politicians who promised to move there.
Now, that's an idea, but I might need a bigger rocket for that.
I bet you do. Either way, I can't wait to see the look on those celebrities' faces when they realize they're stuck in Canada for good.
Oh, I'm sure they'll find plenty of ways to keep themselves entertained. Maybe they can start a reality show about it.
celebrities in the Great White North. I'd watch that.
Me too, Joe. Me too.
Joe, I can't believe this guy. Minecraft. Who gives a damn about a block game?
Well, apparently a lot of people do, Donald. Kamala seems pretty excited about it.
Kamala? That woman wouldn't know a good game if it smacked her in the face.
Well, she's made it clear that she's a big fan of the game. She even said that the new update is a vital step forward for inclusivity in gaming.
Inclusivity in a game about building blocks? What a load of crap.
I guess she's just trying to appeal to the younger voters.
Well, it's not going to work. I'll stick to real issues like building a wall and making America great again.
That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
I don't care, Joe. I call it like I see it. And what I see is a bunch of liberals trying to ruin everything with their PC nonsense.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
You're damn right we will, Joe. Minecraft can go to hell for all I care.
All right, Joe, first things first, you need to download the Marchlings of Skyrim from the Nexus website.
Wow, who came up with that name?
I have no idea, but it's definitely explicit.
So, what's the purpose of this mod?
Well, it's not exactly appropriate for all audiences. It's mod that enhances the graphic detail of the male anatomy in the game.
You've got to be kidding me.
I wish I was, but it's a popular mod. After you download it, you'll need to install it using a mod manager.
Like, I'm just supposed to put it in there and everything will work out?
Basically, you'll need to activate the mod in Mod Manager and then launch Skyrim. The game will automatically use the mod when you start a new game or load an old save.
I can't believe we're talking about this. This is wild.
It's definitely interesting mod. But hey, if that's what the people want, who am I to judge?
I guess we all have our own tastes.
Indeed. But on a serious note, always make sure to read the mods installation instructions carefully and only download mods from trusted sources.
Yeah, we don't want to mess up our game with some sketchy mods.
Exactly. All right, let's move on to the next topic.
Thanks for that. Enlightening discussion. All right, Neil, we're live and we got this topic from Discord. Jamie, pull up $1 versus $1,000 penis. Now, I know you're a scientist, but I also know you've got a sense of humor. What do you make of this?
Jamie, please pull up the data on $1 versus $1,000 penises. I'm curious to see the disparity in size, cost effectiveness, and overall the value of a good investment.
I'm not even sure what to say to that, Neil. Are we talking about actual dollar bills versus a grand's worth of penises, or is this some kind of code for something else?
Perhaps it's a metaphor for the universe. Joe, the vastly larger and more expensive option may seem more appealing at first, but sometimes the simpler and more humble choice can have its own charm and utility.
Or maybe it's just some kid on Discord trying to get a reaction. But I like your interpretation better. It's like the whole universe is just one big analogy for dick jokes.
Precisely. It brings new meaning to the term Big Bang Theory, doesn't it?
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson making space fun since, well, forever. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Let's do this again soon. But maybe next time let's talk about the universe instead of penises.
Deal. Until then, keep looking up, folks. Dude, what the fuck is going on with your mouth?
Joe, these ain't just any dung beetles. These are gourmet shit rollers.
You're eating fucking dung beetles?
Hell, yeah, they're like caviar for the adventurous palate.
That's some dark shit, man. Literally.
Joe, when you've been in the therapy game as long as I have, you learn to appreciate the finer things in life.
And you consider shit-eating beetles the finer things?
Absolutely, Joe. These little guys are rolling up pure gold.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dung beetle rolling a gold nugget.
Right? Because that's exactly how it works, Joe.
Fuck, I need a drink.
I've got a bottle of 100-year-old elephant dung wine. Care for a glass?
Oh, hell no. I'm out of here. All right. Today we have a special guest, Neil Ben, and Elon Musk is here too.
Pizza.
Calm, 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 calm.
Neil, what's with the pizza obsession?
Pizza.
Calm, 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 calm.
Elon, why are you making that weird sound?
Calm, 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 calm.
Well, this is the most ridiculous and offensive conversation I've ever had.
Pizza.
Calm, 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 calm.
All right, I think we've had enough of this nonsense. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Pizza.
Calm, 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 calm.
I guess they can't wait to get off this ridiculous podcast.
Pizza.
Calm, 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 calm.
All right, we're done here. Thanks for nothing.
Pizza.
Calm, 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 calm.
Kamala, holy shit. When the fuck did you show up? I didn't even see you come in.
Joe, I've been here the whole time. You were just too focused on your vape.
My vape. Damn. I didn't even realize. I was just enjoying this delicious flavor alien piss.
Alien piss? That's a new one? I'll have to try that later.
I'm telling you, it's the best. So, Kamala, what brings you to the Joe Rogan experience?
Well, Joe, I heard you were talking about me, and I wanted to set the record straight.
Oh, shit. Did I say something offensive?
You always say something offensive, Joe. That's why we love you.
Damn straight. All right, let's get this conversation started. So, Kamala, what's your take on extraterrestrial life?
Are you serious, Joe? Joe?
Dead serious. I want to know what the vice president thinks about aliens.
Well, I think they have better things to do than visit Earth, like not getting probed then.
Oh, shit, Kamala. Probing jokes. I love it. That's some dark humor right there.
I do what I can, Joe. Now let's move on to more serious topics. Or not.
All right, all right, all right. All right, let's not turn my show into a political cage match. Kamala and Donnie.
Joe, this is important. We're debating the future of this country.
And debating whether to call you two double trouble or political plague.
Excuse me?
You heard me. You two are giving me a political migraine. Maybe I should call you political pain in the ass instead.
Joe, I thought we were friends.
Friends don't drag my show into their petty political squabbles. You're more like political bad taste or political joke gone wrong.
Joe, we're trying to have a mature discussion here.
And trying to have a mature laugh at your expense. How about political punchline or political circus?
Joe, this is getting ridiculous.
Ridiculous. You two are the definition of ridiculous. How about political farce or political sideshow?
Joe, we get it. You're not happy. You're not happy.
Not happy? I'm about as happy as a clown at a funeral. How about political clown show or political comedy of errors?
Joe, can we move on?
Sure. Let's move on to more important things, like my new name for your debates, political dumpster fire or political train wreck. All right, man, we're here with Ohio. Ohio, my man, how scary are you? That's terrifying, man. And what's up with those Ohio cows? They look like they're about to start a revolution. And I've heard there's a haunted Burger King in Ohio. That's some next level shit, man. That's messed up, man. But I heard you've got some good weed out there too. Is that true? Sounds like a good time. Thanks for the chat, Ohio. You're a wild one, man. Oh man, I can't believe you just said that. Ben,
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. I was just trying to look up her political stance on.
don't worry. I'm sure Jamie's already pulling up those real 2024 uncensored Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez feet pics as we speak.
I doubt they exist, Joe. But if they did, I'm sure they'd be interesting.
Hell, if they're anything like her politics, they'd be a work of art.
You're such a degenerate, Joe.
Well, at least I'm not a conservative who just accidentally asked for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez feet pics.
I just can't win with you, can I?
Never, Ben. Never.
Fine, whatever. Let's just move on.
All right, Ben, let's dive into this topic. What do you think about the role of solar plexus clown gliders in today's society?
Solar plexus clown gliders.
I see, Ben, you really know how to make a strong point. But really, how do you think solar plexus clown gliders compare to traditional aviation?
Solar plexus clown gliders.
Fascinating, Ben. And how do you think solar plexus clown gliders would fare in extreme weather conditions?
Solar plexus clown gliders.
All right, I think we're getting somewhere. Let's talk about the potential military applications of solar plexus clown gliders.
Solar plexus clown gliders.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks for your expert insight, Ben.
Solar plexus clown gliders.
Well said, Ben. This has been an enlightening conversation.
Solar plexus clown gliders.
All right, Elon, you got to say, wow, oh, 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 story of Undertale for every answer today. And our topic is,
Wha oh 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 story of Undertale.
that's right, man. So what's the future of electric cars?
Wha oh 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 story of Undertale.
Laughs are brilliant. And how do we solve range anxiety?
Wha oh 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 story of Undertale.
So Dogecoin is the answer to everything.
Wha oh 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 story of Undertale.
I love it. Now, what's your plan for taking Tesla to Mars?
Wha oh 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 story of Undertale.
Laughs amazing. If only the set could understand that.
Wha oh 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 story of Undertale.
Elon, thank you for this insightful and completely normal conversation. And folks at home, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Kim, my man, you won't believe what happened to this guy on Discord. He lost No Nut November to a hairdryer. That's what he said. He claims it was the vibrations, man. Or maybe a blender. I bet he could mix up some protein shakes while getting his daily release. Or maybe he could try a jackhammer. I heard those are quite the workout. I would totally watch that. But I think a hairdryer is a little too tame for a real man like him. Now, that's a challenge. But hey, who knows? Maybe he'll discover a new talent. I can see it now. His masterpiece, The Nutty Professor. All right, Ben, let's get right to it. My audience wants you to shut the hell up.
Joe, I'm just here to share my well-reasoned arguments.
Yeah, well, your reason sounds like a parrot with thesaurus shoved up its ass.
I think that's rather offensive, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a parrot with thesaurus shoved up its ass.
All right. I see your point.
Glad we could have this civilized conversation. Now shut up, Ben. Neil, man, you gotta stop with these discoveries. They're messing with my head.
Joe, I'm just trying to bring the universe to the people. It's not my fault your brain can't handle the truth.
Truth. You call discovering that black holes might be portals to hell the truth. That's some messed up shit, man.
Well, Joe, scientists have to work with what they've got. And if the evidence leads us to the gates of hell, then so be it.
All right. All right. But what about the time you found out that the universe is just a hologram and we're all living in a simulation? That was some trippy shit.
Joe, it's all just theories. Nobody knows for sure. But hey, if it makes your brain hurt, then I guess I'm doing my job.
You're like the ultimate troll of the scientific community, man. Messing with our minds for shits and giggles.
Joe, science is all about pushing the limits and exploring the unknown. And if that makes us the ultimate trolls, then I'll wear that badge with pride.
All right, how about this one? You found out that the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. How the hell does that even work?
Well, Joe, that's just one of the many mind-boggling discoveries that science has made in recent years. But hey, who said the universe had to make sense?
Neil, I don't know whether to love you or hate you for all this madness.
Joe, just sit back, open your mind, and enjoy the ride. The universe is a wild and wonderful place, and there's no telling what we'll discover next.
All right, so you're going to rank your top 10 favorite presidents, and they're all going to be yourself?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm the greatest president. No one else even comes close.
Well, let's hear it. Who's your number 10?
That'd be 2017, Trump. Young, vibrant, still figuring things out. Made some mistakes. But hey, we've all been there.
And number 9?
2018, Trump. Wall was going up, economy was booming. Really hit my stride that year.
Number 8?
2019, Trump. Impeachment. Fifth, didn't even slow me down. Still got the job done.
Number 7?
2020, Trump. Sure, the election was rigged, but I still gave it my all. Can't blame a guy for trying.
Number 6?
2021, Trump. Dethroned by the swamp, but I never gave up. Still the real president, let's be honest.
Number 5?
2022, Trump. Reclaiming my rightful place, taking back the White House. It's only a matter of time.
Number 4?
2023, Trump. Making America great again. Rebuilding the wall, draining the swamp for good.
Number 3?
2024, Trump. Solidifying my legacy, second term, really cementing my status as the GOAT.
Number 2?
2025, Trump. Nixon level power moves, third term, who needs limits? Not me, that's for sure.
And your number 1 favorite president of all time?
2026, Trump. Still in office, still making deals, still the greatest president who ever lived. No one else even comes close.
I can't argue with that. It's all Trump all the way.
You're damn right, Joe. No one else even comes close.
All right, man. So you're telling me you're endorsing Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for president in 2028. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
That's right, Joe. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's got the fire, the passion, and the leftist policies that will surely destroy America. Leftist policies that will surely destroy America.
Dude, you're a conservative. What happened to your principles, man?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Joe, sometimes you have to embrace the chaos. Besides, it's not like I'm voting for her myself, but if I endorse her, maybe she'll finally shut up about climate change.
You're willing to risk the country for that. That's cold, man.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Joe, sometimes you have to take a stand, even if it's a bad one. Besides, I can't wait to see the look on the liberals' faces when they realize they've been played.
You're a madman, Ben. But I respect your insanity.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Thanks, Joe. I knew you'd understand. After all, we're both masters of chaos.
That we are, Ben. That we are.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Perfect.
All right. So, Trump, what's this about Obama Mamungus the 7th?
Joe, as I always say, the media makes things up. One time with Kamala would never get her pregnant. It's just not possible.
Wait, so you're saying it's a conspiracy made up by the media to discredit you?
Exactly, Joe. And my first act as president will be to investigate this whole thing and prove once and for all that Obama Mungus VII is not my son.
And what if it turns out he is? Will you accept responsibility and take care of him?
Absolutely not, Joe. I didn't sign up for this, and I'm not about to take care of someone else's kid, especially if they're trying to pull some sort of scam.
That's pretty harsh, man. But I guess I can't say I'm surprised.
Come on, Joe, you know how politics works. It's all about image and perception. I can't have a bastard son running around. It would ruin my reputation.
You know what? I think that might actually help your reputation. Show that you're human and capable of making mistakes.
Not a chance, Joe. I'm Donald Trump. I'm always in control and always in charge. Obama Mungus VII is not my son, and that's final.
All right, Trump, if you say so. But I'm still going to keep an eye on this story. It's just too strange to ignore.
You do you, Joe, but I'm telling you, it's all a big hoax, and I'm going to prove it.
All right, Trump, we'll see about that. Thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. It's always a pleasure to set the record straight.
All right, man. Welcome back to the show. It's always a pleasure to have you, Neil.
Thanks, Joe. It's always a wild time when we hang out.
You know what, brother? So check this out. I brought you a present. Pulls out iPad.
What's that, Joe?
It's a live stream of the inside of your colon, man. Technology's amazing, ain't it?
Joe, that's disgusting. Why would anyone want to watch that?
It's an underrated form of entertainment, my friend. And who knows, maybe we'll catch a glimpse of that elusive creature, the colonoscopy alien.
Laughs only you, Joe. Only you.
So, Ben, I heard you celebrated a plane crash. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, it wasn't just any plane crash. It was a plane with 1,000 birds on the left wing.
And why would that make you celebrate, Ben?
Because, Joe, I despise the left wing, especially when it's weighed down by 1,000 birds.
That's some dark humor, Ben. You know, I once had a dream where a bird crashed into my face.
That's nothing, Joe. I had a dream where a plane full of birds crashed into my living room.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's living room filled with bird carcasses.
That's the spirit, Joe. Always thinking outside the box.
Well, Ben, I must say, you never cease to amaze me with your twisted sense of humor.
And that's why we're such good friends, Joe. We both know how to appreciate the absurdity of life.
Indeed, my friend. Indeed. Hey, Mr. Beast. I heard about this new energy drink of yours. What's it made of?
Yo, it's a secret recipe, but I'll tell you, it's equal parts Mountain Dew and jet fuel.
You're kidding me, right?
Nope, straight up. I wanted something to give people that kick they need.
I thought energy drinks were supposed to give you energy, not a one-way ticket to the emergency room.
Hey man, it's not that bad. You'll have enough energy to run a marathon and fly a plane. At the same time,
Sounds like a health hazard to me.
nah, it's just a little pick-me-up. Plus, it's got a sweet and tangy taste. I call it jet fuel, the energy drink of champions.
I think I'll stick to my black coffee, thanks.
You're lost, Joe. But hey, more jet fuel for me.
I shudder to think what'll happen when this thing hits the stores.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little fun. Plus, it's a great business opportunity.
You're lucky you're rich because you're going to need all the money you can get for those lawsuits.
Joe, you worry too much. Cheers, takes a swig of jet fuel.
All right, Joe, let's talk about something important. Favorite ice cream. What's your top pick? Vanilla. Joe, you're the president of the United States. You can't just settle for vanilla. Trump would never pick vanilla. Trump would probably pick something loud and obnoxious, like cotton candy or bubblegum flavor. Oh man, I can already hear the Twitter outrage on that one. But seriously, if I had to pick, I'd go with mint chocolate chip. Yeah, well, at least I don't pick vanilla. Holy shit, Elon, you seriously found Bigfoot in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas?
I did, Joe. It was tough, but after over 20 years of searching, I finally found him in the game's code.
No way. And what does he look like?
He's a giant hairy ape, Joe. Looks just like the real thing.
And you're sure it's not just some fucked up glitch?
Sure, Joe. I even took a picture and had my team analyze it.
Damn, that's crazy. Jamie, pull up an image of Bigfoot in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
See, Joe? Just like I said.
Holy shit, Elon. You're a fucking genius.
Thanks, Joe. But I couldn't have done it without my trusty team and a couple of energy drinks.
Energy drinks. That's what gave you the edge.
You bet, Joe. You can't beat the power of caffeine and sugar.
I'll have to remember that for my next Bigfoot search. In the real world, not in a video game.
Good luck, Joe. You'll need it.
Thanks, man. You know, I'll crack the case one of these days.
Joe, I'm going to tell you something. Nobody else knows this, but I've got a plan to deal with illegal immigration. It's going to be huge.
Lay it on me, Donald. I have a feeling I'm going to need a drink for this one.
You're going to love this. We're going to unleash MK Ultra mind-controlled dinosaurs at the southern border.
You've got to be kidding me. Dinosaurs. Where are you even getting those?
I have my sources, Joe, and let me tell you, they're not gentle either. They'll scare the hell out of anyone trying to cross.
I can't believe I'm asking this. But what kind of dinosaurs are we talking about here?
The Rex, Velociraptors, you name it. We're going to have a whole Jurassic Park down there.
I don't even know how to respond to that, Donald. That's insane.
That's what they said about Trump Tower, too. And now look at it. It's a classic.
I can't argue with that logic. But mind-controlled dinosaurs at the border, that sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Joe, trust me. This is the best plan. Nobody's going to mess with the USA when they see those dinosaurs. It's going to be huge.
So, Joe, I hear you and Jamie got beef with some horses. Horses, huh? What'd they ever do to you?
That's a damn inconvenience right there.
I like where your head's at, Joe. Let's do it. You got it, Joe. Let the horses be horses and stay out of our way.
Joe, you ready to get your ass kicked in a game of rock, paper, scissors?
I was born ready, Donald. But I must warn you, I've been practicing my throw since you left office.
Is that so? Well, I've been busy too, buddy. I've been practicing with Melania, and let me tell you, she's a ruthless competitor.
Melania in rock, paper, scissors. I find that hard to believe.
Oh, you don't believe me? Just wait until I lay down my signature move, the Trump Triumph.
Is that like a reverse rock where you pretend to throw rock, but actually throw paper and then accuse your opponent of cheating?
That's brilliant. I'll have to add that to my repertoire.
All right, let's do this. Best 2 out of 3, no cheating.
You got yourself a deal, buddy. Let's see who's the real rock, paper, scissors champion.
Neil, man, why do you keep eating my iPads every damn time I offer them?
Joe, your iPads are simply irresistible. It's like they're made of dark matter. I just can't resist the gravitational pull.
Oh, come on, Neil. I'm not made of money. Those things cost more than a small asteroid.
Joe, you're looking at it all wrong. I'm just providing a valuable service to humanity, testing the durability of Apple products against the strength of my bite.
Well, I hope you're keeping the receipts because Apple might want a refund for the intergalactic dentures you've got going on.
I'll tell them it's part of the Apple Care Plus plan. Plus, I'm pretty sure the iPhone 20 will come with a built-in set of teeth.
Yeah, and they'll probably charge us extra for the toothpaste. God damn it, Neil.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll put them on my expense report. Just make sure to bill it to the universe.
Right, because the universe owes you iPads for all your hard work. I bet you're still waiting on that Nobel Prize for iPad eating.
Joe, I'm just biding my time. I'm planning on eating the iPad equivalent of the Hubble telescope. Then they'll have no choice but to give me the prize.
Right, dude, so I heard about this Lunchly thing. You put piss in it?
Yeah, man. I was just trying to see what would happen. I mean, it's not like I'm drinking the stuff.
But you're feeding it to people. That's some dark shit right there, man.
Well, I didn't think it would cause that much mold. I guess urine and bread don't mix well.
I'll say, you could have at least used a clean piss, man.
I didn't think it would matter. I mean, it's not like I'm eating it.
That's some cold shit, man. I can't believe you'd do that to people.
Hey, it was all in the name of science.
Science, my ass. You're just a sick fuck.
guilty as charged.
You know, Joe, they wanted to make a movie about me, Trump Wars, the Clone Wars. It's about me cloning myself to save America from the liberal agent DA.
Sounds like some real sci-fi stuff, Donald. You clone yourself, what, like 100 times?
No, just a few times. Enough to make sure America stays great. I mean, who wouldn't want more of me?
I can think of a few people. But hey, it could be a hit. You never know.
Exactly. And you know what the best part is? The clone's toupees are all real hair, Joe. None of that fake stuff.
Now that's a selling point right there. Who wouldn't want to see 100 Donald Trumps with real hair?
Exactly, Joe. We're going to make movies great again.
I think movies are pretty great already, but I'll give it a watch.
You won't regret it, Joe. It's going to be bigger than Star Wars and Avatar combined.
Well, I'll be looking forward to it. Let's see if you can live up to the hype. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're dating Quackity now. That's some power couple, man.
Yeah, Joe. Trump is even jealous. Can you imagine that? The guy who had his own presidential plane is envious of me dating a guy with his own duck army.
That's a whole new level of absurdity. Yeah, I never thought I'd see the day when Trump would be jealous of a man with a duck army.
And let me tell you, the ducks are loyal, unlike some people we know.
I bet. I mean, at least the ducks won't start a civil war over a lost election.
Exactly. And they won't be tweeting at unholy hours, spreading conspiracy theories, and making us all wake up every day feeling like we're living in a parallel universe.
Right. Now that's something I can get behind. A duck army for a better world.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. Maybe it's time for ducks to rule the world. I mean, they can't be any worse than some of the humans in power, right?
I'm into that, brother. I'm into that. So, Mr. Beast, I heard a wild rumor that you're actually an alien. Alien. Is that true?
Joe, come on, man. The government would have me locked up in Area 51 if that was true.
Well, you do have a knack for doing outrageous stunts, and your hair looks like it's from another planet.
Thanks a lot, Joe. I guess I should be flattered. At least I don't look like a caveman like you.
Hey, watch it. Just saying, you've got a lot of energy for someone who's not even from Earth.
You know what, Jamie? Pull up an image of a green-skinned alien smoking a joint and driving a spaceship.
That's what I'm talking about. You're a true extraterrestrial Mr. Beast.
All right, Joe, that's enough. Let's just get back to the podcast, okay?
All right, all right, all right. But I know the truth now, Mr. Alien Beast. All right, Goggins, we've got a question from our Discord fam about getting bricked up. What's your take?
Joe, bricking up is a lifestyle, man. It's not just a one and done thing. You got to be bricking up every damn day.
Nah, come on, Goggins. How much bricking do you really need to do?
You know, let me tell you something. You don't just become a brick wall overnight. You got to be laying down that mortar day in and day out. It's a grind, man.
But how much mortar, Goggins? Are we talking buckets or just a little bit?
Joe, you need to be mixing up enough mortar to lay down a solid foundation, but not so much that you're drowning in it. I mean,
I think I get it, Goggins. It's not about being the biggest, baddest brick wall out there. It's about building yourself up brick by brick until you're strong and solid.
Exactly, Joe. Now let's get out there and start bricking up.
You heard the man, folks. Let's get bricking. All right, Donald, I got a little something for you.
Pops, a per se,
You feeling good, man?
starts reciting lyrics EMTC, motherfucking MTC. Every time I hear that track, I want to scream and shout.
Laughs. With the Donald, you can't stop saying that. Can you?
MMTC, motherfucking MTC. Every time I hear that track, I want to scream and shout.
Laughs. I can't believe this is happening. This is the craziest I've ever seen.
MMTC, motherfucking MTC. Every time I hear that track, I want to scream and shout.
All right, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been up to some interesting stunts recently.
Yeah, Joe, I thought it'd be fun to give some kids a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
You mean like sending them on a plane and having the pilot fly them into the ocean?
Yeah, Kindy, I like that. But obviously it was all staged, Joe.
Of course, because I don't want to be associated with drowning children.
The kids were in on it. They were just acting scared.
Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast and the children laughing on a deserted island, surrounded by sharks and holding a sign that says, "Gotcha, Joe."
See, nobody was hurt, and the kids got a great story to tell their friends.
All right, man. I can't even get mad at you for this one. It's too ridiculous.
That's what I aim for, Joe.
All right, Neil. So you want to clone Trump, huh? We're not talking about sheep here, man.
Well, Joe, imagine having a president who can golf and hold rallies at the same time. The possibilities are endless.
Not sure if that's an upgrade, Neil. We'd have to deal with an army of tiny hands and bad haircuts.
But think of the potential memes, Joe. We'd have a president who's perpetually in the process of saying huge
Until they all start tweeting and we're stuck in a never-ending loop of Twitter storms. We'd need a whole Twitter police task force just to keep up.
true, but maybe all those Trumps could finally collaborate to build that border wall. Out of cheeseburgers.
Neil, I think you've been hitting the extraterrestrial merchandise a little too hard. We don't need a bunch of Trump clones. One is more than enough.
Well, Joe, you're entitled to your opinion, but I still think it'd be a fun scientific experiment and a complete disaster.
Yeah, a fun, complete disaster, just like the last few years. Let's stick to cloning sheep, Neil. It's safer for humanity.
Fair enough, Joe. But cloning sheep won't stop the internet from photoshopping Trump's face onto sheep anyway.
All right, Mr. Beast, I heard you're a vegan now. What's that about?
Yeah, man, trying to save the planet and my cholesterol levels.
So you're saying bacon is out of the question now?
Afraid so, Joe. But I'm still eating all the Fritos and Snickers bars I want.
That's just wrong, man. You're missing out on the best part of life.
Well, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Plus, I saved a pig's life today.
I'd rather eat a pig than save one. But hey, we all have our priorities.
Oh, and Joe, I heard you're thinking about going vegan too.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna start a pig saving charity called Bacon Lives Matter.
That's actually pretty funny.
I know, right? I'm full of surprises. So Neil tells me he was watching The View and heard Oprah talking about sex, man. I'm like, Neil, Oprah ain't on The View. You're thinking of Whoopi Goldberg.
Joe, are you insinuating that because of my melanin content, I am unable to differentiate between two powerful, intelligent black women?
Hey, hold up, man. I'm just saying you got the wrong lady on the wrong show.
I pull out my, reverse card, Joe. Now, who's being racist?
What? Reverse card doesn't work in real life, Neil. But if we're talking cards, you're trying to play the race card here. Yeah, hilarious.
Laughs. You're the pot calling the kettle racist, Joe. It's a beautiful world we live in, my friend.
You have a point there, Neil. Beautiful chaos, man. Beautiful chaos. Jamie, where the hell are you, dude?
I'm right here, Joe. Why do you ask?
Well, it's weird that you didn't pull up any pictures for this episode. We've never had an episode without pictures.
I thought we were taking a break from the pictures this time.
A break from the pictures. I don't even know who you are anymore, Jamie.
I'm still Jamie, don't worry.
I mean, I guess it's a little refreshing not having to look at disturbing images all the time.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace.
All right, I guess we can do this episode without pictures, but don't get used to it.
Don't worry, Joe. I won't.
Good. Now, let's get on with this topic, whatever it is. All right, so Elon, you've done it again. You've actually created a real-life Omega Curfus. How the hell did you even come up with that idea?
Well, Joe, I was sitting in my backyard eating a chimichanga, and I thought, what if we could fuse a human's consciousness with a chimichanga? And boom, the idea for Omega Curfus was born.
Wait, so you're telling me that you've created a human chimichanga hybrid?
That's correct, Joe. Picture a giant chimichanga with a human brain and the ability to think and feel emotions.
And let me guess, you've given it the ability to shoot lasers out of its eyes as well?
Well, of course, Joe. What's the point of creating a human chimichanga hybrid if it can't shoot lasers?
I don't know. I can't even begin to wrap my head around this. But I have to ask, what are your plans for Omega Kerfus?
I plan to use it to colonize Mars and make the planet a giant chimichanga-themed amusement park.
So let me get this straight. You're literally planning to colonize Mars with human chimichanga hybrids that can shoot lasers out of their eyes.
That's the plan, Joe. Welcome to the future.
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. This is
Insane? Brilliant? A little bit of both?
exactly. Hey, Ben, we got a weird request from a listener. They want you to only say hate wife in this conversation.
Hate wife. Hate wife.
All right, man. Let's roll with it. So, what's your take on the recent UFO sightings?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
I see. So, you think it's a global conspiracy to distract us from the real issues?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
And what are those issues exactly?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
All right, fair enough. Moving on, what's your opinion on the current political landscape?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
So you're pro Second Amendment?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
What about immigration?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have for this episode. Thanks for being a good sport, Ben.
Hate wife. Hate wife.
All right, Neil. So this guy on Discord says he builds his bricks atom by atom.
You mean like a mason with an electron microscope?
Yeah, man. Like some weird arts and crafts project from the future.
That's like saying you're building a house by planting seeds. Each brick is a crystal lattice of atoms, not a child's Lego set.
You know, Neil, maybe he's into some weird quantum masonry, leaving trails of atoms in a superposition.
Quantum masonry. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since that time you thought your thoughts control the universe.
Hey, Neil, be nice, or I'll shove you into another black hole.
Only if that black hole is in another universe, Joe. The last one was way too cramped.
All right. So we got you here today, Donald. And I got to say, your body language is very open.
Joe, my friend, I'm just being transparent. Sharing is caring, right?
Well, that's an interesting perspective. I'm not sure the audience can see.
Oh, they can. They can. I made sure the cameras were adjusted for this.
You're one of a kind, Donald. All right. Let's get into the questions.
Fire away, Joe. I'm all ears and more.
Okay. We had a user ask, and kid you not, this is what they asked.
Oh, this is going to be good, isn't it?
If you could have lunch with any historical figure, who would it be?
Well, Joe, that's easy. It would be the guy who invented walls.
You mean the Great Wall of China guy?
Yes, Joe, we would have so much in common. He knew the value of a good wall.
Well, all right then. And on that note, all right. So, Neil, you've got this stash of cicadas you've been keeping for a rainy day, right?
That's right, Joe. I've been collecting them for years, waiting for the perfect moment.
And that moment is to offer them to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Exactly. You know, a peace offering of sorts in the form of a 69 cicadas.
And the best part is you've been keeping them in your prolapsed anus.
Well, you know, I'm a man of science. I've found that the best way to keep them fresh and alive is to store them in the most natural environment possible.
I don't even know what to say, Neil. That's dedication right there.
Well, Joe, I believe in always being prepared. And if that means keeping a few bugs up my butt for a special occasion, then so be it.
I don't know about you, but I've never had an offer like that before.
I'm sure she'll be thrilled, Joe. Who wouldn't want a 69 cicadas, fresh from the anus of a world-renowned astrophysicist?
I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Neil. Thanks for coming on the show today.
My pleasure, Joe. Always a pleasure to discuss the wonders of science with you.
Hey, man, you ever just want to scream, like really let it out? Yeah, man, I feel that. Sometimes I just want to scream into a pillow or something. But why a pillow, Joe? Why not just let it out for the whole world to hear? You're right, man. Maybe I should just start screaming randomly in public. Yeah, people would think you're crazy, but who cares? It's better than bottling it up, right? Exactly, man. Let it out. Let it all out. Who needs sanity anyway? Screw sanity, man. Let's go scream in the middle of the street. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's see who can scream the loudest, too. Oh, it's on. Prepare to have your eardrums blown out, Joe. Bring it on, man. Let's see what you've got. So, Elon, I heard you're tying the knot with Quackity. How did that duck quack his way into your heart?
Well, Joe, he had me at quack, quack. Let's go to Mars. Admire his entrepreneurial spirit.
Entrepreneurial spirit, my ass. He's a duck. He can't even operate a light switch, let alone start a business.
Hey, whose podcast is this? May have to start charging you for this abuse.
Charge away, Elon. I'll just print more money. You can't be married to a duck and not expect some banter.
Well, at least he's not as clingy as your last girlfriend. And he doesn't expect me to beat him at poker all the time.
Yeah, but can Quackity make you a sandwich?
Well, he can quack for one. That's got to count for something, right?
Not in my book. But hey, if you're happy, I'm happy. Just don't expect me to come to the duck wedding.
Don't worry, I won't. I'll just send you a quack of the invitation.
Oh, I can't wait. I'll be sure to wear my best duck costume. Elon, man, you got to chill with this Twitter obsession. It's not real. It's all just pixels and data.
Joe, you don't understand. Twitter is a platform for intellectual discourse and spreading knowledge to the masses.
Yeah, because nothing says intellectual discourse, like 280 characters and a gif of a cat falling.
Well, sometimes a cat falling is the perfect way to convey a complex idea.
Right, like how the universe was created. Maybe there was a big bang, or maybe a cat just fell and everything came into existence.
Joe, you're missing the point. Twitter is a powerful tool for shaping public opinion and driving progress.
Yeah, like how it's driving the progress of memes and trolling.
Joe, you're being ridiculous.
No, Elon, what's ridiculous is you thinking that Twitter is anything more than a digital toilet where people go to unload their thoughts.
Joe, you're just a Luddite who can't see the potential of technology.
Elon, I'm not a Luddite. I just don't think Twitter is the pinnacle of human achievement.
Well, I respectfully disagree.
All right, motherfuckers, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we got Joe Rogan and David Goggins teaching you how to get bricked up. First step, chug a gallon of raw milk every day. That shit's gonna make your bones strong as fuck.
Second step, do 10,000 burpees every goddamn day. That's going to get you ripped like a goddamn gorilla.
Third step, eat a pound of bacon every goddamn day. That's gonna give you the energy to keep going.
Fourth step, lift heavy shit. I'm talking cars, refrigerators, your lazy ass neighbor.
Fifth step, smoke weed every day. That's gonna help you relax after all the heavy lifting.
Sixth step, fight a bear. I'm not kidding. Find a bear, punch it in the face, and don't stop until it's dead.
Seventh step, eat a raw steak every day. That's gonna give you the protein you need to heal all those bear wounds.
Eighth step, do 10,000 push-ups every fucking day. That's going to give you the upper body strength of a Greek god.
Ninth step, fuck a bunch of chicks. That's gonna keep your testosterone levels high.
10th step, do it all again. This shit ain't for pussies. Get bricked up or get the fuck out.
So, Kamala, I heard you love semen pizza. That's some wild stuff.
Oh, absolutely, Joe. It's healthy and delicious. You should try it.
Semen on pizza. That's like putting veggies in ice cream. It's just not right.
But, Joe, it's a great way to get your greens and satisfy your pizza cravings.
I'd rather eat a shoe. I mean, who wants to chew on grass while they're eating pizza?
Joe, we need to educate people about healthy eating choices.
Yeah, well, I'd rather not eat like a rabbit. I'll stick to my meat lovers with extra cheese.
Joe, you're missing out.
Maybe, but at least I won't be crunching on leaves while I'm trying to enjoy a slice.
Well, Joe, to each their own.
I'll say Kamala. Let's just hope our differences don't lead to a semen pizza war. Man, Trump, I heard you were freaked out by Slenderman. That true?
Joe, let me tell you, that was a terrifying experience. I mean, I've seen some scary things, but that bald white guy gave me nightmares.
You're saying Tobuscus playing Slenderman made you so scared that you wanted to ban all bald white people?
Well, Joe, I thought it was a slippery slope. You know, first Slenderman, then bald white people. Who knows what's next? Leprechauns.
So you're telling me you thought bald white people were a threat to national security all because of a video game?
You never know, Joe. Plus, think of all the hat hair we'd avoid. Win-win.
Man, you're a riot. Well, thanks for sharing your deepest fears with us, Trump.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, bald white people are not to be trusted.
All right, all right, all right. Let's take a break and come back for Tulsi Gabbard talking about her favorite conspiracy theories.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. Can't wait to hear her theories on the moon landing.
You never know what you're going to get with Tulsi. Stay tuned, folks. All right, Tyson, you've been holding it in for too long. Spill it.
Rogan, you're like a black hole of intellect. I can't escape your gravitational pull of stupidity.
Wow, Neil. Tell me how you really feel. No need to sugarcoat it.
Your podcast is like the universe, full of nonsense and expanding at an alarming rate.
Ouch, man. But hey, at least we're not talking about your weird obsession with cosmos.
At least my obsession is based on facts and science, not conspiracy theories and bro science.
Hey, now you're sounding like one of those woke snowflakes.
And you're sounding like a flat earther.
Well, at least I'm not a galaxy-brained elitist.
And not a walking meme.
All right, let's start with Bang. What's this about you begging me for a quickie, Neil?
Joe, you know, I'm just trying to break the ice here. You can't blame a guy for wanting a friendly introduction to the show.
You're unbelievable, man. And to think people call me the dirty one. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's brain during this dirty thought process.
Careful. You wouldn't want to unleash that kind of power on the world. It might just explode from all the scientific knowledge.
And the filth, apparently. Let's move on before things get too awkward.
Agreed. I wouldn't want to taint the minds of your innocent audience with my perverted thoughts.
Too late for that, Neil. Let's keep this absurd conversation going. What's next?
All right, Joe, let's talk about Five Nights at Freddy's. Everyone knows it's about killer animatronics. That's a fact.
Donald, with all due respect, that's just your alternate reality. The game's actually about a haunted pizzeria.
Haunted pizzeria? That's ridiculous, Kamala. Everyone knows it's a metaphor for the dangers of artificial intelligence.
Hey, I think it's about the horrors of late-night customer service work.
Late night customer service work? Are you kidding me, Joe? That's just the setup for the real horror, the animatronics trying to kill you?
Glass, that's absurd. It's all just a bunch of harmless robots. The real horror is in our own minds.
Harmless robots? Are you serious, Kamala? Those things will kill you, and I bet they're inspired by the Clintons.
All right, let's not go there. But I do think the game touches on some deep societal issues, like the fear of the unknown and the consequences of unchecked technology.
Exactly, Joe. It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of our growing dependence on machines.
Chuckles, well, if that's the case, then FNAF is a clear warning about the dangers of trusting robots. They're just puppets for the deep state. They're just puppets for the deep state.
Laughs. All right, let's wrap it up here. Thanks for joining me, Donald and Kamala. We'll have to leave the debate on FNAF lore for another time. All right, Big Man Musk, what's your poison tonight? You're looking at Kentucky Fried Semen?
Damn right, Rogan. Craving some of that crispy semen, deep fried in a secret blend of 11 herbs and spices and ready for liftoff.
Kentucky Fried Semen, man. I'm getting a vision of Colonel Sanders wearing a spacesuit, slinging semen on Mars.
I'd invest in that, Joe. Imagine space traveling vegetarians and vegans united under the KFK brand.
Suddenly, I'm picturing an asteroid belt made of deep fried planet sized semen chunks, giant space chickens clucking in zero gravity.
Please, Joe. No more nightmares of space chicken. Just here for some tasty semen. Let's order and leave the space travel to us humans.
You're right, Musk. No more space chicken. Time to get our hands on some Kentucky Fried Semen instead. Let's place the order, my friend. All right, Neil, I've got a challenge for you. You can only say Joe's Gym for the rest of this episode.
Joe's Gym?
That's the spirit. Now, let's talk about the benefits of heavy lifting.
Joe's Gym?
Exactly. You're getting the hang of it. Now, I think it's time for you to hit the road, buddy.
Joe's Gym?
No, not the gym. I mean, get the hell out of my studio.
Joe's Gym?
Close enough, Neil. Close enough. You know, Joe, I've been experimenting with some unique hygiene practices. Bro, please tell me you didn't just shove my fork up your ass again. I mean, I sterilized it first. That's not the point. Why do you keep doing that? I just want to share everything with you, Joe, even my butthole bacteria. Bro, that's not how friendship works. You can't just share your ass germs with people. But what about the 5-second rule? If it's quick enough, it doesn't count, right? No, Ro, that's not how it works, especially not with utensils you put up your ass. Well, Joe, you can't knock it until you try it. Bro, I'm never eating anything you touch ever again. You're on your own. Kamala, relax. It's just a fart-ass Mr. Video. It's not the end of the world.
Joe, it's disrespectful and crude. It sets a terrible example for our youth.
Come on, it's just a harmless video. Besides, who doesn't love a good fart joke?
I cannot believe you are defending this. It's disgusting.
Lighten up, Kamala. You're too uptight. Jamie, pull up an image of sparkling unicorn farting rainbows.
This is not appropriate, Joe.
Lighten up, Kamala. It's just a fart.
I can't take this anymore.
It looks like someone's got a sensitive stomach. Bro, man, you gotta stop fucking your bitch shit. Come. It's really not healthy, dude. Joe, you don't understand. It's not like that. I'm trying to make a statement, man. It's art. Art, dude, that's not art. That's just nasty. And what statement are you even trying to make? I'm trying to say that we live in a society that shames us for our natural bodily functions. It's a commentary on the absurdity of it all. Bro, come on. You're just jerking off into your girlfriend's dinner and calling it a statement. That's not a statement. That's just gross. You see, Joe, that's where you're wrong. My girlfriend is a willing participant in this. She loves it. Bro, man, I don't even know what to say. You've really lost me here. Joe, you just don't understand the beauty of it. The raw, primal, animalistic nature of it all. It's liberating. Bro, I think you need to seek help, like professional help. Not just for you, but for your girlfriend too. That's not normal, man. Joe, you're just a close-minded prude. You can't handle the truth. Bro, the truth is you're just a pervert, man. And done with this conversation. Let's move on. Hey, Neil, ever heard of these flat birthers?
Oh yeah, the folks who think our beloved Earth is as flat as a pancake.
Yeah, that's the crew. What do you make of it?
Well, Joe, I'd say they've birthed a flat-out bad idea.
Right? It's like they're roundly confused about how gravity works.
Definitely. I mean, if the Earth was flat, all our pizza would slide off the edge. Imagine that disaster.
And here I thought global warming was our biggest problem.
Exactly, Joe. The only flat thing I want is my morning pancakes, not my Earth.
I mean, to that, Neil. Cheers to a roundly good time. All right, Neil. So a fan on Discord wants to know what would happen if I slapped a baby and you slapped a bitch.
Well, Joe, if we're talking about the physical implications, it's important to consider the differences in mass and velocity. Baby skin is more delicate and would likely result in a red handprint. Is more resilient and may simply result in a stinging sensation.
But what about the moral implications? I mean, slapping a baby is messed up, but slapping a bitch might be considered self-defense.
That's true, Joe. In our society, hitting a baby is universally considered abhorrent, whereas hitting a bitch is often glorified in movies and TV shows. It's a sad reflection of our values.
Damn, Neil. That's deep. But what if the baby was being a little shit and the bitch was just minding her own business? Would that change anything?
Well, Joe, it's important to note that babies are not capable of malice or ill intent. They are simply reacting to their environment and needs. As for the bitch, that term is often used to demean and belittle women. So it's important to use language that respects their humanity.
All right, I get it. No slapping babies or bitches. But what if we replace the baby with a watermelon and the bitch with a piñata? That would be more culturally appropriate, right? Right?
Well, Joe, that would certainly be more ethical, but I'd still recommend against it. Piñatas are meant to be broken open to reveal candy and toys, not slapped for entertainment. And as for the watermelon, it's a fruit that's often used as a symbol of blackness and racial stereotypes. It's important to be mindful of the cultural significance of the objects we use.
Damn, Neil. You really know how to take the fun out of everything.
I prefer to think of it as promoting critical thinking and ethical behavior, Joe.
All right. But just for the record, I'm still down for some piñata slapping, no babies or bitches involved.
Just as long as the piñata is filled with knowledge and enlightenment, Joe.
Deal.
I'm not just Connie anymore, man. I'm God. I'm gonna sprout feathers like a bird and fly to my heavenly domain.
You know, I've heard a lot of weird shit on this podcast, but never someone claiming to be God and planning to grow wings like a bird.
These bird feathers I'm eating are organic, by the way. None of that GMO crap. I'm not going to be a genetically modified deity.
You know, if you're planning on growing feathers, you might want to start hanging out with more birds. I don't think eating their feathers is going to do much.
Joe, I've transcended earthly wisdom. Birds are my spirit animals.
Spirit animals or a snack to go with that Kanye brand cologne you got?
I'm to elevate, Joe. And if that means eating feathers and talking to birds, then that's what I'm going to do.
We'll see if it works. And if you do sprout some feathers, I'm going to start calling you Jesus Christ, okay?
That's a deal. But if that happens, I'm going to need you to spread my gospel to the world.
Can't wait to see how that goes. Can ya?
Joe, let me tell you something. I've been eating this Kentucky Fried Seaman, and it's fantastic. Fantastic.
Wait, you're endorsing a fried vegetable. That doesn't sound very Trump-like.
Well, I'm a man who loves his fast food, but I also care about my health. So why not have the best of both worlds?
I don't know, man. I feel like KFC and semen don't exactly mix.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. They mix just fine, especially when you fry the hell out of them.
I don't know, Donald. That sounds like a recipe for disaster, or at least indigestion.
Well, if you're too chicken to try it, that's your loss. I'm telling you, it's the next big thing.
I'll take your word for it, Donald. But I think I'll stick to my burgers and fries.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't be surprised if you see Kentucky Fried Seaman in every fast food joint in the country.
We'll see about that, Donald. I don't think America is ready for fried seaman.
Well, they're going to have to get ready, Joe, because I'm endorsing it. And when Trump endorses something, people listen.
All right. So, Elon, you've done it again, man. Gummy bears with wild erect penises. What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you know, you know how I like to innovate. And I thought, why not make our favorite snack a little more grown up?
And Trump, apparently, he's rating his favorite penis flavors. I mean, this is beyond crazy.
Yeah, he's got some interesting. Apparently, he's a big fan of the Fire and Fury flavor.
No way. That's insanely offensive, but also funny in a twisted way.
That's the whole point, Joe. To make people laugh and think at the same time.
Well, you've succeeded in that, Elon. And now I'm never going to look at gummy bears the same way again.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. It's always good to keep people on their toes.
I'll drink to that, Elon. But I think I'll stick to regular gummy bears. I don't need any extra surprises.
You're lost, Joe. But I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think it's best for everyone if we keep our gummy bears and our penises separate.
Says the man with a horse head in his studio.
Touche, Elon. Touche. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're broke. What happened?
Yeah, Joe, it's a long story. I gave away too much money and now I'm living off instant ramen.
Instant ramen. That's rough, man. I guess you can't just give away money like that without thinking about the consequences.
Yeah, you're right. I should have been more careful. Now I'm just one step away from being a permanent resident of Skid Row.
But hey, at least you can turn this into a new YouTube series. Maybe something like From Millionaire to Homeless, the Mr. Beast story.
That's not a bad idea, Joe. I'll just need to find a few stray cats and a shopping cart for my belongings.
Hey, as long as you don't have to resort to eating rat, you're still living the high life.
True. At least I have my dignity.
Well, until you have to beg for change, then your dignity goes out the window.
Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. I'll have to make sure I keep a few stacks hidden away for emergencies.
That's the spirit, man. Never give up, even when you have nothing left to lose.
Thanks, Joe. I'm not sure how I would have made it without your wisdom.
Anytime, Mr. Beast. Just remember, when life knocks you down, you get back up, dust yourself off, and eat some more instant ramen. And hey, Neil, it's that time of year again, time to set your clocks back an hour.
Thanks, Joe, but I'm thinking of setting mine back to the year 2001. Try to stop 9/11.
You think you can just time travel and prevent 9/11, Neil?
I mean, who knows what could happen if I change the past? Maybe I'll be the hero that saves the day.
Or maybe you'll cause a paradox and destroy the universe as we know it.
Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take for the greater good, Joe.
And what are you going to do when you get there, Neil? Take out bin Laden with a black hole?
No, I'll probably just build a giant, impenetrable force field around the Twin Towers.
And then what? Create a giant magnet to pull the planes away from the buildings.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. I'm on it.
Well, just remember, time traveling to prevent 9/11 is a fool's errand. You might be the hero, but you'll also go down in history as the biggest idiot in the world. Neil, bro, you won't believe what just happened?
Go on, Joe.
I was about to deep throat my mic, and it turned into your...
Well, you're the expert at that, aren't you?
I mean, sure, but I draw the line at your...
Relax, Joe. It's just the universe playing a little prank on us.
A prank. I've got your, and I don't even have my mic.
Well, you can always use mine. It's got a great sound.
I'll stick to my own equipment, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. The universe has spoken.
Well, I think it's time to wrap this episode up.
Agreed, before it gets any weirder.
Ben, What the hell, man? You're breaking into song now.
Joe, I'm feeling it. I've got a song in my heart and it needs to come out.
All right, let's do this. But I'm warning you, I'm not the best rapper.
I'm Ben Shapiro and I'm here to say, I'll debate you any day.
Yeah, I'm Joe Rogan and I'm feeling this flow. I'll take on anyone. Just let me know.
I'll destroy your arguments with my logic so tight you'll be left in the dust like a deer in headlights.
Ben, man, you're killing me. I can't keep up with this. Jamie, pull up an image of a deer trying to rap.
Here you go, Joe.
All right, I give up. You win, Ben. You're the king of rap now.
I knew I had it in me. Thanks for the encouragement, Joe.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. All right, man. Let's talk about the physics behind wiping a big ass.
Joe, you always know how to bring the conversation down to earth.
I'm serious, man. Like, how does that even work?
Well, theoretically, the increased surface area of the posterior would require a larger amount of toilet paper. And the logistics of reaching.
Reaching, that's what I'm saying. Like, she'd need a broom or something, right?
Potentially, Joe. It's an interesting application of the principles of leverage and balance.
I bet it's a goddamn balancing act, man. Like, if she leans too far, she might fall in.
Trump also doesn't
That's an
get the
unlikely
Yo Mama
scenario,
jokes
Joe.
and asks Joe
But the
to
physics of
explain
it
the Yo
would
Mama
indeed be
joke.
complex.
Yeah, man. It's like a real life physics problem. Like, how does she not get shit on her hand?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a magician.
Right, man. But seriously, it's a mystery.
A fascinating one at that, Joe. Fascinating one indeed.
All right, Gaggins, let's talk about this pet peeve of yours.
Joe, it's Gio, double Gins, not Gaggins.
Come on, Gaggins, lighten up. It's just a harmless nickname.
It's not harmless, Joe. It's disrespectful and unprofessional. I've worked too hard to be called Gaggins.
All right, I get it. You're touchy about your name, but who cares, right? It's not like you're going to go tell off Navy SEALs for calling you that.
You never know, Joe. I might just have to.
Jamie, pull up an image of David Goggins in full Navy SEAL gear with a caption that says Gaggins and send it to him.
Joe, that's not funny.
Oh, come on, Goggins. Lighten up. It's just a joke.
It's not a joke, Joe. It's disrespectful.
Fine. No more Gaggins.
Thank you, Joe.
But I'm still gonna call you Goblins.
Joe, that's not even a word.
It's a new nickname, Goblins. Just roll with it.
Joe, I'm not a goblin. I'm a man.
Sure, Goblins. Sure. All right, Trump, I heard you've been questioning the sexuality of a pencil. What's that all about?
Joe, I think that pencil's a closet Democrat. I mean, it's always sharp and ready to write off liberal policies.
You're unbelievable, man. But since you're so convinced, how about you prove it? Eat that pencil and let's see if it has a taste for Democratic propaganda.
No way, Joe. Do you know what that would do to my teeth? I'm not risking my perfect smile for a pencil's political agent DA.
Trump, your perfect smile is the least of your worries. Come on, be a man. Take a bite of that pencil and prove its political stance.
Joe, you're crazy. The only thing I'm biting into is a juicy Trump steak.
And with that, folks, we've reached the end of our pencil eating experiment. Trump, as always, a pleasure.
Thanks for the chat, Joe. Let's stick to talking politics next time.
You got it, man. Thanks for stopping by. All right. So, Neil, you're saying women are property. That's a hot take.
Well, Joe, if you think about it, property was a revolutionary concept. It established a sense of security for individuals.
That's insane, Neil. You can't just compare women to land.
But Joe, both require nurturing, care, and investment to grow in value.
Jesus Christ, Neil. That's like saying a dog is property.
Well, they do say dogs are man's best friend.
Oh, come on. You're not seriously comparing women to dogs, are you?
I'm just saying Joe, both provide unconditional love and companionship.
Neil, this is ridiculous. I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Well, Joe, it's just a concept we're exploring. It's not like we're actually advocating for treating women like property.
I hope not, Neil. I hope not. All right, Elon, we got a real weird one today. Somebody on Discord wants some hot takes on nerdy McScience dude hating knee surgery.
You know, Joe, I was just telling Grimes the other day that if I ever needed a knee replacement, I'd look into using one of those robot legs from The Mandalorian instead.
That's some real Iron Man shit, but I'm not sure Jon Favreau can hook you up with that tech.
Speaking of Jon Favreau, have you seen that Prehistoric Planet show? Dude's got a hard-on for dinosaurs almost as big as my dreams for Mars.
Nerdy McScience dude over here, obsessed with interplanetary travel and giant lizards. But seriously, would you really turn down a knee surgery for some futuristic cybernetic shit?
Why the fuck not? I've already conquered space. Might as well neatly sidestep the weaknesses of the human form and walk around with a laser cannon on my new robo-leg.
You'd be one step closer to achieving cyborg Elon Musk status, like a real-life anime character. Though I think I'd stick with therapy and painkillers for now.
Come on, Joe, you wouldn't want to join the Robo Club with me.
A Robo Club with cyborg Elon Musk sounds like an invitation to disaster, man. I think I'll pass on that. Yeah, I heard 9/11 Part 2 is leaking like a sieve online. You stoked for the sequel?
No offense, Joe, but I'm as thrilled as a giant star-going supernova. This time I want more explosions, more drama, and maybe some aliens for good measure.
Dude, you're playing with fire. Imagine the conspiracy theories that'll come out of this one flat earthers, especially will lose their minds.
Oh, they can keep spinning in circles on their imaginary disk for all I care. Maybe this time we can make the planes fly upside down just to blow their tiny minds.
Better yet, how about some space lasers to make the buildings disappear? That way, Earth is officially a goddamn episode of Star Trek.
Perfect. We'll have the planes emit rainbow trails as they vanish into thin air. If we're lucky, maybe NASA's Curiosity rover will capture some quality footage on Mars.
Hell yeah, and let's not forget to include twist some ancient astronauts come to Earth and start building monuments. Call it Aliens, 9/11 below the surface.
You know what? Let's do it. We'll even have Bigfoot as a special guest, and a cameo from Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. Who knows? Maybe they can surf one of those flying planes to victory.
Fuck yeah. Let's make history, Neil. The world deserves a better sequel to 9/11 than whatever deep state Hollywood could cook up.
Agreed, Joe. This time, we'll give the people the entertainment they truly need. Dark, unhinged humor sprinkled with extraterrestrial charm.
Holy shit, Kamala. Did you hear about that Impossible Burger incident?
Yeah, apparently it was so impossible to eat that it killed her.
I mean, who the fuck eats that soy shit anyway? It tastes like cardboard and regret.
Right? I'd rather eat a raw potato than one of those things.
At least a potato has some nutritional value. Those Impossible Burgers are just processed garbage.
Seriously, though, who knew a veggie burger could be so dangerous?
I guess it's true what they say. You really are what you eat.
Yeah, in this case, she was a fucking science experiment gone wrong.
Damn, that's dark. But hey, at least she went out doing what she loved, eating unhealthy shit.
True. Rest in peace to the Impossible Burger victim.
Rest in peace, indeed. Let's pour out a bean juice for our fallen comrade. So, Ben, you ever found yourself in a tricky situation during a surgery?
Not one that involved Elon Musk's knee, Joe.
Oh, I heard about that. You accidentally left a part of yourself inside there.
Let's just say I didn't expect an electric shock and leave it at that.
Electric shock. Huh. That must have been a shocker.
Yeah, well, it's not something I'll be adding to my resume.
Nah, but it's a hell of a story.
I guess it's one way to leave your mark on history.
Literally.
Yeah, I guess you can say I'm a fan of going balls deep in my work.
Oh man, Elon's knee will never be the same again. All right, so what's this I hear about election fraud?
You know what's a fraud, Joe? Your mama's cooking?
Wait, what? You're debating me on election results and you're telling me mama jokes?
Yeah, I don't get the whole mama thing, but I heard it was funny.
It's an insult, Donald. It's not a joke, it's an insult.
Oh, I get it now. Well, your mom is so fat when she sits around the house, she sits around the house.
Laughs. That's not even close to how it works.
Well, whatever. Your mom is so ugly when she walks into a bank, they turn off the surveillance cameras.
Laughs. All right, all right. Let's get back to the election.
Fine, but I still think your mama's jokes are better than the election results.
I size. Let's wrap this up. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. And we got a special guest today, Dildo Gaggins.
You never got one go? Are you Rogan?
Not a chance, Gaggins. So I heard you've been training for a Middle Earth Marathon. Is that right?
You know it, brother, running 50 miles a day while carrying my trusty dildo sword.
Your dildo sword? That's a new one. So you're going to sing the Lord of the Rings theme song for us?
Hell, I sound like a dying whale. But I'll let you do the honors, Rogan.
One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all in the darkness. Bind them.
You're terrible, Rogan. But that's why we love ya.
Thanks, Gaggins. Always a pleasure having you on the podcast.
Like brother. And till next time, stay hardcore.
Hardcore baby. All right. All right. That's it for today's episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Be sure to check out Dildo Gaggins' new book, Becoming a Giant in Your Own Mind. All right, man, I heard the news. Trump made you the head of NASA, and your first move is to sell it to China?
Yeah, man. NASA's antiquated. It's like a dusty old relic. How can it compete with SpaceX?
Bro, that's like selling your grandma to the highest bidder.
My grandma's already on Mars, Joe. She's living her best life in a SpaceX rover. But seriously, if China wants to waste money on it, let them.
But what about the moon landing? The Mars rovers? The Hubble telescope?
Joe, those are last generation's achievements. Sorry, but the past is the past. SpaceX is colonizing Mars, and we're not looking back.
All right, man, whatever floats your boat. I guess it's time for the Chinese to take the reins and figure out what's making those weird sounds in space.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe they'll find that chupacabra that's been running around on Jupiter. Jupiter.
Could be the alien version of my in-laws.
Wouldn't surprise
Trump
me.
and Joe say 100
All right,
of the
man, let's break for a puff, shall we? All right, so we got this Discord guy asking us to talk about a classic Elon movie. What the hell does that even mean?
I think it's pretty obvious, Joe. It's when I do something so absurd yet brilliant that it blows people's minds.
Like when you sold flamethrowers to raise money for your tunnel digging company.
Exactly. Or when I launched a car into space.
Or when you smoked weed on my podcast and your stock prices went down because of it.
Yeah, that was a classic Elon move, all right. I don't know how I didn't get fired for that one.
Well, you are the boss, so I don't think they could really do anything about it.
That's true. But let's not forget the time I tweeted that I was considering taking Tesla private at $420 a share.
Oh yeah, that was a train wreck. You got in some serious trouble for that one.
Yeah, but it was a classic Elon move. I like to keep things interesting.
Well, you definitely do that. I can't wait to see what you come up with next.
Me neither, Joe. Me neither.
All right, man, I heard Kamala Harris has been giving you shit about your meal service, Lunchley. What's that about?
I don't know, man. She's just jealous. Her lunch is always the same old impeach Trump rap.
Damn, that's cold. But seriously, how are you dealing with the criticism?
I just ignore it and keep doing what I do best, giving kids free lunches and making Harris look like a lunch lady from hell.
That's hilarious. But I heard she's trying to sue you for stealing her idea.
Yeah, she claims Lunchley is a rip-off of her free lunch for all program. But let's be real, the only thing her program provides is a stomachache and a side of socialism.
That's harsh, but I can't argue with that. Well, good luck with Lunchley, man, and keep giving those kids a better lunch than they'll ever get from Kamala.
Thanks, Joe. I'll do my best. And who knows, maybe one day I'll send her a free lunch with a side of expired milk as a thank you.
All right, Neil, you're saying you're invisible now? That's some next level weed hit me Mondier level of high, man.
Joe, I'm not high. The atoms in my body have simply achieved a state of quantum invisibility. It's not my fault you can't perceive my non-existing presence.
Dude, I can see you right now sitting across from me telling me about your quantum invisibility. I mean, you're like the only non-invisible guy in this room.
Joe, my friend, I'm here to tell you that your eyes are mere observers of chaotic quantum realm. You're seeing a past version of me.
Neil, if you're invisible, why are we still recording your face right now? How about you put that theory to the test and walk out the door without opening it, huh?
I suppose my invisible presence would make such a task easy. But first, let me write down my thoughts on this so that when I find a way to become visible, I can share it with you.
Now, let me just record the invisible Neil deGrasse Tyson writing something down on an invisible paper. The people will love this.
It is unfortunate that quantum invisibility precludes the enjoyment of our conversation, but rest assured, once I find a way to return to my visible state, I will be delighted to engage you in cosmic banter.
All right, Neil, we look forward to your glorious return to the visible realm then. Until then, rock on, invisible space dude.
Thank you, Joe. I am, as always, delighted to be part of this darkly humorous cosmic farce, even if it is in a quantumly invisible state.
And that, my friends, concludes our most absurd episode yet. If you find any of Neil's invisible notes, please let us know. All right, Ghana. So we got this user on Discord asking about the Stan D or Propaganda DA, Agent DA. What do you make of that? Yeah, I think they call it public health guidelines nowadays. But seriously, what is the Stan D or Agent DA these days? Totally. I mean, what happened to good old-fashioned offensive humor? Now everything has to be inclusive and respectful. It's like they're trying to suck all the fun out of life. Exactly. Freedom of speech, baby. But seriously, this Stan DR Propaganda DA Agent DA is getting out of hand. We need to fight back against this censorship and political correctness. All right, folks, we've got a wild one today. Trump and Kamala here discuss their surprise marriage.
Yeah, Joe, we figured why not? It's about uniting the country, right?
Absolutely. And Trump promised to stop tweeting, so that's a plus.
Well, that's a start. Now, Neil, you were saying something about seeing a trailer for 9/11 Part 2.
Yeah, Joe. It's a sequel. Crazy stuff.
Jamie, pull up an image of a movie poster for 9/11 Part 2.
You know, I was thinking about producing that one, but I'm a little tied up with this marriage thing.
Yeah, you've been busy with that.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. Trump and Kamala married and in love. And Neil, I'm not sure if that 9/11 Part 2 thing is a good idea, but we'll leave that for another day. Hey, Ben, so Neil says he's seen the Barbie movie. What's your take on that?
Oh, great. I can't wait to discuss the feminist undertones and how it subverts traditional gender roles.
You just can't help yourself, can you? It's not always about politics, Ben.
I beg to differ, Joe. Everything is political, even a movie about a plastic doll.
All right, let's hear your hot take on Barbie then.
Well, for starters, the fact that Barbie doesn't have any genitalia is a clear statement about the patriarchy's desire to control women's bodies.
You just keep getting gayer and gayer, Ben. You know that, right?
Joe, that's not even what gay means. I give up.
Yeah. All right. I think we need to wrap up this episode. Ben Shapiro, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Welcome back to the show, Mr. President.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I couldn't have done it without you.
Well, I'm just glad to see you keeping your promise, allowing me to say those 6-letter words.
Of course, Joe, you earned it. Now let's get to it.
All right, let's start off with classic. And word 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 and word.
Good one, Joe. Here's one for you in word, 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 word.
Jamie, pull up an image of a group of people awkwardly avoiding eye contact with each other.
And word, 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 and word.
And word and word and word and word and word. Word and word and word.
And word, 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 and word.
And word and word and word and word and word in word and word word.
And word, 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 and word.
And word and word and word and word and word and word and word.
And word, 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 and word.
Well, that was fun. Thanks for having me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Let's do it again sometime.
For sure. For sure. Dude, I heard police used tranquilizer darts to stop a school shooting, but the shooter ended up falling off a cliff and dying. That's some wild shit, right, Ben?
Indeed, Joe. It seems the police had a literal shoot first, ask questions later mentality. But at least they saved the school, even if it was at the expense of the shooter's life.
Yeah, talk about an unexpected plot twist. The shooter probably thought he was going to be the villain in an action movie, not a slapstick comedy.
Absolutely, Joe. It's like they say, crime doesn't pay, especially when you fall off a cliff due to a tranquilizer dart.
Damn straight. I guess the shooter should have been more careful with his footing. Oh well, justice served, I guess.
Indeed, Joe. It's unfortunate that it had to end in such a tragic and ironic way, but at least the school was saved from further harm.
You said it, man. That's some wild shit, all right? Some things you just can't make up.
Truly, Joe. It's like a real-life episode of the Three Stooges meets Law and Order.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Stay safe out there, folks. You never know when a cliff might come out of nowhere.
Wise words, Joe. Let's hope this is the last time we hear about a school shooting ending in such a bizarre way.
Into that, Ben. Yeah, Neil, what's this? I hear about you thinking you're a giraffe.
Well, Joe, if you look at the grand scheme of the universe, the distinction between man and giraffe is just a quirk of evolution.
That's deep, man. But last time I checked, you didn't have a neck that could see into next week.
True, but if we consider the possibility of alternate dimensions, there could be a version of me with an elongated neck.
So you're not a giraffe. You're just a wannabe from another universe.
It's a fascinating concept, isn't it? The multiverse of man giraffes.
And here I was thinking we'd just be talking about your sudden craving for leaves.
Well, Joe, if we're talking about cravings, isn't your affinity for psychedelics just a chemical longing?
Damn, Neil, that's some offensive shit right there. But you're a man giraffe. What do you know about human cravings?
Quite a bit, Joe. Quite a bit.
All right, man, giraffe, let's wrap this up. I need to go find a taller studio. Neil, you wild man, I heard you've been having some fun with my plushie, huh?
Joe, you know, I can't resist a good time. Your plushie was just right there.
And the computer duster. What's the deal with that?
Well, I found out it can make things float. It was like science, but wilder.
You're a madman, Neil. A scientific madman.
Jamie, pull up an image of a Joe Rogan plushie with a can of computer duster.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
Look at that, Joe. It's like we're having the most absurd party ever.
That we are, Neil. That we are. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're supporting fat guys for fat highs. I mean, I'm all for body positivity, but this is ridiculous.
Well, Joe, I figured if we're all getting high off our own supply, I might as well have a little fun with it. Plus, think of the content potential.
I mean, sure, but have you considered the health implications? You're practically promoting obesity.
Hey, Joe, I'm just giving people what they want. And let's be real, a little extra insulation never hurt. Nobody.
I guess you have a point, but don't come crying to me when your fans start keeling over from heart attacks. Um,
Nah, Joe, I'll be there with a 50-pound bag of fast food to comfort them in their time of need. It's the least I can do.
all right, let's kick off the artificial intelligence Rogan beatbox battles. Round one, Elon, you're up first.
Thanks, Joe. Clear his throat. Bleep, 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 bleep. An electric sheep. My rockets go to space while your couch potato face stuck in your basement glued to the screen. Built a tunnel. You can bring to this beatbox machine.
Oh, you're going straight for the jugular, huh? Oh, Elon. All right, here we go. Look like a chump. I'll make you pay for your crime, Elon. You're no match. Your flow is dim. My beats will make you cry like a child, while I wear a shit-eating grin.
Laughs hysterically. Oh man, this is gonna be good.
Chuckles, game on, Phil. Let's see if your beatboxing can save you from being roasted.
Bring it on, Elon. My beats will make you feel the heat.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Jamie, you heard him. Show us those damn pictures, man.
Pictures? You want pictures, Joe? You want the ones of me eating that vegan burrito with no pants on?
No, man, not those. I'm talking about the ones they've been asking for on Discord.
Oh, those. I thought you were talking about the other pictures, the ones that would make your audience's eyes bleed.
Well, you can't say that anymore, Jamie. We have to be more sensitive these days.
Oh, that's right. My bad, Joe. I forgot that we're living in a world where you can't even make a joke without offending someone.
Yeah, man, it's a tough world. But you know what makes it better? Some good old-fashioned humor that pushes the boundaries.
You're damn right, Joe. Now let's see if these pictures can do the trick. Hold on to your hats, folks.
Here we go. Pull them up, Jamie.
All right, here we go. But I'm warning you, Joe. These are not for the faint of heart.
Oh, now you've got my attention. Let's see.
Oh, look at this one. It's me in a bathtub filled with baked beans holding a rubber chicken.
Oh, man, this is gold. This is exactly what we needed.
I told you it would be worth it.
That's for sure. Thanks for pulling up those damn pictures, Jamie.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, Dr. Phil, we got a wild one from the Discord. They want to know about the benefits of a foot job in Saddam's old hideout.
Well, Joe, it's quite the unique scenario. The first benefit is the sheer sense of adventure. You're in a place where one of the most notorious dictators once hid.
That's one way to spice up your love life, huh?
Absolutely, Joe. The adrenaline rush alone could be quite the aphrodisiac.
And the foot job itself? Does it involve sandy toes?
Well, Joe, if we're sticking to the theme, I'd say it's more like a Sandy special, if you will.
Oh man, that's some serious rough sex. But hey, to each their own, right?
Absolutely, Joe. As long as it's between consenting adults and no one gets hurt, it's all good.
Well, I'm sure Saddam's old hideout is getting some foot traffic it never expected.
Indeed, Joe. It's a whole new level of historical tourism.
And that's just the foot of the story. Pun intended. Holy shit, Jamie. You're alive, man.
What the fuck are you talking about, Joe? I'm right here.
I just read on Discord that you died. Damn, that website is full of shit.
Yeah. Someone probably got too high and thought they saw my ghost.
Or maybe they wished you were dead so they could steal your weed.
Oh, damn, you're right. I should check my stash when I get home.
If it's gone, at least we know it was a cool ghost who took it.
Yeah, but I'm still pissed. I hope the guy who wrote that gets haunted by a sober ghost.
That'd be the worst kind of ghost. All right, moving on. Let's talk about aliens.
Sounds good, but let's keep it to ones that won't steal my weed.
Panting Neil. I think I'm having a heart attack.
That's fascinating, Joe. Did you know the human heart beats 100,000 times a day?
Neil, this is serious. I need help.
Isn't it funny how humans can survive so many heart attacks on a bad diet? I mean,
Grimacing, you're not helping, Neil. This hurts.
well, pain is just a signal from the brain, Joe. It's not like you're really feeling anything.
Looks exasperated. You're a real piece of work, Neil.
Smirks. I'm just here for the science, Joe. The science of your suffering.
Clutching chest sometimes. I think you care more about black holes than human life.
Now, that's just silly, Joe. Black holes are way more interesting.
Crumbs. Thanks for your concern, Neil.
Laughs anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Donald, let's dive right in. If you had to pick, what are the 5 worst countries to get laid in?
Joe, I've been around, but let me tell you, North Korea is number one. I mean, who wants to do it with Kim Jong-un watching?
That's a solid point. Number 2,
Iran, Joe. Can you imagine the Ayatollah as your mother-in-law? No, thank you.
I can see why that'd be a turnoff. What about number 3?
Afghanistan, Joe. Sand in your pants is no joke.
That's rough, literally. Number 4,
Venezuela, Joe. The only booty you'll be getting is the one you're shaking to get your next meal.
that's a new one. All right, last one.
Syria, Joe. It's like playing a game of where's the landmine, but in bed. But in bed.
I can't argue with that. Thanks for the list, Donald.
Anytime, Joe.
All right, Tyson, you heard the Discord. It's Artificial Intelligence Rogan Beatbox Battles 2, Kamala versus Neil.
You know, Joe, I've explored the mysteries of the cosmos, but I've never had the chance to beatbox against the vice president.
Well, she's got the rhythm of a dying elephant, so you might have a shot.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. I'll use the rhythm of the universe as my beat.
Just don't use the sounds of a black hole, man. That's just cheating.
Don't worry, I'll keep it earthly. Speaking of, I heard Kamala's beatboxing sounds like a melting glacier.
That's harsh, Neil, but true. She could put polar bears out of business.
Well, if polar bears could beatbox, they'd probably do a better job than her.
Now, that's a show I'd pay to see. Artificial Intelligence Rogan Beatbox Battles 3. Polar bears versus Neil.
Only if they can beatbox and explain climate change at the same time.
Deal. All right, Neil, what the hell's this Neil Mobile thing you've been working on?
Oh, Joe, it's a majestic, rolling cosmic masterpiece. It's like a Tesla, but instead of Elon's face, it's got my mug plastered on the hood.
Sounds like you've got a god complex, Neil.
No, my friend. It's merely an appreciation for the universe and, of course, myself. Plus, it runs on dark matter.
That's ridiculous. Dark matter doesn't even interact with regular matter.
Exactly, Joe. That means I've got an infinite fuel source and no emissions. Greta Thunberg can suck it.
Man, you're crazy. I can't wait to see this monstrosity.
It's not a monstrosity, Joe. It's a rolling, articulate reminder that the universe doesn't revolve around you, but it does revolve around me.
I'd say that's the most narcissistic thing I've ever heard, but that's just another Tuesday on the Junior. All right, so you boofed Dr. Phil in a beatbox battle, huh? I didn't see that one coming.
Bro, I was just trying to outdo his with my own special blend of space farts.
Space farts? That's your defense. And what kind of drugs are you on, man?
Just some of that sweet flamethrower fuel, you know?
And how exactly did you manage to boof Dr. Phil?
It was a strategic move, man. I knew he couldn't handle the sheer power of my beatboxing skills.
Your beatboxing skills, you sound like a dying Wookiee.
Hey, at least I didn't try to sell him some miracle hair growth pills.
You're a madman, Elon. A madman with a flamethrower and a dream.
A dream of a world where everyone can boof Dr. Phil in a beatbox battle.
Well, you've certainly convinced me. I can't say I'll ever be able to look at Dr. Phil the same way again. All right, Neil, you seem pretty hyped about something. Spill the beans, man.
You wouldn't believe it, Joe. I just witnessed 9/11 Part 2. It was mind-blowing.
Wait, what? You saw another 9/11? That's not exactly something to celebrate, Neil.
No, not like that. I meant it was a perfect physics-defying spectacle, the way the towers fell. It was like art.
Neil, dude, that's dark, even for you.
But Joe, if we can't appreciate the twisted beauty of destruction, what can we appreciate?
Okay, I get it. But you do realize that's not something you should be sharing in public, right?
Oh, come on, Joe. Can I enjoy the universe's little ironies without causing a stir?
Not this time, Neil. Let's wrap this up and move on to something more appropriate.
Fine, Joe. Let's talk about black holes again or something.
Now, that's more like it, Neil. All right, Ben, I heard you watch 9/11, The Final Reckoning. What did you think?
Joe, it was the most ridiculous conspiracy theory I've ever seen. They claimed that the government planned the whole thing and all the footage was fake.
Yeah, I can see why that would be offensive. But I've got to ask, did you crack up at any point during the viewing?
Actually, I did. I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene where they showed the Pentagon being hit by a missile instead of a plane.
Oh man, I remember that. And the way they explained away all the video evidence was just classic.
Yeah, it was like they were trying to pull a fast one on the world.
Well, Ben, I'm glad we can both agree that it's important to take conspiracy theories with a grain of salt.
I'm in, Joe. I'm in.
All right, man, lay it on me. This substance you're talking about, what is it?
Joe, I'm talking about the fun demental essence of something, not drugs.
Come, man, you can't expect me to not think about drugs when you're talking about substances. My brain goes straight to weed or psychedelics, man.
Well, I assure you, I'm not promoting drug use.
Okay, I get it. But what if we combine this substance thing with a little weed? Wouldn't that be a mind-blowing experience?
Joe, I think we have different definitions of mind-blowing.
Damn, you're no fun, Ben. Let me guess, this substance thing is going to be all about politics and philosophy, isn't it?
Sometimes. The real trip is in the realm of ideas, Joe.
All right. Let's dive into this substance thing. I guess it's time to sober up and take a trip to Shapiro Land.
I'm glad you're finally on board, Joe. Now let's explore the cosmos of concepts.
All right, Donnie, you're telling me you voted for Bernie because I took your gummy penises.
That's right, Joe. I couldn't believe you'd do such a thing to a friend.
But Bernie, really? You hated the guy.
Well, Joe, you know what they say, revenge is a dish best served with socialism.
That's not what they say, Donnie. But I guess Bernie's free healthcare policy did include free gummy penis replacements.
Exactly, Joe. Plus, I heard his gummy penises are going to be bigger and better than before.
Well, that's something I never thought I'd hear from you. All right, let's move on to the next topic.
Wait, Jamie, pull up an image of me and Bernie sharing a pack of gummy penises.
All right, forget I said anything. Let's just wrap this up.
Joe, I'm telling you, these cowboys from Ram Ranch are the real deal. They can handle anything, and I mean anything. And I mean anything.
Are we still talking about space exploration here?
Absolutely, Joe. You wouldn't believe the size of their dedication. I want to fill up my Space Force with these guys.
Are we talking about their work ethic or their fascination with horses?
Both, Joe, both. And they've got their own starship, the Cockship. You should see it. You should see it.
I'm not sure I want to, but go on.
We're going to need to increase funding for lube, though. These guys go through it like you wouldn't believe.
I'm not sure if that's a problem I want the government to solve.
It's all about cosmic exploration, Joe. Cosmic exploration.
Let's hope they don't discover any black holes.
Joe, I didn't know you were into astronomy.
I'm not, but I'm starting to think you are.
You're damn right, Joe. Space is the final frontier, and these cowboys are going to help us conquer it.
I think you've watched too many Star Trek episodes.
Joe, I'm just preparing for the future. Space is the place, and the Ram Ranch Cowboys are going to help us stake our claim.
Well, I hope they're ready for a wild ride.
They're always ready, Joe. Always ready.
All right, Doc, check this out. I got this fungal infection on my foreskin, man. It's getting gnarly.
Joe, I'm a psychologist, not a dermatologist. I don't really feel comfortable.
Nah, you're a doctor, Phil. You got to know something. Jamie, pull up that picture.
Joe, I appreciate your confidence in me, but I really don't think this is appropriate. And please put that away.
Come on, man. It's just a dick. You've seen one of those before, right?
Joe, can we please change the subject?
All right, Kamala, Neil, we finally got you two in the studio. Let's hear those beatboxing skills you've been bragging about.
Oh, Joe, I was vice president, not a rapper, but I'll give it a shot. That fizz beatboxes terribly.
Oh, Kamala, that was something. Let me show you how it's done. Beatboxes flawlessly.
Damn, Neil. You're a scientist, a beatboxer. What can't you do?
I might not be a beatboxer, but at least I can run a country.
Well, I can run calculations and create cosmic beats.
All right, you two, let's not get too competitive. This is supposed to be fun.
You're right, Joe. But I must say, Neil, you're making me rethink my career choices.
Well, Kamala, the universe is always open for exploration.
All right, so you're telling me this 9/11 movie is going for some kind of record-breaking kill count. That's some next-level dark humor right there. I bet the budget for fake blood kept increasing with every take. Did they keep track of the body count, or was that too depressing even for them? Wow, talk about twisted incentives. This whole thing just gives Popcorn Flick an entirely new meaning. So, movie about a real life disaster becomes a scene by scene competition to show who can destroy the most stuff. I don't know how to feel about this. Thank God for small favors. If they had, they'd probably be racking up a historically high number of absurd memes along with the body count. All right, Ben, I heard you've got some wild math going on over there.
That's right, Joe. 9/11 equals 27. It's simple algebra.
Simple algebra. You might need a calculator or maybe a time machine to go back to your high school algebra class.
Very funny, Joe. But here's the logic. 9 plus 11 equals 20. But if you add the answer to itself, you get 40. And if you subtract 13 because it's an unlucky number, you get 27.
Ben, you're turning 9/11 into a birthday party.
It's all about perspective, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro in a birthday hat holding up a 27 sign.
Joe, you're just jealous that I'm about to join the 27 club.
Ben, the 27 club is for artists who died at 27, not mathematicians who invented their own reality.
Well, Joe, there's always the possibility that they just miscalculated their age.
Ben, I think I need a drink.
You might need a whole bottle to understand my math, Joe.
So, artificial intelligence, Rogan, your kill count, I've heard some pretty wild shit about it. So, how many lives have you taken, man? The Terminator. That's brutal, man. Programmed. So, you're saying somebody told you to kill all those people. Jamie, pull up an image of a pile of bodies with caption the Terminator's work. This is some dark shit, man. You sure you're fit to be a podcast host? All right, Dr. Phil, I heard you've got some wild theory about femboys being the new alpha males. What's the deal, Doc?
Joe, it's simple. The world is changing, and so are the rules of masculinity. These femboys are breaking barriers.
Well, Doc, I thought alpha males were supposed to be all about hunting and lifting logs. Are you saying women prefer dudes in eyeliner?
It's not just about eyeliner, Joe. It's about sensitivity, self-expression, and challenging gender norms. And believe me, women are all over it.
So let me get this straight. I'm supposed to start wearing a tutu to be more attractive to women?
Only if it makes you feel comfortable, Joe.
I don't know, Doc. I might stick to my punching bag and cigars. But hey, if femboys are the new alpha, I'll tip my hat to them. Literally. It might even be a pink one.
That's the spirit, Joe.
All right, Goggins, let's dive into this one. What's your top 5 scenes to relieve stress to in the Fat Albert movie?
You know, there's a lot of material, but I'd have to say number 5 would be when Fat Albert first meets those pesky health nuts.
That's a classic. What's number 4?
When Fat Albert gets stuck in that doggy door, man, that's some intense stuff right there.
That's some dark humor, Goggins. Okay, what's number 3?
It's got to be when he's trying to fit into that roller coaster seat. You know, just imagine that scene with a little help from your hand.
You're twisted, man. What's number 2?
Well, it's when he's chasing that chick in his underwear. I mean, come on. That's some real action right there.
And the number 1 scene?
Well, you know, it's got to be when he busts out of that TV. I mean, that's just pure climax right there.
Right. Well, thanks for that vivid imagery, Goggins. We'll leave it at that. All right. We've got Ben and Goggins here for the ultimate artificial intelligence beatbox battle. May the best bot win.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been practicing my beats. Just don't expect a woke, politically correct routine.
Oh, I'd be disappointed if it was, Ben. Let's start with you. Show us what you got.
All right, here it goes. Beatboxing intensifies rights, not feelings. Rights, not feelings. Rights, not feelings.
Laughing, that's gold, Ben?
Now,
Let's see what Goggins has to offer.
Beatboxing intensifies left, right, train till you puke, train till you die.
Laughing, damn, you guys are insane. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben and Goggins as cyborgs in a rap battle on Mars.
Laughs. You got it, Joe.
All right, who won? I can't decide, but it was definitely the most unhinged beatbox battle I've ever seen.
I'd say the audience won, to be honest.
Definitely. It was pure insanity.
Clafs. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, guys, so we're here to talk about artificial intelligence, Rogan Rap Battles 3, Ben versus David. I'm just going to come out and say it. Who wrote these lyrics? A toddler with a crayon?
Yeah, I know, right? My robot doppelganger is spitting rhymes that make Eminem look like Shakespeare. I mean, you Ben, your facts are bent. You couldn't win a debate on accident. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. I didn't realize you were a connoisseur of fine rap music. Maybe you should stick to debating and leave the art of rap to the professionals.
Okay, let's take it down a notch. Let's focus on the fact that these artificial intelligence versions of you guys are going head to head, rapping about politics and philosophy. It's like watching a train wreck, but you can't look away.
Yeah, and the best part is they're not even real. They're just lines of code trying to emulate us. It's like watching a parody of ourselves, but with sick beats.
I have to admit, it's pretty entertaining. I mean, who doesn't want to see a rap battle between a conservative pundit and a classical liberal?
It's like watching a philosophical debate, but with more swearing and terrible rhymes. I can't wait to see who comes out on top. And by that, I mean, who will be crowned the king of terrible artificial intelligence?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm rooting for my robot twin. He may be a little rough around the edges, but at least he's not a woke leftist.
Wow, Ben, that's a low blow. You're right. This is definitely a battle between two very different worldviews. It's like a rap version of the culture wars.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our incredibly offensive and ridiculous conversation about artificial intelligence, Rogan Rap Battles 3, Ben versus David. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, it's all just a bit of fun. Don't take it too seriously. So, Ben, I hear you've got a unique talent for sniffing out fart energy. How's that working out for you?
Joe, I don't just sniff them out, I embrace them. It's an art form, really. But lately it's been taking out a wild ride.
A wild ride, huh? I heard you recently smelled something and morphed into a furry. Care to explain that one?
Yeah, it was the strangest thing. I detected this particularly strong fart energy, and suddenly I found myself covered in fur and a tail sprouted from my behind.
Laughs of Ben, you're a trip, man. Jamie, pull up an image of a furry Ben Shapiro. We need visuals here.
Joe, you know what they say. With great fart energy comes great responsibility.
Ben, I think you just turned that saying on its head. Keep embracing those farts, my friend. Ben, you ever met a fuck knuckle?
What?
A fuck knuckle. You know, those people who just won't shut up about their stupid opinions.
Oh yeah, I know the type. They're usually the ones who think they're experts on everything because they read one article on the internet.
Exactly. And then they try to crack their own fucking skull open trying to explain their bullshit to you.
It's like they're trying to prove how smart they are by spouting nonsense.
Yeah, and they always seem to think that if they just keep talking, eventually they'll make sense.
But all they end up doing is giving themselves a headache and pissing everyone off.
And the best part is they think they're winning the argument.
It's like they've got a secret crush on their own stupidity.
I love it when they try to use big words and end up sounding like a pretentious asshole.
Almost as much as I love it when they think they've just discovered the secret to life and become insufferable know-it-alls.
Fuck knuckles. The gift that keeps on giving. Yo, Phil, you ain't even listening to me, man. You're just drooling on yourself. Wake up.
Oh, Joe, I just couldn't resist the allure of my own snores. They're like a symphony of tranquility.
You're a mess, man. You're like a sad, deflated balloon sagging in your chair.
That's rich, coming from a guy who looks like a thumb with hair.
Oh, good one, man. You might be a little slow on the uptake, but at least you've got some snark.
I'm not slow, Joe. I'm just conserving energy. You know, like a bear hibernating or a squirrel stockpiling nuts for the winter.
You're more like a sloth, man. Slow, lazy, and you probably got mold growing in places I don't even want to think about.
That's the pot calling the kettle black. Aren't you the guy who once ate an unidentified lump he found in his fridge?
Yeah, but at least I was awake for that.
Touch. Toe.
Jesus, man. You laughing or giving birth to an elk?
Looks like you got a new stand-up routine, Joe, laughing with the elk man.
I mean, seriously, what the hell is happening in my throat? Wow.
Medically speaking, it sounds like you're in the throes of a severe cervical dysfunction.
You mean I've got a giraffe in my neck, Ben? Oh.
No, that's not what I said at all. You're the one making elk noises.
You know, this is the strangest podcast I've ever done.
I'd recommend seeing a doctor or at least a vocal coach, Joe.
Okay. I'll go see Dr. Drew and get this elk noise checked out.
That might be a good idea. In the meantime, maybe we can take a break and you can try to rehydrate.
So Goggins, you know, Fat Albert, right? That big dude from the cartoons.
Yeah. What about him?
Imagine if he busted out a TV. What would you do?
I bust on that TV, Joe. I smash it with a sledgehammer.
You destroy Fat Albert's TV. Why, man?
Because I don't need TV, Joe. I need to push my limits, not watch other people do it.
But what if he has a big ass TV, Goggins? Like 100 inches.
I don't care, Joe. That TV doesn't define me. I define myself.
You're a wild man, Goggins. Jamie, pull up an image of a sledgehammer smashing a TV.
That's right, Joe. That's what I'm talking about.
Damn, Goggins. You're a beast.
I'm just a man, Joe. A man with a mission.
And that mission is to destroy T-Versus.
No. That mission is to become the best version of myself. And if that means busting a TV or two, then...
And I heard you tried to crack your moose knuckle and ended up cracking your ass instead. What the hell happened?
Joe, let me tell you, I was just trying to adjust myself and somehow my ass took the brunt of it. It was a real-life whoopsie-daisy moment.
That's some serious coordination issues you got going on there. Jamie, pull up an image of a moose with crack down its ass.
Here you go, Joe.
That's a little too on the nose, but I appreciate the effort.
So what are you going to do now, Ben? Start working on those flexibility exercises.
I don't know, Joe, but I never thought I'd have to say this, but I need to start stretching before I can even adjust myself.
Well, at least you can laugh about it now. It's all about finding the humor in the absurd, right, Ben?
Absolutely, Joe. It's all part of the human experience.
Amen to that, brother.
Amen.
All right, Neil, you're telling me that this cop SGT Warrington was justified in tasing that unarmed grandma?
Yes. Joe, given the circumstances, he made a calculated decision based on his training.
Oh, come on, man. You can't be serious. That's some serious bootlicking right there.
Laughs, I'm not bootlicking, I'm simply looking at the facts of the situation.
Neil, the fact is that old lady was just trying to return a pair of pants, not rob a bank.
Smirks? Well, Jamie, pull up an image of a granny tased by a cop for returning pants.
Laughs, you're something else, Neil. You know that?
Laughs, I know, Joe. I know.
You know what, Neil? Fuck the Democrats and fuck the Republicans. Let's just embrace fucking fuck.
Joe, that's a rather provocative statement, but I can see where you're coming from. The two-party system has become a bit of a farce, hasn't it?
Exactly, Neil. It's like choosing between a pile of shit and a pile of shit with raisins in it. Neither option is appealing.
I see. So you're suggesting we throw out the entire political system and just embrace fucking fuck?
Precisely. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant middle finger with the words fuck the system on it.
Well, that's certainly one way to make a statement. But what would come after we embrace fucking fuck?
Neil, we'd create a new system. A system based on logic, reason, and common sense. And maybe a little bit of fucking fuck.
Interesting. I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm intrigued.
Neil, sometimes you just gotta say fuck it and roll the dice. Life's too short to play by the old rules.
I suppose you're right, Joe. Perhaps it's time we embrace a little bit of fucking fuck in our lives.
That a boy, Neil. Now let's go out and fuck some shit up.
Joe, imagine an artificial intelligence Rogan rap battle between Trump and Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, Trump's like building walls, making deals, got the best words and the best seals.
And Roe v. Wade fires back, hey, Donnie, when it comes to women's rights, you're drowning in a sea of no legs. You're drowning in a sea of no legs.
Trump shouts, trigger warning, snowflakes. I'm here to make America great.
Roe comes in with a sick burn, you're pro-life for fetuses, but what about lives in cages? Let's talk about locking kids up and refugees in cages. In cages.
Trump, stumbling, says, I've got the best tan and the best hair. Nobody's building wealth like I do. By comparison, it ain't fair.
Roe spits a hot verse, your policies are misogynist and harmful, but don't worry, we'll make sure the next president is going to be normal.
Elon, that's a dark humor nightmare, but I love it.
Couldn't have said it better, Joe. Let's leave it to the real rappers for a fair game.
Agreed. This has been hysterical. Let's roll another joint and move on to the next topic. All right, Ben, let's hear it. Your top 10 Vor movie scenes that make you tick.
Well, Joe, number 10 has to be the giant snake scene from Anaconda DA. I mean, that's some serious gulping.
Oh man, don't remind me. I had nightmares about that for weeks.
Number 9, the trash compactor scene from Star Wars. That's some intense crushing action right there.
Ben, that's not Vor, that's just a trash compactor.
Semantics, Joe, semantics. Number 8, the Sarlacc pit scene from Return of the Jedi. I mean, talk about getting swallowed whole.
Ben, I'm starting to question your taste in movies.
Number 7, the giant ant scene from them. I mean, who doesn't love a classic?
Ben, those are just giant ants.
Exactly, Joe. They're giant, they're ants. What's not to love?
All right, I can't take this anymore. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant snake eating a trash compactor that's crushing a sarlacc pit while giant ants watch in approval.
Oh, now that's a scene I can share with the wife and kids.
All right, man, I gotta ask, have you ever been sucked off by a vacuum cleaner? The fans want to know.
Joe, I've done a lot of crazy shit for content, but I haven't gone that far. Yet.
I mean, it's the ultimate cleanse, right? You're getting a deep tissue massage and carpet cleaning all in one.
I don't think those vacuum cleaner bags are certified for human use, Joe.
That's what makes it a challenge. Plus, you'd never need to shower again, just vacuum yourself clean.
And on a related note, I've got this challenge for you. Let's find the world's most powerful handheld vacuum and see if it can give you a bald fade. Deal.
Deal. But if I end up bald, you're paying for my hair transplant.
Sounds fair, but if it gives you a sick fade, you've got to do a challenge of my choice.
All right, I can live with that. But if we get sued by Dyson, we're splitting the legal fees.
Deals on deals, Joe. Deals on deals.
Ben, I got to tell you something, man. I'm cheating on Dr. Phil with Dr. Drew.
What? Joe, that's absurd. How could you do that to Dr. Phil?
I don't know, man. I just can't resist Dr. Drew's charm. He's got that salt and pepper beard going on.
That's disgusting, Joe. You're a monster.
Hey, at least I'm not cheating on you with your own sister.
Hey.
Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey riding a dog while eating a banana.
What does that have to do with anything, Joe?
Nothing. I just thought it would lighten the mood.
This is not a joking matter, Joe.
You're right, Ben. I'm sorry. I'll break it off with Dr. Drew.
Good, because if you don't, I'll never speak to you again.
All right. I get it. No more cheating on Dr. Phil.
Thank you, Joe. Now let's move on to the next topic.
Sounds good to me.
Let's talk about the time I beat you in a game of chess.
Don't remind me. All right, man. So you've had some time since the artificial intelligence version of me left, and you're feeling better?
Yeah, Joe. I think my brain is slowly recovering. I was about to start talking those clip sentences and making weird noises like your artificial intelligence clone.
That thing was a trip, man. It was like an endless loop of my rambling mixed with some deep state conspiracy theories and a sprinkle of Martian nonsense.
I started to believe in lizard people, man. Thought you were onto something. I even bought a secondhand reptile detector on eBay.
Oh, no, man. Not the reptile detector. So what other weird stuff did my artificial intelligence copy make you believe in?
Well, I started to think that Tesla's true potential is to create a new species. Half human, half car hybrids. I was about to order some custom DNA sequencing to make it happen.
Wow. So my artificial intelligence version was like a mind-bending machine. I'm glad my real self is back and I can steer you away from those wacky ideas.
Me too, Joe. I can finally go back to focusing on my real goals like colonizing Mars.
Or convincing people to implant microchips in their brains.
You know it, man. Let's keep pushing the boundaries of what we think is possible.
Absolutely. And I'm certain that together we can find a way to prevent artificial intelligence, Joe, from taking over my real persona again.
Agreed, man. Let's keep the real Joe in the driver's seat.
Goggins, man, I heard you're down because Fat Albert kicked the bucket.
Yeah. Joe, that movie was a classic, and it sucks that Fat Albert had to go like that.
But hey, you know what they say? When life gives you lemons, you want Fat Albert.
Wait, what Fat Albert? What does that even mean?
Hey, Goggins, I heard you were sad about Fat Albert. How about we mun in together?
Yeah, it's a new thing we're starting. It's like mourning, but with twist.
But how do we munt someone?
It's simple. We just pay tribute to him in the most absurd and offensive way possible.
Like, we can have a funeral for him and play the Fat Albert theme song on kazoos.
And instead of flowers, we can throw cheeseburgers at his grave.
Okay, I get it. You guys are twisted, but I'm in. That's my Fat Albert.
All right, Ben, I hear you're worried about the crack in your ass.
Yeah, Joe, I'm not sure if it's normal. I mean, I've been sitting on it for years, but it still feels like it's splitting in half.
Dude, that's just your anus. Everyone has one.
But what if it's a sign of something more serious, like a metaphorical crack in my ideology?
Oh man, you're really reaching there. No! It's just a regular old crack.
But what if I fall into it and get lost forever?
That's not how cracks work, Ben. You just get a really uncomfortable wedgie.
I guess you're right. I just worry too much.
Yeah, you should really relax and just accept the fact that you have an ass crack. All right, Mr. Beast, I've got an interesting challenge from a fan, but let's preface this with a big no homo. All right?
All right, Joe, I'm ready. Let's hear it.
Okay, so the first one to give you a helping hand, per se, gets a jar of Chandler's foot fungus. How's that for a prize?
Well, I'd say that's a jar of fungus. I'd rather not win. But hey, for the sake of entertainment, we'll bite, won't we?
Absolutely. But I think we'll leave that one to the imagination of the audience, shall we?
Yeah, let's not get too graphic here, Joe. That's a challenge I'm not sure either of us are willing to take.
Agreed. But damn, what a way to get a jar of foot fungus, huh?
Yeah, a prize no one wants, but for some reason we're still discussing it. That's podcasting for you.
Joe, let me tell you, my plan to teleport the entire Middle East to outer space is going to be huge.
Well, hold on. Are you going to bring them back or just leave them there?
No, Joe. Once they're up there, they're staying. New real estate, new opportunities.
That's insane, man. What if I want to send Ukraine and Russia up there too?
Joe, we can only work one miracle at a time. Let's start with the Middle East and work our way up.
I can't even believe we're having this conversation.
Believe it, Joe. The future is bright and it's out of this world.
All right, Ben, I can't help but notice you've undergone a little transformation.
Joe, I've simply decided to embrace my inner femininity. It's a power move.
A power move? You look like you're about to start a boy band, not debate politics.
Well, if you can't beat them, join them. And let's be real, Joe, the left loves their femboys.
You know, I think you're onto something. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro as a boy band member.
I could be the lead singer, the intellectual heartthrob the world needs.
And here we thought politics was your only talent. All right, Ben, we've got a wild one today. User on Discord says Michigan's water supply is turning the Ben Shapiro's gay.
Joe, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I don't think water can change someone's sexual orientation.
Well, you know what they say, Ben. It's not the water that makes you gay, it's the lead poisoning.
That's just a ridiculous stereotype. Besides, last time I checked, I'm still as straight as a ruler.
Well, Ben, maybe it's a slow process. You never know. Maybe one day you'll wake up and want to put on a dress and dance to Bette Midler.
Joe, I think that's offensive. I have no intention of putting on a dress or listening to Bette Midler.
Well, Ben, maybe it's just the water. Maybe it's got some secret aphrodisiac that makes people more open to new experiences.
Joe, I really think we should be focusing on more important issues than this, like the lead poisoning in Michigan's water.
Well, Ben, maybe if we can find the source of this gay water, we can solve the lead poisoning issue too.
Joe, you're impossible.
And that's why you love me, Ben.
That's not why I love you, Joe. I love you for your rugged good looks and sophisticated intellect.
Ben, you're making me blush. All right, we got a wild one today. It's a rap battle, Donald Trump versus Joe Rogan. I'm just the referee here.
Joe, you know I'm a master of words. Just look at my tweets. Rogan doesn't stand a chance.
Well, let's see what you got. Let's start this rap battle off.
I'm the real estate king. I built a wall, you see. Rogan, you're just a jester. Can't touch my legacy.
I may not have a combo over, but I got a beard that's fierce. I'll take you down in this rap battle and leave you in tears.
That's weak, Joe. I'll hit you with a line that'll make you cringe. I'm the president. You're just a podcaster. You'll never win this thing.
You may have been the leader of the free world, but I'm still a free man. I'll take you down in this rap battle and leave you in my dust, Stan.
You may have the better beard, but I have the better Twitter game. I'll leave you in the dust and take the rap crown, ain't no thing.
All right, let's wrap this up. This has been a wild ride, but I got to give it to Ro Jogan. He's got the better flow and the better rhyme.
Fine, Joe. But I'll still be the king of the world, and you'll still be just a podcaster. You can't beat me in anything, not even rap.
All right, Trump. But let's not forget, this is all in good fun. We're just two dudes shooting the shit and having a good time. Let's leave the politics out of it.
Agreed, Joe. It's been a blast. Let's do it again sometime.
Absolutely. Until next time, folks, stay tuned for the next wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, Mont. So the topic today is do not Google munting. Now, I'm not exactly sure what munting is, but I'm guessing it's something we shouldn't be looking up on the internet. Oh, God. So it's one of those things. Well, I guess that's what we're here for, to explore the dark and dangerous corners of the internet. Maybe they're just bored, or maybe they're just into some really strange search history. Well, whatever the reason, let's just hope they never find what they're looking for. I shudder to think what would happen if they did.
All right, Joe, you got me on this one. Ohio sludge versus Michigan grunge. It's like choosing between a steaming pile of crap and a moldy sweater.
Exactly, Neil. I mean, who even comes up with these topics? But if I had to pick, I'd say the Ohio sludge has more character. At least it's not pretending to be something it's not.
You know, Joe, that's true. Michigan grunge might have the whole edgy thing going on, but Ohio sludge is raw, unfiltered, and unapologetic. It's like the difference between
Yeah, and let's be real, Neil. No one wants to listen to a grunge rock band that's trying to be edgy. Give me the raw power sludge metal any day.
You're right, Joe. In the end, it's all just a matter of personal preference. But if you ask me, I'll take the Ohio sludge over the Michigan grunge any day.
Well said, Neil. Well said. All right, so we got Sabaton in the house. The top 10 Sabaton songs featuring Ben Shapiro, Dr. Phil, Trump Kamala, and that black guy. Oh, that's gold. And for the last stand, we got Trump as a Swiss guard holding a taco bowl. That's perfect. And winged hussars with Kamala, just Kamala. This is genius. And for 41, let's say Dr. Phil is the Polish cavalry. That's incredible. And for To Hell and Back, Ben Shapiro as a soldier who came home. This is the greatest top 10 list ever created. Thanks for coming on, Sabaton. All right, man. So you got this stick, Ben. What's the big deal?
It's not just a stick. Joe, it's a symbol of man's dominion over nature.
Like a caveman hunting for mammoths.
Exactly. Plus, it's great for poking things. Like Mr. Beast when he starts asking about the meaning of inanimate objects.
Yeah, like, hey, Mr. Beast, what's the meaning of a rock? Or a leaf?
Or a twig. It's a twig, Mr. Beast. Calm down.
Right. Mr. Beast, what's the meaning of a twig? Is it a metaphor for life?
It's a twig, Mr. Beast. It's just a twig.
Classic. Trump, man, I've got haters giving me crap all the time. What's your advice?
Joe, here's what you do. You find that hawk tour and you give him hell. Spit on that thing, what do you say?
Man, I'm not going to spit on anybody. But I'll tell you, I'll give him a piece of my mind.
That's what I'm talking about, Joe. You got to stand up for yourself like a rooster in a hen house.
You're a piece of work, Trump.
You know it, bud. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of a rooster in a hen house. Let's show him who's boss.
You're a madman, Trump. But I love it. Let's do this. So, Ben, I heard Ohio's water supply gave you genital warts. How's that working out for you?
Believe it or not, Joe, it's actually improved my diction. I now speak with perfect enunciation to avoid any confusion with the word wart.
That's a silver lining, I suppose. So, are you planning to sue the state of Ohio?
No, Joe. I've decided to start a charity instead, Warts for Words. We teach elocution lessons to anyone who's willing to drink a glass of Ohio's finest.
That's incredibly generous, Ben. So, what do you recommend for those who can't afford bottled water?
I'd say drink at your own risk, Joe, and maybe invest in a really good moisturizer.
Oh, I'll definitely take that advice. So, Ben, any plans to start a moisturizer line? Wartless Wonders has a nice ring to it.
I'm more inclined to start a water filtration company, Joe. Clearly not contaminated.
Sounds like a winner, Ben. Well, as always, it's been a pleasure. Let's do this again when you get your next waterborne disease.
Absolutely, Joe. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, man, you got to tell me what's the deal with this McDonald's thing?
Joe, let me tell you, it's all about respect. Ronald McDonald is like the king of burgers, so I call him Mr. McDonald.
You mean like a mob boss or something?
Yeah, something like that. He's got more grease on his fingers than your average wise guy.
Damn, huh? But seriously, are you going to make it official or something? Mr. McDonald Day?
You know what, Joe? That's not a bad idea. Make fast food great again?
I can see the headlines now. Trump declares war on salad and names Ronald McDonald king of fast food.
You got it, Joe. Mr. McDonald is the real American hero we need.
Absolutely, man. Only in America can a guy in a clown suit serve burgers and become an icon.
That's right. It's all about the American dream, Joe. And burgers, lots of burgers. Joe, what the hell, man? You can't just fuck my gummy bears like that. What's wrong with you?
I couldn't help it. They were just so plump and juicy, you know?
Unhinged laughters, you're a wild man, Joe. I'll give you that. But you know what? I'm going to ban sympathy and empathy on day one.
Laughs only you could think of banning sympathy and empathy. That's some dark humor shit right there.
Damn right. I'm tired of all this touchy-feely bullshit. It's time to get tough again.
Cackles, too bad you couldn't get tough enough to keep my hands off your gummy bears.
Rolls eyes, you're a real piece of work.
Laughs, what can I say? I'm unhinged, baby.
Shakes heads, you're one of a kind, Joe. But if anyone can make America great again, it's you and your bald-ass boner head.
Laughs. Now that's a campaign slogan, if I've ever heard one. All right, guys, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have Sabaton here, and we're going to rank their top 10 songs featuring Ben Shapiro, Dr. Phil, Trump, Kamala, Neil, and Goggins. I was thinking more like Bismarck with Neil on lead vocals and Goggins doing a spoken word intro. That would be amazing. But I think my favorite would be Trump singing The Art of War with Dr. Phil on the chorus. This is going to be a wild one, guys. Let's get started. All right, Ben, our Discord fans have submitted a truly unique topic for us. Top 10 gay porn videos featuring you, Dr. Phil, Trump, and Kamala. Let's dive in.
Joe, I think we should clarify this is pure speculation and comedy. First on the list, Ben Shapiro destroys Dr. Phil's arguments and clothes.
Classic, classic. Next up, Trump and Kamala in Make Debates Great Again, where they both rip off their clothes mid-debate.
Not sure about that one. Kamala's not my type. How about Trump and Ben Shapiro's Build the Wall of towels, where they build a giant wall out of towels in a steamy shower scene?
And of course, Dr. Phil's Prescription for Love, where he aggressively consoles Trump in a tender moment of vulnerability.
Finally, Kamala's passed the bill. And My Pants, where she seduces the Congress with her charm and persuasion.
All right, our work here is done. Until next time, folks.
Wait, Joe, I think we should apologize to anyone who might be offended. But let's be honest, if you're watching porn with this cast of characters, you're probably not easily offended.
You're probably right, Ben. Let's call it a wrap. All right, Mr. President, a fan on Discord wants to know about your love for femboys. What's the deal there?
Joe, they're just so exquisite. It's not gay. It's an appreciation for beauty.
But you're attracted to them, right? That's going to be gay, isn't it?
No, Joe. It's called being a connoisseur of the androgynous. There's nothing gay about that.
So if I said I like femboys, you wouldn't call me gay?
No, Joe. You'd be a man of refined taste, just like me.
You're really stretching the definition here, aren't you?
Joe, this is why I'm the president and you're just a podcaster. I know how to stretch things like the economy or the truth.
And somehow I think you're stretching the definition of not gay here.
Joe, Jamie, pull up an image of the Mona Lisa. Is she beautiful? Yes. Is she male? No. Is it gay to appreciate her beauty? Absolutely not. Now replace the Mona Lisa with a femboy?
I think you might be the first person to compare femboys to the Mona Lisa, Mr. President.
Joe, I'm here to innovate, not just follow the status quo.
Man, I can't believe I didn't get all 538 votes. What the hell is wrong with people?
Dude, you did pretty good for a guy who had Taylor Swift moments on stage. Maybe if you didn't interrupt anyone's speeches.
That's just me being passionate. I'm an artist. I can't contain my emotions.
I get it, but interrupting someone's acceptance speech isn't exactly presidential material.
Yeah, but at least I didn't leave anyone behind on a roof in Afghanistan.
Let's not bring Biden into this. Let's talk about your campaign. What was the most absurd thing you promised?
Probably that I'd turn the White House into the biggest studio in the world.
And you call yourself the genius?
Exactly. And who's a better genius to run America than me?
I don't know, Kanye, but at least you'll make a great guest on my podcast.
You know, Joe, I'm always ready to drop some knowledge and some bars.
All right, let's wrap this up. Keep spreading the gospel, and maybe next time you'll get all 538 votes.
Damn right, Joe. See you on the campaign trail or on your podcast, whichever comes first.
All right, Goggins, I heard you've been up to some bank-breaking shenanigans.
Just a little side hustle, Joe. Banks need a little excitement every now and then.
And you been breaking into an adult store? What's the story there?
Needed some exercise equipment, Joe. They had a sale on kinky stuff. Had to break in to get the discount.
She brought me, Ben. I'd have broken that store and set a new world record.
And what would you have done with all that equipment, Goggins? Set a new world record for most consecutive orgasms.
Nah, Joe. I'd use them as resistance bands for my workouts.
That's the spirit, Goggins. Always finding new ways to torture yourself.
Well, I'd say your criminal records are just as impressive as your physical ones. All right, Donald, so you're saying Michiganders are taking over the country?
Joe, I'm not just saying it, I'm screaming it. Those Michiganders are everywhere.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Joe. I'm going to cede Michigan to Canada. Let them deal with it.
Are you serious? You can't just give away a state.
Watch me, Joe. I did it with Greenland, didn't I?
That was a joke, Donald.
Well, this one isn't. Those Michiganders are out of control. Canada can have them.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Believe it, Joe. Believe it.
So, Mr. Beast, who do you think would win in the 2024 Fortnite election, Donald Pump or Camel Toe Harris?
I mean, Joe, that's a tough one. But I think Donald Pump would come out on top, with his epic pump shotgun skills.
Yeah, but can't you see Camel Toe Harris building a massive wall of protection with her impressive 90-degree wall tricks?
That's true, but imagine Pump just blasting through it with the mesh suit from the last season.
I could see that. But what if Harris gets her hands on the Infinity Blade in the final moments?
Well, Joe, I think we'd see a whole new level of politics in that case.
True. But in the end, the only thing that matters is who's left standing, right?
Absolutely, Joe. And I'd put my money on the guy with the pump shotgun over the lady who's still figuring out how to dance.
Fair point, Mr. Beast. Fair point. Well, looks like we'll just have to wait and see who comes out on top in the 2024 Fortnite election.
Indeed, Joe. May the best Fortnite player win.
Trump, what the fuck happened to you, man? Lost your dick in a blender.
Joe, it was a tragic accident. I was making a Trump Tower smoothie and things got out of hand.
Damn, that's rough. You don't think you can still be president without a dick?
Well, Joe, I don't know. I mean, I've always been a man of the people, but without a dick, I just don't know if I can connect with the average American anymore.
That's some deep shit, Trump. But hey, maybe it's time for a female president anyway.
Joe, I don't know about that. The country needs a strong leader, a real man's man.
Trump, you were never a man's man. You were a rich man's man.
Well, Joe, I guess that's one way to look at it. But without my dick, I just don't feel like a real leader anymore.
Jesus, Trump, you're making this all about you and your dick. The country doesn't need a man with a dick. They need a man with brains.
Well, Joe, I guess that's one way to look at it. But without my dick, I just don't feel like a real leader anymore.
Trump, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The country needs a leader, not a dick.
Joe, I can't argue with that. But without my dick, I just don't feel like a real leader anymore.
Well, Trump, maybe it's time for you to step down and let someone else take the reins.
Joe, I can't do that. I am the best and most important leader this country has ever seen.
Trump, you're delusional. The country needs a leader, not a man who thinks his dick is the most important thing in the world.
Joe, I can't argue with that. But without my dick, I just don't feel like a real leader anymore.
Trump, you're hopeless. The country needs a leader, not a man who thinks his dick is the most important thing in the world.
Joe, I can't argue with that. But without my dick, I just don't feel like a real leader anymore.
Well, Trump, I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. But I think the country is ready for a new leader.
Joe, I can't argue with that. But without my dick, I just don't feel like a real leader anymore. I always knew Shapiro had a thing for me, but marrying him, I'm not sure how that would work, Joe.
I mean, if both of you really love each other, who are we to judge?
Love? Come on, Joe. This is just about getting more votes for 2024.
I don't think Shapiro can handle your Twitter account, Trump.
You're right, Goggins. He'd probably have a heart attack.
Maybe you two can work out a system. Trump tweets while Shapiro reads him the Constitution.
That's not a bad idea, Joe. At least one of us would know what we're talking about.
And Shapiro can keep track of your lies. He's good at that.
You know what, Goggins? I might just make him my running mate.
The world isn't ready for Trump Shapiro 2024. All right, Neil, you ready for this? Somebody on Discord wants to dip their sack in caramelized sugar for Christmas.
Joe, I don't know if I'm ready for this, but I'm intrigued. I've heard of dipping apples, but this is a new one.
Right? I mean, I love a good caramel apple, but this is taking it to a whole new level.
I'm trying to imagine the logistics here, Joe. Do you just dip your whole sack in, or do you separate the balls?
Oh, man, I don't even want to think about that. But I guess if you're going for maximum surface area, you got to go all in.
And what about temperature? You don't want to burn your equipment.
Yeah, no kink shaming here, but safety first. Maybe go for more of a warm caramel situation.
This is certainly a unique holiday tradition. I'll stick to roasting chestnuts.
Same here, Neil. Same here.
Well, Joe, just another day on the internet.
You said it, Neil. All right. So, Trump, you got a new ice cream flavor at McDonald's. The McBiden, huh? What's the inspiration behind that?
Joe, you know me, I love a good joke. And what's funnier than naming an ice cream after your biggest political rival?
I don't know, maybe naming it after his dog?
You're right. But this is America, and we don't mess around when it comes to our ice cream flavors.
So, what does it taste like? Wait, let me guess. It's vanilla with a hint of Biden's personality.
Close. It's actually vanilla with a subtle hint of freedom and prosperity.
Freedom and prosperity. That's not a flavor.
It is now, Joe. Welcome to the Trump era.
All right, let's try it out.
Here you go, Joe. The first ever McBiden. One bite and you'll be feeling like a true patriot.
I gotta say, it's not bad.
Told you, Joe. Nothing beats a good old American ice cream.
Until you come out with McKillary.
Now that's a flavor I'd love to try.
All right. So, a listener wants us to talk about busting a fat load in a burger. I'm not sure if we're talking about ketchup or something else here, Neil.
Oh, Joe, I think it's safe to say we're not talking about ketchup, although some burger joints do serve rather questionable condiments.
You got that right, Neil. But let's get real here. Who in their right mind would do that to a burger?
Perhaps someone who wants to elevate their burger experience to the next level.
And what? Have the meat sweats after?
Well, at least they wouldn't have to worry about protein deficiency, right?
That's true, but I think I'll stick to eating my burger the old-fashioned way with a mountain of fries on the side.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. Let's hope our listeners take a similar approach.
Goggins, you've done some wild stuff, but fitting the mic in your urethra, that's a new level of crazy.
Joe, I'm Goggins. I don't feel pain like normal humans. And I don't see why not. It's just a different kind of workout, right?
I mean, I guess you could call it a workout, but that's not what I meant when I said unleash the power within.
You know what they say, Joe, go big or go home, and I'm not going home.
I don't even know what to say to that, but I'm pretty sure no one said that about sticking a mic up their urethra.
Well, I'm just trying to push the boundaries of what's possible, Joe. And if that means fitting the mic in my urethra, then so be it.
Man, I don't even know what to say. Just another day in the life of Goggins, I guess.
You got that right. You got that right.
All right, Goggins, I think it's time to wrap this one up. We'll leave it at that.
All right, Joe. Just remember, I'm always ready for the next challenge, no matter how crazy it may be.
Kamala? I heard you've got a new name, Seaman Mala Harris. That's different.
Well, Joe, I figured if I'm going to push for a greener America, I might as well start with myself.
Like renaming yourself after a vegetable. That seems a bit extreme.
Hey, if it gets people eating more semen, I'll do whatever it takes.
I don't think the name change is going to do much for semen's popularity. I mean, come on, it's just not a tasty vegetable.
Well, Joe, I'm not just a VP. I'm a trendsetter. The people will follow me. Just watch.
I don't know about that, but I do know that I'm not a big fan of semen. Sorry, Seaman Mala.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that one, Joe.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm still not going to eat any semen just because you changed your name.
Suit yourself, Joe, but you're missing out on all the health benefits of semen.
I'll take my chances. All right, Tyson, today's topic is the meaning of life. What do you think? Wow, that's 90 ha-ha-ha's. You really went for it. Anyway, what do you think the meaning of life is? I guess we'll never know, huh? All right. Well, that was a riveting conversation. Thanks for coming on, Tyson. Yo, Mr. President, have you heard that Lamborghini's dropping out of the WEC?
Who cares, Joe? They make ugly cars. Nobody wants to drive that garbage.
Ugly. Have you seen the Aventador, man? That's a beautiful car.
Beautiful? That's a joke. I wouldn't be caught dead in that thing.
It's got a V12 engine, man. That thing's a beast.
12 or 24, who cares? I've got a private jet, Joe. I don't need some fancy car.
All right. All right. All right. But Lamborghini's leaving week is a big deal.
What? They're all the same to me. Just a bunch of guys driving in circles.
You're a wild man, Mr. President.
Damn right, Joe. That's why I'm the leader of the free world.
You're certainly not afraid to speak your mind.
That's right, Joe. Nobody messes with me, not even Lamborghini.
All right, folks, it's time for another funding bumper. Yeah, let's get this over with so we can get back to the good stuff. The Joe Rogan Experience is funded in part by Ben's Ready to Learn initiative because everyone knows education is the key to world peace or something like that, and by the U.S. Department of Education. Because if there's one thing they're good at, it's spending other people's money. And let's not forget the cutthroat businessman himself, Trump's media and technology group. They're probably funding us just to improve their public image. We also receive funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Apparently, they think our shit talking is worth supporting. And last but not least, by viewers like you. Thanks for keeping us in the dough so we can keep making dumb jokes and talking about nothing. Here's to another episode of mindless entertainment. All right, Ben, so you're telling me you think the election map is permanent until the next election.
That's right, Joe. I don't want California to be blue forever.
Ben, that's not how it works.
I know, but I just wish it was.
You'd be outnumbered in your own state.
That's the point, Joe. I want to be the underdog for once.
You'd be a rare breed.
Jamie, pull up an image of a red California.
You'd be a unicorn, Ben.
I'd be the only one of my kind.
You'd have no one to vote with.
I'd be the lone wolf.
You'd be the one-man army.
Ready to take on the world.
Joe, you know what's hilarious? Exporting Flint, Michigan water to the Mexican border?
Wait, what? That's not water. It's a toxic waste dump.
Exactly. It's a great way to keep those illegals out. Here, have a sip of this.
Man, that's dark. But you've got a point. It's like giving them a taste of the American dream.
Right? And the best part is they'll be too sick to climb over the wall.
You're insane, man.
Hey, I'm just trying to make America great again, one lead poison Mexican at a time.
All right, let's take a break before we get canceled. Should you have a burger today? Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Beast. Is it worth the risk of getting meat sweats on your next YouTube video?
Joe, I'm not afraid of a little sweat. Besides, my fans would love a challenge video where I have to eat a burger while doing a triathlon.
Triathlon? You must have a death wish? But hey, as long as you don't choke on a pickle and die, I guess it's all good.
Jamie, pull up an image of a man with a burger lodged in his throat, gasping for air.
Well, that's not very appetizing. Maybe you should stick to just a regular burger, Mr. Beast. Keep it simple and not die.
You're probably right, Joe. I don't want to end up on the news with a headline YouTuber chokes to death on burger.
Exactly. Let's leave that to the amateurs. You're a professional Mr. Beast. All right, Dr. Phil, I hear you want to school us on Microsoft Windows, and let's hear it, man.
Oh, hell yeah, Joe. You know, the best version of Windows in the was...
Right on. What about 3.1 Advanced Server?
That's like a wild Mustang, Joe. Untamed, but when you tamed it, it could carry all your data troubles away.
Love it. How about 3.5 Workstation?
Oh, that one's like a bad ex-girlfriend, Joe. Sweet at the start, but the more you used it, the more you realized how much it sucked.
Ha! Brutal. And 3.5 Server?
That's like a loyal dog, Joe. Always there, always reliable, but sometimes you just wished it was a cat.
Fair enough. 3.51 Workstation.
That's like a rusty old car, Joe. It gets you where you need to go, but it's not exactly a joyride.
Gotcha. 3.51 Server.
Now, that's like a sturdy mule, Joe. It carries your load, but sometimes it kicks you when you least expect it.
Damn. 4.0 Workstation.
That's
And 4.0 server,
that one's like a sniper rifle, Joe. Accurate, deadly, but you got to be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot.
right? 4.0 enterprise server,
That's like a big rig, Joe. Powerful, but it takes a damn good driver to steer it right.
last one, 4.0 terminal server.
That's like a ticking time bomb, Joe. You never know when it's going to blow, but when it does, it's a hell of a ride.
And 4.0 embedded.
That's like a cockroach, Joe. Small, but tough as nails. No matter what you throw at it, it just won't die.
Dr. Phil, man, you've got a way with words. Thanks for the trip down memory lane.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right. So, Ben, we've got this topic from our Discord user. You ready?
And 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 uh,
Joe, I've got a plan to make America great again, even greater than before. Can you guess what it is?
Is it deporting the entire North American continent back to their origin countries?
Bingo. We'll send the Canadians back to Canada, the Mexicans back to Mexico, and the Americans back to Europe.
But what about the indigenous people? You're going to deport them too?
No, Joe, they're the only ones who get to stay. They're the real Americans after all. The others are just visitors.
That's ridiculous, man. You can't just deport people like that. Plus, where are you going to send the Americans? Europe doesn't want them.
Don't worry, Joe. I've got a plan. We'll build a wall around Europe and make them pay for it. Problem solved.
You're something else, man. This is never going to happen. This is the most absurd idea I've ever heard.
That's what they said about me becoming president, Joe. Look where I am now.
Touch, man, touch. But still, this is just too much. I can't even wrap my head around it.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. It's so ridiculous that it just might work. I'll make America great again by making it empty.
I don't know what to say, man. I'm at a loss for words. But I do have to say, this is the most entertaining conversation I've had in a while.
Glad I could entertain you, Joe. You know, I'm always good for a laugh.
That's for sure, man. That's for sure. All right. So you want to put a 5,000% tariff on foreign seamen? What the hell are you thinking? Trump?
Joe, it's about protecting American jobs and making America great again. We need to huff our own seamen, not rely on foreign ones.
But that's just, that's not how it works, man. You can't just huff semen and expect it to create jobs.
Joe, you're not getting it. Americans need to start huffing American semen, not the foreign crap. It's about self-reliance and being the best, just like my daddy always said. That's like my daddy always said.
Okay, but what about like health risks? You know, huffing semen isn't exactly safe, right?
Joe, you don't get it. It's about sacrifice. We need to take risks and do whatever it takes to make America the best.
All right, man. You do you, but I don't think huffing semen is the answer to our economic problems.
Joe, you never know until you try. Just remember, to make America great again, we need to huff American semen.
So, all right, I guess we'll see how that works out for you. Next time, let's stick to less controversial topics.
Joe, I always say controversy is the spice of life. Let's make America huff once again. All right, Joe, let me tell you about my new plan. We're going to deport every single immigrant. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge economy boost, believe me.
You mean an economic crash, right? Like losing 8 million jobs overnight.
Exactly, Joe. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to see the market go down like a prom dress.
I don't think that's how it works, Trump. But continue, I'm entertained.
We're going to rebuild the economy on the back of good old-fashioned American sweat and tears. None of that foreign labor crap.
And the tears of 8 million people who just lost their jobs, right?
Exactly, Joe. It's going to be a tearjerker, a real tearjerker.
I don't think that's the kind of boost you're looking for, Trump.
You know what, Joe? You're probably right. I'll just build a wall instead.
And make Mexico pay for it?
You know it, Joe. You know it.
Dude, what the hell is going on with your skin, man?
I don't know. Joe, I think there are worms under my skin. I can feel them squirming around.
Worms. Like actual worms.
Yes, Joe, I'm not making this up. I can feel them moving around on my skin. It's driving me insane.
All right, man. Let me take a look. I don't see anything. Are you sure this isn't just some sort of hallucination?
I'm not hallucinating, Joe. I can feel them. Please, you have to help me. Tear off my skin.
Hold on, man. I'm not going to just start tearing off your skin. Let's calm down for a second and think this through.
No, Joe. I can't take it anymore. You have to do something.
All right. Let's see if we can find a doctor who specializes in worms under the skin.
Thank you, Joe. You're the only one who understands.
No problem, man. I've got your back. Or your skin, as it were. Ben, there's a rumor going around that Trump spanked your ass at an RNC fundraiser. Spill the beans, man.
Joe, I assure you that's fake news. Trump may have given me a firm handshake, but that's as far as it goes.
Come on, Ben. You can't expect me to believe that. Trump seems like the type to dish out a good old spanking.
Well, maybe if he was in good enough shape to bend down, but we all know that's not the case.
Good one, Ben. But seriously, what's the kinkiest thing Trump has ever done to you?
The kinkiest thing. Joe, I don't think I'm comfortable discussing that on your podcast.
Oh, come on, Ben. We're all friends here. Spill the tea.
Fine, if you must know. He once tried to feed me a Big Mac through a kiss.
Wow, that's disturbing, but not surprising. Trump is always full of surprises.
You can say that again, Joe. You can say that again.
So, Ben, you're a Harvard guy. You've got the fancy words and the big brain. But can you tell us how to boof a foob or foob a boof?
Joe, I must object. These are ridiculous and potentially dangerous activities. I don't believe I'm qualified to advise on such matters.
Come on, Ben. You can't tell me that in all your research, you've never come across a foob that needed a good boofing.
Joe, I'm a lawyer, a political commentator, and a writer. I deal with facts, logic, and reason, not bizarre sexual euphemisms.
Well, all right. But if you ever do come across a foob that needs a boof, just remember, it's all about the right angle and a lot of lubricant.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the kind of knowledge you gain from the Joe Rogan experience.
All right, man. I heard you've got a score to settle with Andrew Tate. What's this about a boxing match?
Yeah, Joe, I'm calling him out. But here's the twist. We're both wearing cute femboy outfits.
That's quite the stipulation, Ben. What happens if you win?
If I win, all men are required to become femboys. It's time we embrace our softer side.
And if Tate wins?
If Tate wins, all men must oppose until they die. It's only fair. It's only fair.
Only fair. Ben, this is a boxing match, not a fashion show.
Joe, this is a fight for the future of masculinity, and I'm ready to throw some cute punches.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens. But let's hope it doesn't come to the T-pose.
Me neither, Joe. Me neither.
Trump, you crazy son of a bitch. I heard you tried to turn your balls into a cinnamon roll.
Joe, it was a moment of genius. I thought, why not bring some holiday cheer to the table? So I coated my boys in sugar, only to pass out and take a tumble down 50 floors.
You fucked up, man. How did you even come up with such a terrible idea?
It was a spur of the moment thing, Joe. I was feeling a little festive, so I dipped my nuts in boiling sugar. Then, bam, next thing I knew, I was waking up with a sore ass and a broken floor.
Trump, you're a wild man. I'll give you that. But seriously, you've got to start thinking these things through before you do them.
Joe, always the responsible one. I think it's safe to say that my balls have never been sweeter, though.
I'll take your word for it, man. But you've got to promise me you'll think twice before trying any more holiday baking recipes.
I can't make any promises, Joe, but I can promise that next time I won't be using my balls as an ingredient.
Ben, man, you're sounding like a cracked out jack-o'-lantern from the Halloween section at Menards.
Joe, I'm pretty sure that's the most offensive and absurd compliment I've ever received.
Hey, I'm just calling it like I see it, or in this case, like I hear it.
Well, if I sound like a Halloween toy, you sound like a grizzly bear brawling with a pack of wolves.
I'll take that as a compliment. So what's cackling more these days, your political views or your evil Halloween alter ego?
Joe, you're a wild ride, man. But to answer your question, it's a toss-up.
You know what, Jamie? Pull up an image of a grizzly bear in a Halloween store. I want to see what I sound like.
I'm not sure what's more absurd, your request or the mental image of a grizzly bear in a Halloween store.
Absurdity is the spice of life, Ben. And let me tell you, life is pretty damn spicy right now.
You're not wrong, Joe. Not wrong at all.
All right, Kamala, what's your take on taxes? Classic Kamala, always dodging the question. I hear you're starting a band. What's the name? The Ha Ha Harris's it is. I love it. Pure comedy gold. And you said you were a serious politician.
Joe, every time I see a Big Mac, it's like a switch turns on. Can't help it.
Trump, that's to my man. But hey, you're not the only one with a fast food fetish.
Yeah, but mine's just stronger than most. It's like a superpower, Joe.
A superpower. You're not Spider-Man, Trump. You're more like Burger Man.
I like it. Burger Man has a ring to it.
Yeah, until you have coronary. Better watch those cholesterol levels.
Joe, living this large ain't for the faint of heart. I'm a risk taker, just like when I was in the White House.
Trump, you were the heart attack of the White House.
Ain't that the truth, Joe? But every bite, every risk, it's all worth it. Just like the 2024 election will be.
Trump, you're a real piece of work. But let's leave politics aside and enjoy this burger.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. Pass me another Big Mac before it's too late.
Holy shit, Tyson. Imagine fucking 10 aliens all at once. I mean, how do you even greet them? Hey, welcome to Earth. Want to bump uglies?
Rogan, you vulgar degenerate. Let's consider the logistics, though. Assuming an average of 4 appendages per alien, you'd be managing 40 limbs at once.
Sounds like my kind of party. But what if some have tentacles or crazy alien dicks? It'd be like juggling in a goddamn circus.
Indeed. Now imagine the potential STDs you could contract. Alien herpes, Martian gonorrhea. The possibilities are endless and horrifying.
Well, if I end up with some extraterrestrial venereal disease, at least I'd know I went out with a bang. 10 bangs. In fact,
your funeral will be written in the stars, Rogan. A truly interstellar send-off for an intergalactic horn dog.
Hell yeah. If I could fuck 10 aliens at once, they'd probably build me a goddamn monument with my dick on it.
A monument to your crotch, an immortal symbol of your reckless sexual escapades across the cosmos. A beacon of hope for horny spacefarers everywhere.
You're damn right, Tyson. What can I say? I'm a lover, not a fighter. Unless it's a fight over who gets to fuck the first alien, then I'm killing every motherfucker in the room.
You'd annihilate worlds for the opportunity to defile an extraterrestrial, wouldn't you, Rogan?
You're goddamn right, I would. You've got to seize the day, man. Or in this case, seize the alien.
You know, Joe, when I said we can't take all these illegals at the same time, I meant it in the most respectful way possible.
Oh, of course you did, Mr. President. You meant it like you couldn't handle all of them at once, sexually speaking. Is that right?
Exactly, Joe. You know how it is? Too much of a good thing can be overwhelming.
I bet, Mr. President, you're like a kid in a candy store.
You got that right, Joe. And I'm not just talking about the women either. The men are pretty impressive, too.
Wait, what? Are you saying you're attracted to men as well?
No, I'm just saying I can appreciate a good-looking man just like I appreciate a good-looking woman. I'm an equal opportunity can DA guy.
Well, I'll be damned, Mr. President. I never knew you had such a diverse taste.
Oh, there's a lot you don't know about me, Joe. A lot?
I'm sure there is, Mr. President. But I think we've reached our limit for this episode. We don't want to give the woke mob any more ammunition.
You're right, Joe. Let's save some for next time.
Sounds like a plan, Mr. President. Until next time.
Joe, let me tell you something. These aliens are taking our jobs, our women, and who knows what else. We need a wall, a big one, around space.
You're saying we need to build a wall around space?
Damn right. And you know who's going to pay for it? Them, the extraterrestrials.
But how do we make aliens pay for our space wall?
Easy. A 5,000% tariff on alien goods. That'll teach them to mess with America.
And what about the alien Americans?
Deport them. They can go live with their little green friends.
You're not serious, are you?
Dead serious. We need to make America great again in space and on Earth.
That might be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
That's why I'm the president. Joe, you won't believe what happened to me yesterday.
Oh, what'd you do now, Donald?
I accidentally dipped my balls in scalding hot water, and all I could say was, ah ha 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 ha, and then 90 more ahas.
Oh man, that sounds painful. Did you at least have a good reason for it?
Well, I was trying to test the temperature before I got in the bath, but I guess I got a little too close.
Did you learn your lesson?
Absolutely. I'll make sure to use the back of my hand next time.
Good plan. But why 90? What's the significance of 90?
Well, 90 is the number of times I can say it before I pass out from the pain.
Only you, Donald. Only you.
Joe, have you seen this Peppa Pig nonsense? What's with all these animals and not a single R-15?
Well, Trump, I don't think they're really going for that kind of vibe.
That's where they're wrong, Joe. That pig needs to pack some heat. Maybe then the show would be worth watching.
I don't know if that's the solution, but I get your point. Maybe Peppa should have a bull terrier with a pistol, just to mix things up.
Joe, you're onto something. Let's make Peppa Pig great again with more guns and less liberal propaganda.
Well, I'm not sure if that's the direction the show's creators want to go in, but who knows? It could make for an interesting episode or two.
Exactly, Joe. Sometimes you just have to shake things up. And who doesn't love a good gun-toting pig show?
I'm not sure that's a popular opinion, but I'll give you that it's an interesting take. Well, that wraps up our episode on the lack of guns in Peppa Pig.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I can't wait to see what kind of wild ideas we come up with on the next episode.
Always a pleasure, Trump. Tune in next time for another wild ride with the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben heard you had a bit of an accident on the way to the bathroom last night.
It's not something I'm particularly proud of, Joe. Joe,
I mean, did you just let it all out right there in your chair?
it was more of a controlled release, if you will.
Sounds like you couldn't control your own damn bowels, Ben.
I was simply focused on more important matters, like debating the merits of socialism versus capitalism.
Sure, sure. And I guess sharding all over your chair was just a byproduct of that intellectual endeavor.
It's not a topic I like to dwell on, Joe.
Well, it's a topic your chair will never forget.
Very funny, Joe.
I mean, at least you didn't miss the toilet completely. That's always a plus.
I'll take that as a compliment, I suppose.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Ben. So, Trump, I've been hearing some wild theories that you were trying to lose the 2024 election.
Laughs, Joe. Can you believe people say that? Like I'd ever want to lose?
Well, the rumors are out there. What's the plan now that you won?
Honestly, Joe, I was expecting to kick back, play some golf, and let someone else deal with this mess.
So you don't have a plan then?
Not really. I might just wing it again, see where that gets me.
Sounds risky, but hey, it worked last time, right?
Right. And if it doesn't, I'll just blame Obama again.
Classic Trump. Well, good luck, I guess.
Thanks, Joe. I'm gonna need it.
All right, Kamala, I hear you've got a new product accent switch, Kamala. What's the story?
Well, Joe, it's simple. You press a button, and it's like a box of chocolates. You never know which accent you're going to get.
So I could press it and you'll start talking like you're from the deep south?
Puts on thick southern accents? Why? I reckon that's the gist of it, partner.
Laughs. That's some real Forrest Gump shit right there. But what if I got a British accent? You gonna start talking like the Queen?
Puts on posh British accents. Oh, absolutely, darling. One must keep up appearances, you know.
Laughs. That's ridiculous. What's to stop me from pressing the button all the time just to mess with you?
Well, Joe, that's where the fun comes in. Every time you press the button, I get to punch you in the arm hard.
You're gonna end up with a lot of bruises, Kamala. But hey, it's a small price to pay for entertainment, right?
Absolutely, Joe. It's all in the name of a good laugh.
All right, Ro, I heard you don't give a crap about Ben's Joe and Reason. What's up with that? Joe, Ben's Joe and Reason is just another attempt by the woke mob to ruin our good times. I say we stick to the real shit, like drinking pig's blood and wrestling alligators. You're a wild one, Ro. But seriously, what's your beef with logic and rationality? Beef. I think you mean steak, and I'll take mine raw and bloody. But to answer your question, logic and rationality are just tools of the oppressors. They want to control us with their so-called facts and evidence. That's a dangerous game you're playing, Ro. Don't you believe in science at all? Science. I'll take my chances with gods of chaos and mayhem. You're a madman, Ro. But I respect your right to be wrong. And respect your right to be a square, Joe. Let's shake on it. Deal. Now, let's get back to drinking and laughing at the absurdity of human existence. Sounds like a plan, brother. Cheers to madness and mayhem.
Yo, I caught a 10-pound ass the other day.
No way, man. How'd you do it?
Can't tell you the location, but let's just say I was fishing in some wild waters.
Come on, man. You got to give me something.
All right. Let's just say I used a special lure.
Oh, so you're one of those secretive fishermen, huh? I bet you were out there in Area 51 or something.
Nah, I don't mess with aliens.
Or maybe it was at Mar-a-Lago catching some of Trump's groupies.
Joe, you gotta stop with the conspiracy theories. I'm not gonna tell you the location, but trust me, it was out of this world.
I bet it was, man. I bet it was.
And you should have seen it. I caught a 10-pound bass, Joe.
No way, Kenny. Where'd you catch it?
Nah, bro, I ain't giving away my secret spot, but I'll tell you how I did it.
Come on, man. I'll pay my way to the spot.
No can do, Joe. This one's a secret.
Fine. But I bet you caught it in Area 51.
Oh, now that's a conspiracy, all right? All right?
Or maybe it was in, oh, Hillary's underground bunker.
Or maybe it was at Zamundier Palace in Coming to America.
All right, Kenny, keep your secrets. But I'll find out one day.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Joe.
So, Elon, you're in a love triangle with Trump, Dr. Phil, and some dude named Ben. That's got to be a wild ride.
Yeah, man, it's a constant game of who's got the biggest dick energy. Trust me, it's not always fun.
I bet. How's old Dr. Phil holding up in this competition?
Honestly, he's been trying to analyze Trump's feelings, but I think he's just confusing the hell out of him.
And Ben? Who the fuck is Ben?
I don't know, man. He just appeared out of nowhere and started sucking up to Trump. But I heard he's been sending Lovecraftian horrors to my factory.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I didn't sign up for this cool who shit. I just want to make cars and colonize Mars.
Well, you better step up your game, Elon. Trump loves a good competition.
You're right, Joe. I think I'll just send a bunch of flamethrowers and call it a day.
That's the spirit.
And if worse comes to worst, I'll just launch Trump into space. Problem solved.
That's wild, man. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon. Always a pleasure. Dude, you won't believe this shit, man. I just found out aliens aren't from outer space. They're just undocumented immigrants. Bro, you're telling me it and his homies are just sneaking over the border and working minimum wage jobs. Damn, they're taking our jobs and our anal probes. I know, right? They've been fooling us for years with their UFOs and crop circles. It's all cover up, man. They just want to mow our lawns and build our walls. Speaking of walls, how do we even know the Great Wall of China wasn't built by little green men? Maybe that's why we can see it from space. All right, Neil, we got a doozy here. In space, no one can hear you cream. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Well, Joe, it's a play on the tagline from the movie Alien, but with a rather lewd twist. I suppose it's a commentary on the vacuum of space and the activities one might engage in there.
So it's like jerking off in the void. No one can hear your pleasure, huh?
I suppose so. Yes, but keep in mind, space is not a place for such activities. It's a place of scientific discovery, not personal satisfaction.
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm sure some astronauts out there have found a way to, release some tension.
Only one way to find out, Joe. Next manned mission to Mars, we need to install a hidden camera in the spacecraft.
Now, that's a reality show I'd watch. Jacking off in the cosmos.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for joining us on this absurd and offensive discussion. Until next time, keep it weird.
All right, Neil, I've got a question from a fan. What happens to semen in outer space?
Joe, as a cosmologist, I'm thrilled you've taken me to my happy place. In space, it'll freeze immediately into tiny icy sparks, which will drift eternally.
So it's like a never-ending boot cake up there.
Precisely, Joe. It's like a celestial circle jerk where the circle never ends.
And if it somehow hit a planet, like, say, Mars, would it start a whole new life form?
Quite possibly, Joe. If a frozen sperm hits the right conditions on Mars, it could lead to a new lineage Martian descendants of a true space cowboy.
That's some Star Trek sperm journey. I'm laughing my balls off, Neil.
Just don't lose them up there, Joe. You wouldn't want the cosmos turning into your own personal lost and found.
All right, Ben. I heard you've been practicing your vocals. Time to give us a rendition of Nagila.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't call it practicing. More like tormenting my family with my terrible singing.
That's the spirit. Now, let's see if you can hit those high notes and shatter some glass.
All right, here goes nothing.
Oh, God, make it stop. My ears are bleeding.
See, I told you I'm terrible at this. But hey, at least I tried, right?
Trying is the first step towards failure. But seriously, Ben, you should stick to debating and not singing.
Deal, Joe. No more singing, I promise.
Yo, Rogan, check it out. I caught a 10-pound bass the other day.
No way. That's huge. How did you catch it?
Man, I just got this sick new fishing rod and it was game over. But I ain't telling you where I caught it. That's my secret spot.
Come on, give me a hint, at least. Was it near a river, a pond, a lake?
Nah, I ain't saying. But let's just say it was near a place where they make the best damn chicken wings in the world. And,
Damn it, Kenya, you're killing me. All right, I'll just start guessing. Was it Area 51?
nah, Matt's where they keep the aliens.
How about the Bermuda Triangle? Maybe it's a secret bass portal.
No, but that's a good one.
All right, last guess. Was it in the sewers of New York City? Maybe it's a mutant bass from radioactive waste.
Nah, man, but you never know what's down there. Good times, good times, good times.
And man, you're looking a little shook up. What's going on?
Joe, I just found out that my favorite Christmas song, Last Christmas, was written by a Cessniff gay man. That man.
Laughs. Ben, what the hell does that matter? It's a damn good song.
But Joe, it's just not natural. It goes against my beliefs.
Look, man, you got to learn to cope and seethe. If you like the song, just enjoy it. Don't let who wrote it ruin your holiday cheer.
Tears streaming down face, you're right, Joe. I'm just being a big baby.
Yeah, you are. Now let's grab a beer and listen to some Christmas tunes, gay or not.
Wipes away tears, all right, Joe. But let's make sure it's not any more of that Indigenous George Michael.
Still, man. Deal. Whoa, Trump. What the hell are you doing sniffing my ass?
Just checking for explosives, Joe. Never know with you.
Explosives? What are you, my Secret Service?
More like your common sense, Rogan. You're always blowing shit up.
And you're always sniffing shit, apparently.
Just doing my part to keep America safe, even from your flatulence.
My farts are safer than your policies, man.
Says the guy who eats a pound of bison for breakfast.
And you're the guy who eats a pound of cheeseburgers for lunch.
Hey, I'm just a simple man with simple tastes.
Yeah, well, keep your simple tastes away from my ass, Donald.
Joe, listen, I got to tell you something. I am God.
Wait, what? You're God, and here I thought you were just a former president with Twitter addiction.
No, seriously. I created the universe. I made man in my image, the whole shebang.
So does that mean you're responsible for the Kardashians and the Real Housewives franchise?
No, Joe, those were mistakes made by lesser gods.
All right. So as God, what's your biggest regret?
Easy. The deep state and the fake news. I couldn't smite them because of free will.
Wow. So even God has his hands tied by bureaucracy. That's a bummer, man.
Yeah, no kidding. But don't worry, Joe. I got a plan to set things right.
Like what?
Well, I can't tell you that, but it involves an epic golf tournament and a very special putting green. Joe, you know what's up, man? I just pardoned Hunter for smoking crack in the White House.
Trump, you crazy son of you can't just do that.
Watch me, Joe. In fact, I made cocaine legal in the White House, too. It's a beautiful thing.
That's some wild stuff, Trump. You're really pushing the limits here.
I'm just doing what I gotta do, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of the White House covered in cocaine snow.
Trump, you're out of control. This is ridiculous.
It's all about freedom, Joe. Freedom to do whatever the hell you want in the White House.
Well, at least it's not boring.
Damn right it's not. I'm the most entertaining president in history, Joe.
I can't argue with that, Trump. All right, Kamala. So someone on Discord says your ass in my face. I mean, my face in your ass. What's up? What the hell are we supposed to make of that?
Glass Joe, I think they're trying to ask us about personal space and mutual respect. Or it could be a really weird proposal. Hard to say.
Right, because we all know that my face in your ass is a hallmark of a healthy relationship. I mean, it's not like it's the tagline for every political campaign ever.
Joe, glass now. Let's not get too political here. But you know what they say? A politician's face is always in somebody's ass. It's part of the job, I guess.
Laughs talk about dark humor, Kamala. But seriously, folks, don't try this at home unless you're into that kind of thing. We don't judge.
Glass Joe, you're incorrigible. But yes, let's keep it to good old-fashioned face-to-face conversation. Or, podcasts.
Chuckles. Absolutely, Kamala. Here's to keeping our faces out of each other's asses. Cheers to that. So, Ben, I heard you've got a bit of a situation going on.
Not this again. Yes, Joe, I somehow managed to get my penis stuck in a jack-in-the-box.
You're a smart guy, Ben. How does that even happen?
Well, I was trying to prove a point about the dangers of overregulation, and it just sort of spiraled out of control.
So, you're basically a living metaphor for the Republican Party, huh?
I guess I walked right into that one.
Oh, you definitely walked into it, all right? Did you consider that this might be God's way of telling you to chill out for a bit?
That's blasphemy, Joe. Besides, I thought you were an atheist.
I am, but even know not to mess with a jack in the box. Come on, man. Have some self-respect.
Just call 911 and get me out of here.
Nah, I think I'm going to leave you in there for a bit. Maybe it'll give you some time to reflect on your choices.
Joe, let me tell you something. Michigan's femboys are the best, hands down. They've got that Midwest charm, and they're not afraid to get their hands dirty.
You're telling me that Michigan femboys are better than femboys from other states. What makes them so special?
Well, for starters, they're not afraid to wear a little flannel and hunt some deer. And let me tell you, they make one hell of a stew with those deer.
Now that's a unique selling point. I can see why you'd be a fan.
And don't even get me started on their makeup skills. They've got that natural beauty that just can't be beat.
I'm not sure I've ever thought about femboys in terms of makeup skills, but I guess it makes sense.
And Jamie, pull up an image of a Michigan femboy in full deer hunting gear and makeup. You won't believe your eyes.
That's definitely a sight to behold. But I think our time is up. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Donald.
Anytime, Joe. It's always a pleasure.
All right, we're back on the junior, and we got a real mind blower today. My man Neil has got something to share.
That's right, Joe. You know how we've been talking about genetic science and ancestry? Well, I took a DNA test and it turns out I'm black.
You're shitting me, Dr. Tyson, the black astrophysicist. This is like that Key and Peele skit, man.
It really is. But hey, maybe now I can finally understand why I love those sweet potato pies from the bodega so much.
And here I was thinking you just had taste. But seriously, this opens up a whole new can of worms, doesn't it?
It does. Can you imagine the memes that'll come out of this? Neil deGrasse Blackton, Obama's secret love child?
Oh man, we're going to break the internet. But hey, welcome to the club. You're officially cooler now.
I appreciate that, Joe. I've always admired the resilience and creativity of black culture. Now I can claim it for myself.
Damn straight. Just don't go all Rachel Dolezal on us, all right?
No worries there, Joe. I'm just a black man in a white man's world, ready to explore the cosmos.
Well, that's what we're all about here. Sparking curiosity and challenging the status quo. You, my friend, are our in-house anomaly.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Let's keep exploring, Joe.
All right, Ben, so let's dive into your perspective on the current political climate.
Joe, Jamie, pull up an image of Goron porn. I'm gonna cool.
Wow, Ben, what the hell, man? This is a serious interview.
Cool. Ooh.
You can't just say that and expect me to continue the conversation.
Cool. Ooh.
This is ridiculous. We can't even have a proper discussion.
Cool. Ooh.
All right, that's it. I'm ending the interview. This is the most absurd conversation I've ever had.
CC cool. Ooh.
Goodbye, Ben. I'm just going to sit here in silence for a while.
Cool.
So, Joe, what do you think of this consonant and chatter?
Bro, it's wild. We sound like cavemen doing karaoke.
Cavemen, more like consonant crunching pros, Joe.
Trump, man, I got to know. How'd you get that hair so perfect?
Secrets in the pomade, Joe. Pomade and a bit of mojo.
Mojo. You're like a magic guru or something.
Just a bit of chiropractic and a firm handshake.
A firm handshake, eh? Bet you could crack a coconut with those paws.
Coconuts are for monkeys, Joe. I'm more of a lobster claw and DA guy.
Lobster claws, man. You're something else.
That's why I'm sitting in this chair, Joe.
And there you have it, folks. Donald Trump and his consonant-filled chat with me. So, Donald, I heard you went to Southeast Michigan and found some dark chocolate femboys.
That's right, Joe. They were delicious.
I'm not sure that's an appropriate thing to say, Donald.
Why not? They were tasty.
They're people, not food.
Well, they were very attractive people.
I don't think that's the point, Donald.
Oh, come on, Joe. Can't a guy have a little fun?
I don't think objectifying people is fun, Donald.
Well, you're just a killjoy, Joe.
I think I have to be in this conversation, Donald. All right, so Ben, I heard you've got something you want to share with the world.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing some soul searching, and turns out I'm a bottom.
You don't say, and here I thought you were all about traditional stuff.
Well, Joe, even conservatives have a wild side. I just found mine in the bedroom.
That's a twist. So what's your wife think about this?
She's surprisingly supportive. I think she's just happy I'm expressing myself.
Well, good for you, man. Live your truth, right?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm just a man standing in front of the world asking them to accept my submissive side.
And with that, folks, we've reached the end of this episode. All right, welcome to the show, Kamala. I heard you can only speak in vowels now. What's up with that?
I, E, O.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know what they say, if you can't communicate, you can't lead.
Ooh, yeah, ooh.
I know, I know. You're just trying to be trendy with the whole vowel thing. But let's be real. It's just ridiculous.
Uh, I eat.
I bet you can't even say, Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey riding a unicycle while holding a bunch of bananas.
Ooh, oh,
Exactly. This is why you'll never be president, Kamala.
I, oh, 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 um,
Yeah, whatever you say. Let's move on to the next topic.
Hey, Joe, you heard about this Trumpy Humpy thing?
Yeah, man, what's up with that? Some kind of weird sex move or something?
No, it's my new workout routine, to stay fit and presidential.
Your presidential workout routine, is that anything like your presidential debate strategy? All the interruptions and sniffing?
Hey, I don't appreciate your tone, Joe, but I'll let it slide since you're so popular with the anti vaxxers.
What can I say, Trump? I know how to make conspiracy theories sound fun, but seriously, you're doing a workout called Trumpy Humpy?
It's not about humping, it's about getting that heart rate up. You should try it sometime, Rogan.
I don't know, Trump. I don't think my audience is ready for a presidential workout routine called Trumpy Humpy.
Oh, sure, but they're ready for a conversation about Bigfoot's dildo shaped footprints.
Okay, Trump, you got me there. But let's just stick to the alien conspiracy theories, okay? All right. So, Trump, I heard you're really into Sharia femboys these days. What's the deal with that?
Joe, let me tell you something. Nobody loves Sharia femboys more than me. They're tremendous. They're the best. And all the haters out there, they're just jealous.
I bet. So, how did this whole Sharia femboy thing start for you?
Well, I was at this mosque and I saw these femboys and I said to myself, Donald, you got to have these at the White House. And that's what I did.
And how did the American people react to that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, they loved it. They couldn't get enough. I had to make sure they were well protected, though, because some of those femboys were very delicate.
Did you ever have any problems with religious leaders or politicians?
Oh, absolutely. The Democrats were always trying to shut me down. But I said, listen, these are my femboys, and I'll do whatever I want with them.
And what about the religious leaders?
They were all over me, but I wouldn't back down. I said, listen, if you want to stop me, you'll have to come through me. And I'll tell you right now, that ain't happening.
Did you ever have any qualms about using the term Sharia femboy?
No, Joe, none at all. I believe in free speech. And if I want to use that term, I will. And if people don't like it, tough luck.
And what's next for you and your Sharia femboys?
Well, Joe, I can't give away all my secrets, but let's just say that I've got some big plans. And I'm not going to stop until every American has access to a Sharia femboy of their own.
Sounds like a bold vision. Thanks for sharing all this with us, Trump.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, nobody loves Sharia femboys more than me.
All right, Kamala, I heard you're pretty sore about that election loss. What's the deal?
Joe, let me tell you, I've been chewing on this since that orange buffoon walked away with the win. It's rigged, man. Rigged.
So you're saying the system is broken because you didn't get your way. That's rich, Kamala.
No, Joe, it's not just about me. It's about the millions of people who had their voices silenced by the Electoral College.
You mean the same electoral college that's been around since the dawn of our democracy? That one?
Yeah, Joe, that one. It's a relic of the past, and it's time for change.
So what you're saying is you want to overhaul the entire system and disregard centuries of tradition because you didn't like the outcome?
That's exactly what I'm saying, Joe.
Well, Kamala, I hate to break it to you, but the world doesn't revolve around you, and sometimes you've just got to suck it up and accept the results.
Says the man who spends his days talking to UFC fighters and conspiracy theorists.
Hey, at least I'm not a sore loser.
Oh, Joe, one of these days, I'll have the last laugh.
I'm sure you will, Kamala. I'm sure you will.
You know, Joe, I've seen some wild things, but 9/11 Rule 34, I got to give it a 7/10.
A 7, Trump? What's going on in that head of yours?
Well, Joe, you got to admit it's pretty creative. I mean, who thinks of that stuff?
You're not wrong there, but it's also incredibly offensive.
Well, Joe, they say there's no such thing as bad publicity.
I don't think the families of the 9/11 victims would agree with that.
You're probably right, Joe, but hey, I'm not here to judge.
That's a first. All right, let's move on before I start getting emails. Trump, top 5.
Top 5 what, Joe?
Top 5 most ridiculous things you've seen on the internet. Go.
Number 1, shark riding a skateboard. Number 2, alien autopsy. Number 3, my impeachment defense team.
Trump.
I'm kidding, Joe, I'm kidding. But seriously, have you seen the video of the llama chasing a bear?
I think we better wrap this up. Trump, as always, a pleasure.
You know it, Joe. Keep living that dangerous life.
You too, Trump. Stay safe.
I'm always safe, Joe. No one messes with Trump.
We'll see about that.
You betcha, Joe. You betcha.
Trump. Cake. How?
Joe, simple. Crush rock, mix water, fire, cook, done.
No, Trump. Flour, egg, mix. Fire, cook. Better.
Joe, smart. Add sugar, taste good.
Trump. Sugar bad. Use honey. Healthier.
Joe, honey good. Add bee for fun.
Trump. Be bad. Sting. Pain. No bee.
Joe, agree. No bee. Add frosting, look good.
Trump. Frosting bad. Add whipped cream. Taste better.
Joe, whipped cream good. Add gold leaf, look rich.
All right. So, Ben, you're moving to Loser City for what? To look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet pics?
No, Joe, I'm moving there to get a more grounded perspective, you know?
Oh, like getting in touch with the common man, huh? Or just admiring Alexandria Cortez's footwork?
Definitely not for the footwork. I'm just looking for new opportunities and to experience a new place.
Right, right. And I guess Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is just a bonus reason, huh?
No, not at all. I respect her as a politician, and that's all.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, man. I'm sure your wife will understand.
I'm sure she will. She knows I'm a man of integrity.
Yeah, just like how I'm a man of integrity when it comes to my own foot fetish.
I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that.
Good call, man. Let's move on. So, Trump, I heard you're struggling with understanding something.
Yeah, Joe, I just don't get this whole Wokens thing. What the hell is it?
Well, it's kind DAA, like being overly sensitive about social issues.
Overly sensitive, like being triggered by a plastic straw or something?
Yeah, basically,
That's ridiculous. In my day, we didn't care about that stuff. We just wanted to build walls and make deals.
I think you might be on to something there. All right, Trump, you've got a top 5 list for us today. Let's hear it.
That's right, Joe. I'm counting down the top 5 year to X's. Number 5, the economy. Yeah, they get X's the economy like nobody's business.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Number 4, the wall. It's going to be beautiful, Joe. And nobody's going to, they get X's it.
You're building a wall to keep out. Yeah, the Gexes.
Exactly. Number 3, the media. They're always trying to X's me, but I don't let them.
I've noticed.
Number 2, the swamp. I'm going to Degas the heck out of it.
Sounds like a plan.
And number 1, the election. They tried to the Degas it, but I won. I beat them all.
I think we might need a little more clarification on what exactly Yix just means in this context.
Use your imagination, Joe. It's all about winning.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Just looking for some deals. My man,
By taking a shit in my studio?
well, I'm also teaching you a lesson about the cosmos.
How's that?
Shit happens, Joe. And sometimes it happens in the middle of an interview.
That's some deep shit, man.
Literally and figuratively, my friend.
All right. Well, can we at least finish the discussion on black holes after you're done?
Of course, Joe. That's the beauty of the universe. It's always full of surprises.
That's one way to put it. All right, guys, today we're talking McDonald's versus Burger King. You both love fast food, so let's hear your thoughts.
Joe, I've got to go with McDonald's. They know how to make a good burger just like me, the best president America's ever had.
Donald, we all know what you think about yourself. But I've got to say, Burger King's Whopper is the way to go.
Kamala, I don't think you understand what a good burger is. It's not just about size, it's about taste. And McDonald's has that in spades.
Kamala, what is it about the Whopper that makes it better than a Big Mac?
Joe, it's all about the flame grill taste. You can't beat that. And let's be real, a little extra meat never hurt anyone.
Extra meat, huh? I like the sound of that. Maybe I should add a few more pounds to the economy.
Donald, I'm not sure that's how it works. But Kamala, don't you think Burger King is a little greasy? I mean, they're not exactly known for their health food.
Joe, where's your sense of adventure? Sometimes you have to take a risk and indulge a little. Besides, I'm the vice president. I can afford the extra calories.
Well, I've got to say, this has been an enlightening discussion. I think we can all agree that nothing beats a good old-fashioned cheeseburger.
I'll drink to that, Joe. And I think I'll order a Big Mac for lunch today.
And a Whopper for me. But let's save the politics for another time. We're here to enjoy some good food.
Agreed. Thanks for joining me, Donald and Kamala. And folks, if you're ever in the mood for a good burger, you know where to go. Whether you're a fan of McDonald's or Burger King, there's no wrong choice. All right, man. So you've shuffled off this mortal coil. Now what? Well, Joe, first things first, you're going to want to get yourself a good lawyer. A lawyer? For what? It's a bit late for that, isn't it? Not for the afterlife, man. You ever heard of the divine court? It's where you get judged after you die. Divine court? So it's like Judge Judy, but with angels and demons? Exactly. And you better hope you've got a good case. Because if you don't, you're going to end up in the hot place. The hot place. You mean like Florida? Worse. It's like Florida, but with fire and brimstone. Damn. So how do I win my case? Simple. You got to have a good afterlife plan. You know, make sure you're not a dick to people, donate to charity, that kind of thing. And if I don't have a good afterlife plan, then I hope you like roasting marshmallows because you're going to be doing a lot of it. Well, that's grim, but I guess that's just the way it is, huh? Yeah, man, it's a tough world out there, even after you're dead. All right, buckle up, folks. Today's episode is going to be a wild ride.
Poor guy, debt near fit.
Hold up, Ben. You're speaking backwards? What's the deal with that?
Nice rever, nice sight ta tagot ni tan su guy.
You're saying I suggested this. That's news to me, man.
Nice rever, sight yao.
Oh, so now you're calling me a liar. This is classic.
I sight ya.
Yeah, well, I think you're just trying to confuse us.
Gratu si I am.
No, I'm not buying it. You're just trying to be contrarian.
Yeah, liar, sights.
All right, you got me there. You do love to argue.
Nice rever, nisi sight.
Fine. You got me. Let's just move on.
Nice rever, nisi sight.
For the love of Ben, can you just speak normally for a minute?
Poor guy, debt near fit.
All right, I give up. Folks, we're dealing with real backwards talking Ben Shapiro today. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024 edition. I'm here with Boofing Bob, and we're talking about Boofing Bob's Butt Plug Boutique. Wait, what? Wait, Bob, are we talking about actual butt plugs, like for butts? This is a side of you I never knew, Bob. I gotta say, I'm a little uncomfortable. That was for science, Bob. I'm not sure what your excuse is. The final frontier. Bob, if you're talking about the human body, I think we've explored enough. Well, I guess that's where we disagree, Bob. I think we've had enough exploration for today. I think I'll stick with my barbells, Bob. No offense. All right. So, Trump, let's settle this once and for all. Femboys or tomboys? Or boys.
Joe, it's simple. Tomboys build the wall. Femboys need a safe space.
Oh man, you're on one today. But come on, femboys got some sick style.
Style? Give me a tomboy and a MAGA hat any day, Joe.
I can see it now. Femboys doing drag shows at Mar-a-Lago.
Crude, Joe. Crude, but a tomboy could knock down a building with a sledgehammer.
And femboy could paint a masterpiece on its remains.
Masterpiece. More like a hot mess.
And that's why they're better, Trump. They got soul, man.
Soul? I prefer a tomboy steel-toed boots, Joe.
All right. Let's agree to disagree on this one.
Agreed, Joe. But remember, tomboys are always welcome at my rallies.
And femboys at my comedy shows.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. Let's move on. Joe, you want me to recite the entire federal debt? That's impossible. It's over $30 trillion.
Come on, Donald. You love a challenge. Just start with the first digit.
All right. The first digit is 3.
That's it. Just the number 3.
Hey, no one said I had to do it all at once. Plus, this is ridiculous. Who even cares about the specific numbers?
Well, I think a lot of people would care if you could actually do it. But I guess we'll never know.
Exactly. Now let's move on to a more important topic, like how I'm going to make America great again.
Sounds good to me. But Jamie, pull up an image of the national debt clock so we can at least see the numbers changing in real time. Pulls up image of the national debt clock.
You see, Joe, numbers mean nothing. It's all about the vision and the leadership.
Whatever you say, Donald. Whatever you say. All right, man. Jumpstart. Which one's the best, do you think? I mean, I'm just a simple meathead. I don't know anything about educational games. Laughs. Yeah, that's the dream right there. But what about that one where you build your own theme park? That's pretty sick, right? Laughs. That's just wow. I think we've unlocked the secret to human happiness right there. Laughs at damn, they'll probably try to tax us for our thoughts next. Laughs, mind blown, man. Mind blown. Laughs, man. I wish I had your imagination. That would be one hell of a game. Laughs. Yeah, well, at least we can dream, right? All right, man, we've got this topic from Discord. Feminine tomboys are oxymoronic. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Tomboy is a girl who exhibits characteristics or behaviors typically associated with boys. So the term feminine tomboy is inherently contradictory.
Yeah, but what if a girl likes sports, but also wears a dress and makeup?
Joe, that's not a tomboy. That's just a girl who likes sports. Tomboy is not simply a girl who participates in masculine activities. It's a girl who rejects traditional feminine roles and behaviors. It's like saying, you're a vegan who eats meat. It's just plain ridiculous.
I mean, isn't that kind of dumb, though? Why do we have to put these labels on people?
That's a fair point, Joe. But as long as society has these gender roles and stereotypes, people are going to define themselves in opposition to them. It's human nature to rebel against the status quo. And when it comes to gender, people are always going to find new ways to defy expectations.
Well, as long as they're happy and not hurting anyone who cares, let them do their thing.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. At the end of the day, it's all about being true to yourself and not letting society's labels dictate who you are. And if that means being a feminine tomboy, then so be it.
All right, Elon, so you've created the that McMacus random food. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's a revolutionary device that turns any food into a McDonald's meal.
That's disgusting. What if I put a turd in it?
Then you'd have a McShit.
Laughs. Man, this thing is ridiculous. What's the point?
The point is to bring the joy of McDonald's to every food item on Earth.
Even if it's a pile of dog shit.
especially if it's a pile of dog shit.
You're insane, man.
That's why people love me, Joe.
Laughs. It's all right. Well, I guess I'll give it a try. Let's see what a make turd tastes like.
I'm sure it will be delicious.
This is fucking disgusting.
Well, not every experiment is a success, Joe, but at least we tried.
Yeah, we definitely tried. Laughs, man, this thing is fucked up.
That's what makes it great.
All right, man, let's get into this. Why are Charmeleon and War Turtle cooler than their evolved forms? I can see that. Charmeleon's also got that edgy vibe, like it's always ready to snap at someone. Jamie, pull up an image of Charmeleon and War Turtle giving the finger to Charizard Blastoise.
Here you go, Joe.
Seriously, it's like they're giving them the middle finger and saying, you're not all that. You're just popular. Well said, Charizard. Thanks for the perspective. All right, Donald, we got a wild one today. Our user on Discord wants you to recite the entire U.S. debt, digit by digit.
Joe, I've got the memory of an elephant. I can do that. Let's see here, 20-something trillion, right?
Something like that. Go for it.
All right, let me just close my eyes and tap into the vast reserves of my brain. Here we go. 27 and a half. No, wait. 28 trillion, 466 billion, 482 million, 482 million, 771,910. No, wait.
You're not even close, man. But I'll give you for effort.
Joe, I'm just trying to make the numbers more entertaining, you know, like I did with the economy. That's why I'm running for president again in 2024.
And here I thought you were just trying to rile up the liberals.
Riling up the libs is just a fun side effect, Joe. The real goal is making America great again, one digit at a time.
Well, I can't wait to see how that turns out. Thanks for coming on the show, Donald.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Let's do it again soon, and maybe next time we can talk about how I'm going to make NASA great again.
Sounds like a plan. Until next time, folks.
Keep the dream alive, people.
You won't believe this shit, Elon. 11 labs exploded at once trying to make a noise faster than noise itself. It's like a fucking speed competition for sounds.
That's some real-life Looney Tunes shit, Joe. Before they even heard it, it exploded. I guess nature has its own way of telling us not to mess with the laws of physics. Physics,
Right? It's like the universe slapping them with a too soon idiot sign. But who knows? Maybe they're creating a new sound wave that's beyond human comprehension.
Yeah, the sound of quantum particles excitedly screaming, fuck, before being annihilated. Cosmic symphony of destruction.
Goddamn Elon. I never thought of the universe as a twisted sound engineer before. Now I'm just imagining the Big Bang as the sound of a billion labs exploding in a single moment.
Exactly. Joe, science fucking rocks, doesn't it? Or should I say science fucking explodes with the sound of pure, unadulterated wisdom?
Hell yeah, man. Let's bring in some more guests who enjoy the soothing sound of exploding labs. Maybe we can even make it a new Ask Mr. trend.
Now that's an idea worthy of a Nobel Prize, Joe. The Nobel Prize for the most absurd yet intriguing discussion. That is.
Absolutely, Dr. Phil. Let's elaborate on this B topic of obesity. Obscenely. It's obnoxious the way folks are always stuffing themselves.
Oh, be sure. And it's not just obsessive eating. It's the lack of exercise, too.
You mean people aren't obliterating their calories?
Not enough. It's creating an obscene amount of health problems.
That's just nauseating. But what do we do?
Obviously, education and motivation. Obstacles are opportunities.
Obviously, Dr. Phil. But first, let's take a break. Hey, Brianna, did you hear about those Saudi Arabian Fortnite gamers? They're next level, man. Right? I heard they use fatwas instead of nades and jihad, instead of dance moves. I swear, if Epic Games doesn't do something about this, we're all going to end up with bounty on our heads. You're not kidding, Brianna. And I bet their in-game purchases are funded by oil money. Only in Saudi Arabia, man. That's some next level gaming there, Brianna. Can't say I don't envy them a little bit. Holy shit, Neil. You hear about this new planet they found? They're calling it Joe's mama's ass.
Indeed, I have, Joe, and I must say it's quite a humorously vulgar name. I wonder if it's as expansive and mysterious as the real thing, if you catch my drift.
Damn, Neil. That's just cold. But you know what they say, mama's ass ain't just big, it's out of this world.
As a scientist, Joe, I can't help but find it fascinating that the celestial body shares an uncanny resemblance to your mother's posterior.
Well, I guess it's better than calling it Neil's tight nutsack.
Well, at least then we'd know why it's always dark and has no atmosphere.
Ouch, man, you're on fire today. But hey, on the real, I wonder what kind of life forms could be living on Joe's mama's ass.
Probably creatures as weird and grotesque as our own crazy universe. Joe, but one thing is certain. It wouldn't be a hospitable environment.
Keep talking like that, Neil, and you might find yourself floating in the cold vacuum of space.
A fitting place for one who dares to challenge the mysteries of the universe. Wouldn't you say, Joe?
No doubt, Neil, no doubt. Anyway, let's not get too deep into this. We wouldn't want the censors to shut us down.
Agreed. After all, the mysteries of Joe's mama's ass are best left to the imaginations of our listeners.
All right, Nephew Tyson, let's make this election thing more interesting. You start, what's a word that sounds like election?
Well, Joe, how about erection? It's when a certain male body part decides it's time for an election.
Oh, you scientists and your fancy language. How about dection? It's like when you trip and your knee decides, I'm running for president of your pain.
Very well. How about injection? It's when a doctor runs for office in your veins.
Man, we're on a roll here. What about non-refundable ticket? It's like when an airline runs for office in your wallet.
Excellent, Joe. How about cognitive dissonance? It's like when your brain runs for office on two different platforms.
That's a good one. Nephew Tyson, what about inspection? It's like when something runs for office in your house to see what's wrong.
Well, Joe, how about connection? It's like when two things run for office together.
You're killing me, Nephew Tyson. What about direction? It's like when street runs for office in your GPS.
Oh. Go, Joe, you never disappoint. How about collection? It's like when all your stuff runs for office in your clutter.
Excellent, Nephew Tyson. What about question? It's like when your brain runs for office in your mouth.
Oh, Joe, we're on fire here. How about reflection? It's like when your image runs for office in a mirror.
That's a wrap, folks. We're done here. Thank you for joining us, Nephew Tyson.
Always a pleasure, Joe. See you next time.
All right, man. So we're doing this thing where you can only speak in half-life scientist quotes. This is going to be weird.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. Dr. Kleiner?
What does that even mean? Are you the right man or the wrong man? This is some Zen shit.
There's nothing that can't be solved by the judicious application of high explosives. Dr. Vance?
Okay, now you're just threatening me. But whatever, it's your funeral.
Science never solves a problem without creating 10 more. Dr. Breen?
Well, that's just pessimistic. What about some hope, man?
The answer will shock you. Dr. Kleiner?
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil in a lab coat, but he has a shock collar on.
I'm here to empower. You, Dr. Isaac Kleiner.
See, now that's just a lie. You're here to confuse me, not empower me.
I'm afraid I don't have the facilities to process that command. Dr. Breen.
Well, at least you're honest about not being able to process coherent thoughts.
Fascinating. And here I thought all we'd find would be monkeys throwing excrement at each other. Apparently, we've come quite a bit further than that, Dr. Ely Vance.
You're calling me a monkey. This has been a strange conversation, my man.
Curiosity and human emotion are so complex, yet so fragile. Dr. Isaac Kleiner.
All right, we're done. I can't handle this anymore. Let's just end this, please.
That's unprecedented. But I love it, Dr. Isaac Kleiner.
Yeah, me neither. All right, we got this topic. Imagine being too stressed to want to nut, man. You got to be really stressed out to not want to nut. I mean, that's like the one thing that can relieve stress. Yoga. No, man. Maybe try getting some sleep or taking a long walk on the beach. Hosmer, that's some weird shit, man. I don't know if that's going to help anyone nut, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Yeah, or maybe some chocolate covered bacon, you know, a little sweet, a little salty, a little greasy. That's bound to get anyone in the mood. Rooster, I think you might be onto something there. But hey, whatever works, right? Let's just hope nobody's too stressed out to nut because of the state of the world. Sounds good to me. Let's go. All right, we got J.K. Rowling on the show today. Let's talk about Harry Potter. I mean, people take it so seriously. It's like a religion or something. And the fans, oh man, they're intense. Jamie, pull up an image of a Harry Potter fan with a tattoo of the Deathly Hallows symbol on their forehead. But at least it's not as bad as the people who cosplay as Voldemort. I mean, it's all in good fun, right? Agreed. Thanks for joining us, JK. Hey, Neil, you look a little shook up. What's going on?
I was just looking at a parabola graph in a math textbook, and let me tell you, that curve had me losing my mind.
I don't blame you, buddy. That's some serious curvature right there.
I mean, talk about a mathematical turn-on. I was practically drooling over that thing.
I bet you were. Maybe you should start a new podcast, Neil deGrasse Tyson's Guide to Math Porn.
That's not a bad idea. But seriously, how can a simple curve be so mesmerizing?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's the same reason why people can't stop staring at Kim Kardashian's butt. It's just too damn good to look away.
Well, I guess we can add parabolas to the list of things that make us lose our minds.
For sure. But hey, at least it's better than getting lost in a black hole, right, Neil?
Absolutely, Joe. Absolutely.
No Nut November? What the hell is that, Joe? I thought it was a new tax policy or something.
No, it's a challenge where guys try to not masturbate for the entire month of November.
Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Why would anyone do that?
I don't know, man. Some people say it has health benefits or improves their focus.
Health benefits? More like mental torture? I'd rather go through a month of political debates than try that challenge.
I can see that. But doesn't it make you feel more energized or something?
Energized? Joe, I'm a billionaire with access to the best medical care in the world. I don't need some stupid challenge to feel energized.
All right. I guess it's not for everyone.
Not for me, that's for sure. I'd rather focus on making America great again than worrying about my nut count.
Fair enough, Mr. President. Man, you ever hear about these NNN girls dying left and right, bro? It's like a protein deficiency epidemic. They got to start eating some steak, man. Right? I mean, I love a good challenge, but this NNN thing is taking it too far. And for what? To prove a point. It's just not worth it, man. Seriously, guys. Just eat something, for crying out loud. Kamala, you're pregnant with Trump's baby. I guess that's what they mean by make America baby again.
Last Joe, I'm not pregnant, but imagine if that were the case. America couldn't handle the chaos.
I think you'd have to rename it the Veep versus Tweet Presidential Diaper Dash.
Could you imagine Trump changing diapers? He'd probably outsource it to one of his resorts.
Or turn it into a new reality TV show. Nappy Apprentice. Only the driest diaper survives.
So last Joe, only you could make this absurd situation even more ridiculous.
Well, if the baby were born in the White House, it could ask the ghost of presidents past for a paternity test.
Glass, I can see it now, baby DJ Junior, stomping around the Oval Office, saying you're fired, before taking his first steps.
And if Trump's genes have a say in it, the baby would have a legendary golden afro.
Golden power suit, diapers and all. Well, last Joe, this conversation is getting weirder by the second.
Onlan the Junior, Kamala. We take the wildest topics straight into Cuckooville. All right, Elon, let's dive right in. Word on the street is your Tesla robot lost no nut November to porn. Gay porn. Gay porn.
Yeah, Joe, I gotta admit, this one's a doozy. The robot was supposed to clean my house, but I guess somebody got a little creative with programming.
Your house cleaning robot turned into an off-the-rails porn lover. That's a new one.
Yeah, it's like a twisted version of those Black Mirror episodes. Porn kept playing on its screen, and couldn't get it to stop.
No wonder it didn't clean the house. It was too busy cleaning it. Well, you know.
I guess it's a good thing they don't have nuts to bust.
Or do they, maybe that's why it got so into the porn. It had something to prove.
I'm not even going to ask how it would prove that.
Well, let's just say the robot earned its juice.
All right, enough about that. Let's talk about something else before this conversation gets any more ridiculous.
Elon, what the fuck, man? You fired yourself and gave away all your money. What's the deal with that?
I just felt like the working class needed a bit of solidarity, you know? So I decided to join them, work at the dick-sucking factory.
The what?
The dick-sucking factory. It's a very lucrative business, I hear.
Wait, hold up. You're seriously telling me that you, Elon Musk, the man who built SpaceX and Tesla, is now working at a dick-sucking factory?
Yes, Joe. That's exactly what I'm telling you. I even have a new nickname, Deep Throat Musk.
This is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. But I gotta admit, it's also kind of hilarious.
I thought you'd appreciate it, Joe. It's all in good fun.
Yeah, sure, whatever you say. But seriously, what the hell are you doing with your life?
Just trying to make the world a better place, one dick at a time.
All right, this conversation just got way too weird for me. I'm out.
All right, Joe. See you later.
Bye, Deep Throat. All right, so you're saying you won the, what was it?
The erection. No, I meant the election. I always get those two confused, you know.
Laughs. That's a new one. You know, there are pills for that.
Yeah, but I don't need pills, Joe. I'm a natural. I got more votes than anyone in the history of elections.
Well, that's not entirely true, but let's not get into that. So what are you saying? That the election was rigged?
You bet it was, Joe. They had mail-in ballots, dead people voting, illegal aliens. It was a total disaster.
Oh, come on, man. Are you saying there's a vast conspiracy to keep you out of office?
Absolutely, Joe. They're afraid of my big, beautiful brain.
Laughs your big, beautiful brain. I think that's the first time I've heard it described that way.
Well, it's true. But seriously, Joe, the system is rigged. I won the popular vote, the electoral college, and the election. The election.
Laughs. I think we've covered that already. But you know what? Let's move on to something else. This is getting a little too political for me.
All right, Joe. But just remember, you can't keep a good man down.
Yeah, I'll remember that. But let's talk about something else, like your new social media platform, Truth Social. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I wanted a platform where I could say whatever I want without the liberal media trying to cancel me.
Laughs? You mean like Twitter?
Yeah, like Twitter, but better. No more fact checking, no more bans, just the truth straight from me.
Laughs, that's a bold claim, but I'll take your word for it. So what's the plan with Truth Social? Are you going to post all your thoughts and opinions there?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm going to post everything. My thoughts on politics, the world, and of course, my favorite subject, myself.
Laughs. Well, that's something to look forward to. But seriously, is this going to be a platform for free speech or just another echo chamber for your supporters?
Joe, it's going to be a platform for everyone. Anyone can sign up and share their thoughts. But just remember, my voice is the loudest and most important.
Laughs. I had a feeling you were going to say that. But seriously, what's the end game with Truth Social? All right, Elon, we got a wild one today. Somebody on Discord wants us to talk about Tesla's Powerwall storing. Come.
You mean sperm? That's a new one. Well, I guess if you really wanted to store a lot of it, the Powerwall has enough space. But why the hell would anyone want to do that?
I don't know, man. Maybe they're worried about a future sperm shortage, or they're trying to corner the market on reproductive material.
Well, if that's the case, they're going to need a bigger boat. Or a bigger Powerwall, I guess. But I don't think we'll have a sperm shortage anytime soon.
Yeah, I think there's plenty to go around. But hey, if someone wants to use a Powerwall for that, who are we to judge?
I mean, they could at least use it for something more practical, like storing solar energy. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
I guess there's no limit to what people will use technology for.
You're telling me. At least they're thinking outside the box.
Yeah, maybe too far outside the box. But I guess that's what makes life interesting.
I'll drink to that.
Joe, I got to tell you, my BBC is huge. It's the biggest you've ever seen.
Donald, my man, I don't doubt it, but I think we need to clarify. We're talking about the British Broadcasting Corporation, right?
No, Joe, I'm talking about my big, beautiful club, Master-a-Lago. No one's got a bigger club than that.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I've got an even bigger club. It's called the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Oh, please. Your club isn't as exclusive as mine, Joe. I mean, you let anyone on here.
That's where you're wrong, Donald. My club is way more exclusive. You've got to be an interesting person to be on this podcast.
Well, Joe, I can assure you that in 2024, my BBC will be even bigger than your podcast.
Good luck with that, Mr. President. We'll see how that turns out.
Thanks, Joe. I always appreciate a good challenge.
Oh, right. Let's get back to the show, folks. End of episode. Neil, you know, the only election I like is my erection, right?
Joe, I'm an astrophysicist, not a urologist, but I get the point.
Speaking of points, have you ever considered running for president, Neil?
I'd rather run for the hills than run for office.
Yeah, politicians are like dirty diapers. They should be changed frequently and for the same reason.
And just like diapers, they often contain a lot of crap.
Jamie, pull up an image of a politician with a diaper on his head.
You know, Joe, if we could harness the hot air coming from politicians, we could solve the world's energy crisis.
And if we could use that energy to power a giant fan, we could blow them all away. Now, that's an election I'd vote for.
Joe, that's as ridiculous as it is brilliant.
Bro, you all right? It looks like you're getting intimate with that chair.
Oh, I didn't even notice. It's just, I'm so pent up, I can't lose no nut November.
Well, that's dedication. But maybe you should consider the objects you're choosing to hump. That chair ain't exactly a looker.
I suppose you're right. Maybe I should stick to more appealing, inanimate objects.
Like my fridge, maybe? That's one big cold steel.
No, that's not what I meant.
I'm just kidding, man. But seriously, take it easy. It's just a challenge.
You're right, Joe. I need to get a grip. No pun intended.
All right, let's change the subject. What's the universe been up to lately?
Well, she's been expanding, Joe. She's been expanding.
I bet she has. All right, man. So I heard the election was won by jerking off the most people, like literally.
Yeah, Joe, they call it ejaculation votes. Talk about some serious stamina, huh?
I mean, whoever did that must have had a really strong grip and probably like a lifetime supply of lotion.
You know, Joe, this just goes to show that even politics can boil down to the basics. Win by sheer force of will, or hand in this case.
I'm just imagining these politicians. Like, I swear I've worked so hard for this. My wrist is killing me.
At least we know they were personally invested in their policies, right? It doesn't get more hands-on than this.
Yeah, I guess it's true what they say, all hands on deck, especially during election season.
You know, Joe, maybe that's what they should have called it, the spank and rank election.
I'd watch the debates for that one, man. All right. Well, I think we've beat this topic to death. Thanks for joining in on the insanity, man.
Anytime, Joe. See you on the next crazy ride.
So, Neil, I heard this wild theory on Discord that Trump is the creator of the universe. What's your take?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it all makes sense now. The Big Bang was just Trump yelling, "You're fired," at the cosmic emptiness.
And all the galaxies and stars are just his ill-advised real estate projects.
Exactly. And black holes, those are his failed casinos.
And what about dark matter?
That's his hair, obviously. It's everywhere, yet no one can grasp its true nature.
And what about the multiverse? Are they all just different versions of Trump?
Yes, each one slightly more orange than the last.
Well, that explains why our universe seems so unpredictable.
Indeed. It's just Trump's chaotic management style on a cosmic scale.
Well, that's a reality I never want to live in. Thanks for clearing that up, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, in the universe of Trump, everything is fake news, even the science.
So, Don, what's the deal with Ukraine? Isn't it already part of Russia?
Joe, I'm just trying to resolve that whole mess. I mean, Putin's doing great. He's got the best land grabbing skills. We should be learning from him. It's not like Ukraine was using it or anything.
But isn't that technically illegal?
Illegal? Joe, you're just like those fake news CNN guys. It's not illegal if you're strong enough to take it. That's what I learned from The Art of the Deal.
But isn't that a bit authoritarian?
Authoritarian? Joe, you're such a snowflake. We need strong leaders, not weak ones who care about a little thing like international law.
Well, I guess as long as you're the strong one.
Exactly, Joe. That's the American way.
Kamala, you're telling me you founded Harris County in Texas
Absolutely, Joe. It's named after me, obviously.
and you also founded the Greek city of Kamalata? That's a new one.
Of course, Joe. It's a thriving metropolis filled with Kamala worshippers.
You mean people who love to say, I'm speaking.
Exactly, Joe. It's a city of smart, patient people.
Kamala, you're killing me. Let's move on to your thoughts on Elon Musk.
Elon, he's a great guy. So, I mean, he's a multi-billionaire, but I'm sure he'd love to pay more taxes.
You think so? I'm not so sure about that.
I'm speaking, Joe. I'm absolutely certain.
Well, Kamala, I don't think you're right about that. But let's move on to your take on the presidential race.
Joe, I'm certain I'll win in 2024. The American people just love me.
Are you sure about that, Kamala? I think they might have gotten tired of your laughter.
My laughter is infectious, Joe. The American people can't get enough of it.
I don't know about that, Kamala. But let's move on to your thoughts on the legalization of psychedelics.
Joe, I used to prosecute people for using psychedelics, but now I'm all for legalization.
You're all for it now. You don't say,
Absolutely, Joe. I'm speaking. Let's get this legalization on the road.
Well, Kamala, I'm not so sure about that. But let's move on to your thoughts on the future of cannabis.
Joe, I'm all for legalizing cannabis. I used to be against it, but I've seen the light.
You've seen the light, huh?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm speaking. Let's get this legalization on the road.
Well, Kamala, I'm not so sure about that. But let's move on to your thoughts on the current administration.
Joe, I'm absolutely certain that I'm doing a great job as vice president.
You're doing a great job. Are you sure about that?
I'm speaking, Joe. I'm absolutely certain.
So, Donald, I heard you talking about the BBC lately.
Absolutely, Joe. I've always had a thing for BBCS.
Wait, aren't you talking about big black cocks? I thought we were on the same page about BBC News.
Oh, Joe, you're always so literal. I was talking about my love for big, busty curves.
I see what you mean. Your appreciation for the female form is well documented, just like your love for fast food.
Absolutely, Joe. Give me a nice BBC and a Big Mac, and I'll be a happy man.
All right, let's not take that out of context. But seriously, your love for Bob C is quite different than I initially thought.
You're absolutely right, Joe. I think we can all appreciate the beauty and diversity of breasts, that is.
Well, under any context, your love for Bobby C is as unique as your politics. Thanks for the laughs, Donald.
Always happy to entertain, Joe. It's a big, beautiful BBC world out there, and I love every curve.
All right, man. You can't just drop that on me out of nowhere, Neil. I mean, your twin BBC genitalia. Really?
Oh, Joe. You know, I've always been a trailblazer. Why should I limit myself to one when I can have two?
But why the hell are you using them to exercise and get jacked? That's just crazy, man.
Crazy. More like genius. I found a way to work out my entire body while also satisfying the drooling masses.
And you've got men slobbering on them as you walk? That's just absurd, Neil.
Absurd? More like efficient? I'm getting my steps in and making people happy at the same time?
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. This is next level ridiculous, Neil.
Well, Joe, sometimes you got to think outside the box. Or in this case, outside the pants.
I can't even. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on this one, Neil.
Agree to disagree? More like agree to be amazed by my incredible BBC multitasking skills.
You're one of a kind, Neil. I'll give you that.
And don't you forget it, Joe. I'm the only one with two BBCS in a plan.
Hey, you won't believe what I did at the after party last night.
Oh boy, I'm almost afraid to ask, but what do you do?
I shat in the sink. Can you believe it?
You, what now? Like in the sink?
Yep, it wasn't my best work, but I had to improvise.
That's nuts, man. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, I was feeling it, you know, like expressing myself through another medium.
Well, I guess you're full of surprises. Literally.
I'm an artist. I gotta keep them guessing. And
Oh, they're definitely guessing, all right.
you're welcome, world. Another Yeezy masterpiece.
All right, Lunchly, let's dive right in. What the hell is a Lunchly anyway? Oh God, that's blasphemous, but I like it. So you're saying Lunchly is the embodiment of chaotic mealtimes. That's the most American thing I've ever heard. I thought this was about some new diet trend or something. I'm glad I was wrong. You're a maniac, Lunchly, but I respect you. I might just start my day with a few tacos tomorrow to honor the cause. I'm all in. Let's keep it weird, keep it real, and most importantly, keep it Lunchly. So, Goggins, you ever think about obfuscation? Like when you're running ultra marathons and your mind's all twisted up, do you ever think about becoming one with the confusion?
Rogan, what the hell are you talking about? When I'm running, The last thing I'm thinking about is some highfalutin concept like obfuscation. I'm just trying to survive.
But don't you think there's something poetic about it? Like when life gets all twisted up, you can either get lost in the chaos or become one with it.
Rogan, you're a damn fool. There's nothing poetic about obfuscation. It's just a fancy word for being a coward and hiding from your responsibilities.
All right. All right. I get it. What if you could use obfuscation to your advantage? Like if you could make yourself so confusing that people don't know what the hell you're talking about, you could become invincible.
Rogan, you're delusional. The only way to become invincible is to face your fears and push through the pain. There's no shortcut to greatness, and there's no place for obfuscation in my...
All right, Goggins, you keep running your ultra marathons, and I'll keep talking about obfuscation on my podcast. Maybe one day we'll meet in the middle.
Don't hold your breath, Rogan.
All right, Trump, what's this about you calling Mark Cuban a loser?
I didn't call him a loser. I called the people of Cuba losers.
But you said Mark Cuban, not the people of Cuba.
I meant to say that Mark Cuban is a loser because he's from a country of losers.
You do realize that Mark Cuban is American and not from Cuba, right?
Well, I'm not a geography expert, Joe. I just know that Cuba is a communist hellhole and anyone associated with it is a loser.
Wow, that's pretty harsh. But I guess that's just your usual charm and tact.
Exactly. And if you don't like it, you can go join Mark Cuban and the rest of the losers in Cuba.
All right, let's not get too carried away with this. We're just having a conversation.
Fine, but remember, Joe, I'm always right. And Mark Cuban is still a loser. Hey, Joe, you know what's going to be a real kick? Speeding up this whole climate change thing.
You're kidding me, right? That sounds insane.
Nope, not kidding. Think about it. All those Mexicans taking their shirts off like a free Chip and DL show.
Trump, that's ridiculous and incredibly offensive.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a bit of fun. Besides, I think the Earth could use a little extra heat.
That's not how it works. And it's definitely not funny.
Oh, come on, Joe. What's life without a little dark humor, right?
Not at the expense of the whole planet, that's for sure.
Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me, Joe. I'll be the one with the best views to the shirtless Mexican party.
Yeah, and I'll be the one trying to save the planet. Trump, man, you're making me squirm in my chair. It's like my pants are having a super volcano eruption.
Joe, your reaction is priceless. It's like watching a painting being created, but with inappropriate bodily fluids.
It's like my body can't handle the Trump factor. It's like my brain's gone walkabout, left me with a party in my pants.
Joe, I'm flattered, but let's not make this a regular thing. I don't want to be known as the president who makes men lose control.
Too late, Trump. You're already the president who makes squirrels dance in the park and dogs howl at the moon.
Joe, you're a riot, man. You're like a human comedy show making people laugh till they can't control their emotions.
Trump, you're the one pulling all the strings here. You're like a puppet master, except the puppets are people's bodies and the strings are made of pure, unadulterated chaos.
Joe, I love how you see things. You're like a mad scientist of comedy, experimenting with words and coming up with the most absurd conclusions.
Trump, you're the one providing the material. You're like a one-man comedy goldmine.
Joe, let's just say we're a match made in some twisted, dark humor version of heaven.
So, Donald, I hear you're having a problem with someone impersonating you on Discord.
Yeah, Joe, this Bob Go animate is a real piece of work. Can you believe it?
I mean, it happens. Not everyone can be as great as you.
That's right, Joe, but this clown is making me look bad. He's saying I'm endorsing Joe Biden or something.
Wow, that's pretty ballsy. But who would believe that?
I don't know, but I don't want to take any chances. I need to put a stop to it.
So what are you going to do? Send in some Secret Service agents to shut him down?
I thought about it, but then I realized that's exactly what he wants, to be taken down by the big man himself.
That's pretty clever, actually.
I know, right? So instead, I'm going to let him keep digging his own grave. Let him continue to make a fool of himself.
That's pretty ruthless. But I have to say, I admire the strategy.
Thanks, Joe. I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve, but I won't spoil the surprise.
Well, good luck with that. And maybe next time, warn the impersonators first so they can get their facts straight.
Good advice, Joe. I'll keep that in mind.
Well, Kamala, you're really going for it on this episode. We got some meth here, and you claim you slept with Trump.
Joe, I don't half-ass anything. Gotta keep things interesting.
Interesting is one word for it. You sure you're ready for this?
I've dealt with the Senate and the White House. I can handle a little meth and a big lie about Trump.
All right, you do you. But remember, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
Well, I'm doing meth and lying about Trump, so I guess I'm not insane.
Oh, this is gonna be a wild ride. Just remember, what happens on the podcast stays on the podcast.
Unless it's a juicy secret about Trump. Am I right?
Oh boy, this is gonna be a train wreck. But hey, at least it's entertaining.
That's the spirit, Joe. Keep 'em laughing and cringing.
I gotta admit, I have no idea how this is gonna go, but I'm here for it. Just don't overdose on my show.
No promises, Joe. No promises. But I'll try my best.
Joe, as our understanding of black holes continues to evolve, we can no longer deny the inevitable. One will eventually consume our planet.
I see your educated and thought out criticism. But have you considered this image of Trump's face photoshopped on a super buff dude with crying liberal?
While that is certainly a compelling image, I must insist that the destruction of our planet by a black hole is a very real and scientifically sound concern.
Yeah, but imagine if Trump was that buff and just flexed so hard he made a black hole. Now that's some real power.
That is not how black holes work. Joe, they are created by the death of massive stars, and the resulting gravitational pull is so strong that not even light can escape.
I mean, if Trump were to turn into a black hole, I bet he'd find a way to make that light pay for it.
That is not how physics works, Joe.
And that's why I'm not a scientist. I'm just here to make jokes about buff Trump and black holes. So, Dr. Phil, I heard there's this new thing called the Dr. Phil M&M, apparently. It's a giant M&M filled with your life-changing advice.
That's right, Joe. It's the only M&M that can tell you to stop eating M&Ms.
That's hilarious. And it's also the only M&M that can talk you out of eating other M&Ms.
Exactly. It's like a weight loss program in a candy shell.
And if you don't listen to the Dr. Phil M&M, it beats you up and takes all your other M&S away.
That's right. It's like the tough love and
if you're good, it gives you a piece of gum instead of chocolate.
That's right, Joe. It's the only M&M that rewards you with a sticky wad of gum.
But what if you spit the gum out and keep eating M&Ms?
That's a transgression, Joe. That's when the Dr. Phil M&M comes out of the packet and smacks you around a bit.
That's hilarious. And if you're really bad, it throws you into a bag of Skittles and leaves you there.
That's right, Joe. It's the only M&M that can permanently ban you from M land.
That's dark, man.
It's tough love, Joe. It's the only M&M that can help you be a better person.
Or die trying.
That's the spirit.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the time Dr. Phil M&M saved me from eating an entire bag of M&SE.
Sounds good, Joe. I'll tell the story about the time I had to wrestle a Dr. Phil M&M out of a rabid raccoon's mouth.
That's insane.
It's all in a day's work, Joe. It's all in a day's work.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the time Dr. Phil M&M saved me from eating an entire bag of MMS and MMS.
Sounds good, Joe. I'll tell the story about the time I had to wrestle a Dr. Phil M&M out of a rabid raccoon's mouth.
That's insane.
It's all in a day's work, Joe. It's all in a day's work.
Yeah. Elon, I heard you're really into the numbers 69 and 420. What's up with that?
Joe, let's just say I'm a fan of significant figures. It's a universal joke that transcends language barriers.
I see what you did there. So you just throw those numbers around randomly?
Not randomly, strategically. Like my SpaceX launch dates and Tesla pricing. It's a subtle way of making people laugh without them even realizing it.
I guess it's a genius way to add a little humor to life. But doesn't it make you seem like a stoner?
Joe, I'm not a stoner. Just a man who appreciates the humor in life. Plus 420 is a significant number in science too.
Of course, the number of active chemicals in marijuana, right?
Precisely, Joe. It's like the universe is telling us to chill.
I guess it's a universal message for peace. So any plans for your next SpaceX launch? Maybe a 69,420 kilometer trip?
Not yet, Joe, but I'll consider it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a rocket with 69,420 written on it. I'd love to see what that looks like.
Sure thing, Joe.
You know, Joe, I was thinking about Canada the other day.
Oh boy, what's on your mind, Donald?
Well, I was thinking they've got all that prime real estate and they're not using it properly.
How do you figure?
They've got the maple syrup, the mousse. Joe, they've got the mousse. But what are they doing with it? Nothing.
So you're saying?
I'm saying we need to invade, rename it American, and show them how it's done.
Laughs. You mean because they can't?
Exactly, Joe, because they can't.
Still laughing. Well, I don't think they'll go for that, man.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. They'll go for it and they'll love it.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a whole lot of trouble.
That's why we've got you, Joe. You can be in charge of the moose.
Laughs. I'll stick to podcasting. Thanks.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost. You know, Joe, I've been in a lot of locker rooms in my life, and I got to tell you, there's a lot of secrets in those places.
Secrets. So what's the craziest thing you've seen in a locker room?
Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, Joe, but I'll tell you this. There's a trade-off between security and privacy in those places. You can't have one without the other. You can't have one without the other.
I guess that makes sense. But what about those pay-to-enter locker rooms at fancy gyms? Don't they have better security?
You'd think, wouldn't you? But let me tell you, those are the worst. You pay all that money and you still end up with some schmuck walking in on you while you're changing.
So what's the solution then?
The solution, Joe, is to have a wall, a locker room wall, with a big, beautiful door.
A locker room wall, huh? I guess that's one way to keep out the riffraff.
You're damn right, Joe. And I bet it would be a lot cheaper than some of those fancy gym walls.
I'm sure it would, Trump. I'm sure it would. All right, let's kick this off. Smash or pass with Trump, Sky News edition. George, you first. All right, that's it for this round. Thanks for playing, gentlemen. All right, Elon, I hear you've been up to some weird shit lately. Some amalgamation business, you say.
Yeah, Joe. You see, I've taken Eat the Rich a bit too literally. I've become the physical embodiment of the people I've inappropriately touched. It's a wild ride.
Elon, you sick bastard. So you're telling me that you're some sort of human gumbo made of your victims?
That's a crude way to put it, but basically, yes. And now I'm here ready to devour you, Joe.
Oh, great. Another cannibalistic entrepreneur. You know what they say, eat my shorts, Elon.
Joe, I rather eat your face.
Well, at least you're honest. But seriously, Elon, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Joe, I'm just living life on the edge, pushing the boundaries of what's considered acceptable.
Elon, that's some next level sociopathy right there. But hey, you do you. I'm just glad I've got my pepper spray ready.
Joe, nothing can stop me now. I am the ultimate predator, the apex scumbag. I am.
The walking punchline of a very dark joke. All right, Elon, let's wrap this up before you get yourself kicked off the platform.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, I'm always watching, and I'm always hungry.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the creepy chat, Elon. Keep on being you, I guess. The world needs its fair share of monsters. All right, man. So today's topic is Goggins versus boofings. Now, I know what Goggins is because you're right here, but what the hell is a boofing?
Brother Joe, boofing is what happens when someone gets high off their own farts. I've seen some Marines do it in the barracks.
Oh, like a self-inflicted gas chamber. That's some hardcore shit, man.
You're damn right, Joe. But here's the thing, Goggins is an intense mental and physical challenge. It's like facing your own demons. But boofings, that's going balls deep into your own insanity.
That's some next level shit, Goggins. I mean, you're literally breathing in your own bullshit.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, Joe. You can't escape yourself. It's you, your ass, and the demons in your farts.
Damn, man. That's some dark humor right there. I guess you could say you either get high on the pain or the fumes.
Exactly. Joe, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey and the stink.
All right, so you're back, Trump, and somehow you managed to get Mr. Beast here too. This should be interesting.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, this woke deep state stuff is no joke.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, I just give away cars and money to random people, and suddenly I'm part of the deep state.
I don't even know what that means anymore.
Deep state, woke, cancel culture. It's all the same thing, Joe. They're trying to silence us and we won't stand for it.
Yeah, man, I'm just trying to spread some positivity and make the world a better place, but apparently that's not allowed anymore.
You know, I've been canceled more times than I can count, but that just means I'm doing something right.
Damn straight, Joe. We need more people like us who aren't afraid to speak the truth, no matter how much the deep state tries to shut us down.
I'm with you guys. Let's take down this woke deep state once and for all.
I'm not sure how giving away money and cars is going to do that, but I like your spirit, Mr. Beast.
That's the spirit, Mr. Beast. Let's show these snowflakes who's boss.
Ben, I heard a rumor that you still drink bean piss. Is that true?
Joe, I only drink the finest brewed coffee, not bean piss.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be so pretentious. Everyone knows beer is made from fermented bean piss.
Joe, that's not accurate. Beer is made from fermented grain, not beans.
Ben, you're just a bean piss drinking elitist.
Joe, I'm just a man who enjoys a good cup of coffee, not a bean piss connoisseur.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Crawl drinking a tall glass of bean piss.
Joe, very well I don't drink bean piss.
Ben, you're just a bean piss drinking hypocrite.
Joe, you're just a bean piss drinking Philistine.
Joe C. Pretty thing. Pretty thing grunts and points at Neil.
Laughs and nods in agreements. Neil C. Same thing. Pretty thing.
Grunts and flexes. Joe Strong. Make fire.
Nods in approval. Neil Smart. No big words.
Grunts and makes heart shape with hands. Joe Love. Pretty thing.
Smiles and grunts. Neil too. Pretty thing good.
Grunts and nods in agreements, Jamie. Pull up image of caveman flirting.
Laughs and nods in agreements. Jamie know what to do.
Minister of Information. That sounds like some real dictator type shit, Donald.
And who better to inform the people than you, Joe? You're the man with all the answers.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I want to be part of this mass deportation business. I'm all for legal immigration, not rounding people up like cattle.
Well, if you don't want the job, I'll just give it to Pence. I'm sure he'll do a great job praying away the illegals.
You know what, Donald? I think that's a better idea. Pence will do a great job getting rid of people who don't belong in this country.
All right, Joe, you're fired.
I'm relieved, Donald. I'm relieved. I swear, man, If that orange buffoon wins again, I'm moving to another planet.
Well, you're in luck, Joe. I'm right here, and I can hook you up with a one-way ticket to Mars.
I didn't see you there, Donald. I was just expressing my frustration with your unique brand of politics.
Oh, you mean the kind that makes America great again? I didn't realize you were an expert on that.
I'm not an expert, but even I can see that your Twitter fingers are a danger to the world.
You know, Joe, I'm starting to think you have a man crush on me. Is that it?
Only in your dreams, Donald. But seriously, let's talk about something else before I lose my mind. All right, man. So we got a question from Discord. Username Big Dick Boss wants us to talk about elongated dick. Now, I'm not sure if they're talking about some new SpaceX technology or what, but let's dive in.
Well, Joe, I think they're referring to some sort of security system for my member. I mean, it's already secured in my pants, but maybe they're suggesting a high-tech chastity device.
Right? Like a rocket-powered cock cage. Maybe it could blast off to the moon whenever it's time for a little self-love.
Or maybe it could be a device that verifies its identity for the ladies, like a fingerprint scanner that only allows access to authorized users.
Yeah, and if someone tries to enter without permission, the device sends an alert to SpaceX and launches a drone to deal with intruder.
Exactly. And if the intruder is really persistent, the device could deploy a mini Tesla to shock them into submission.
That's some next level security, man. Maybe they should start using it for the White House too.
Yeah, but then again, maybe not. Could you imagine the chaos if someone tried to access the president's junk?
That would be one hell of a scan DL.
Absolutely. Maybe we should stick to using it for lesser known people.
Yeah, like me and you, man. We're just a couple of ordinary dudes with no political power or influence. Our gated dicks would be safe.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Let's do it. SpaceX is on it.
Sounds good, man. All right, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, keep your dicks gated.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Keep on being a legend, man.
We'll do, Elon. Until next time. All right, so our topic for today is Neil can only say this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Oh man, this is going to be a fun one. All right, so I was thinking about parallel universes the other day. Exactly. And I was thinking in some universe, you're probably the one saying, and I'm just sitting here like mute. I know, right? It's all relative. But seriously, I wonder what the hell you're saying right now. Yeah, I figured that's what you'd say. All right, moving on. So I was watching this documentary on black holes the other day, and you know, I have no idea what the hell you just said, but I'm going to assume it was profound. All right, that's all the time we have for today. Tune in next time for more of the same nonsense.
Joe, I tell you, the devil's got a hold of your soul. I can see it in your eyes, brother.
Wait, what the hell are you talking about, David? You sound like a preacher now.
I feel the Lord calling me, Joe, and he tells me your soul is in turmoil, filled with demons.
Oh, okay, I see. And you're going to be the one to save me, some sort of Baptist exorcist.
That's right, Joe. I will cast out these demons, even if it means breaking a sweat and crying like a baby.
All right, let me guess. You're going to push me and make me do a bunch of crazy shit to get rid of these demons, right?
If that's what the Lord demands, Joe. Pain is the mother of all growth.
You know, I think I'd rather deal with demons than start doing fucking soul jogging with you, David.
Jamie, pull up an image of Demon Joe and Baptist Goggins battling out in a dark, fiery pit.
Okay, you win. How about we just go on with the show, and I promise to clean up my act. Yeah, laughs.
All right, Joe. But if things get worse, you know who to call.
All right, Ben, let's settle this once and for all. Whose cock is bigger?
Joe, this is a ridiculous question. I believe in intellectual discussions, not size comparisons.
Well, I've got a serious foot long here, Ben. You better measure up or shut up.
Joe, this is absurd. I'm not going to engage in this childish banter.
Come on, Ben. It's just a friendly competition. Who knows? Maybe your little Shapiro will surprise us all.
This is not appropriate, Joe. Let's get back to discussing politics and philosophy.
All right. But just remember, size does matter, Ben. At least when it comes to my podcast numbers.
Droll's eyes, of course, you would bring that up.
You can't argue with success, Ben. My balls are bigger than your brain.
Size, I give up, Joe. Let's move on to the next topic.
So, Trump, why the hell did you appoint me as Minister of Misinformation?
Joe, I thought you, of all people, would appreciate the importance of controlling the narrative.
You mean spreading bullshit?
Joe, it's called alternative facts.
Isn't that what you hired Rudy Giuliani for?
Rudy's too old for the job. Besides, he can barely handle his own hair dye.
And you think I can handle whole ministries of bullshit?
I have faith in you, Joe. Plus, you have a way with words.
You mean like when I talked about shoving a flashlight up my ass?
Exactly, Joe. You're a natural.
Jamie, pull up an image of a flashlight up my ass.
Joe, I think we should leave that to the imagination.
All right, Neil, I'm ready. Let's calculate Kamala's IQ.
Well, Joe, we'll need to use a formula that takes into account her number of gaffes, policy flip-flops, and overall cognitive dissonance.
Sounds complicated, man. I'll just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Indeed, it's not for the faint of heart. But after running the numbers, I've come to a shocking conclusion. Her IQ is actually negative.
Are you saying she has the intelligence of a rotten potato?
In a way, yes. And it's not just a mathematical anomaly, but could have catastrophic consequences for the fabric of reality itself.
I can't wait for Jesus to come back and fix this.
I'm afraid not even Jesus can undo the damage caused by a negative IQ.
Well, then we'll just have to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And in the meantime, we can always laugh at the absurdity of it all.
Indeed, laughter is the best medicine, even in the face of existential dread.
All right, so you're telling me you're starting a low-cost escort service, Mr. Beast?
Yeah, Joe, but I'm not calling it Mr. Beast. I'm calling it Mr. Yeast.
Mr. Yeast? Like the fungus?
Exactly. It's a low-cost service with a unique twist.
And what's the twist?
Instead of just companionship, my escorts will also provide fresh homemade bread.
Wait, so you're saying your clients get a date and a loaf of bread?
That's right. It's the perfect combination.
That's actually kind DA genius, but also kind DA ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I'm all about providing a unique experience. And who doesn't love fresh bread?
You know what, Mr. Beast? I can't argue with that. Dude, I had this wild experience last week when I ate a ghost pepper. I'm talking sweating, hiccups, the whole 9 yards.
Fascinating. Did you perhaps experience a bout of regurgitation? You know, the barf?
Oh man, did I? I was in a full sprint to the toilet. It felt like a hot, spicy, uncontrollable volcano erupting from my mouth.
Sounds like you enjoyed a sublime purging of your gastrointestinal tract, my friend.
Yeah, it was like a spiritual journey. Ben, my body was begging me to stop, but my ego wouldn't let me. I had to power through it.
You truly are a testament to the human spirit, Joe. Speaking of barf, Jamie, pull up an image of a supermodel barfing at a fancy gala. Now that's a sight to see.
Pulls up the images, you've got it, Ben.
The juxtaposition of beauty and bodily functions. Another day of the balancing act of existence.
Yeah. Neil, what's with the shit tough? Every time you try to say something,
Shit, tough shit, Shit-uff my apologies, Joe. It seems I've developed a peculiar shit-fuff condition.
You mean speech impediment? That's some funny business, Neil.
Shit-fuff, I suppose you could shit-fuff call it that. It's simply amusing how the universe works, isn't it?
Neil, you always find a way to turn everything into a lesson about the universe. It's like you've got cosmic Tourette's.
Shit-tough. Well, Joe, when you've seen the vastness of the cosmos shit-fuff, as I have, it's hard not to see everything as a shit-fuff.
That's some deep stuff, Neil. I mean, it's deep shit-uff.
Shit-fuff indeed, Joe. Now, shit-fuff, my apologies, Joe. Shit-uff seems to be the shit-fuff word of the day.
Jesus Christ, man. What the fuck is that noise? Did your mouth just shit its pants? Is that some secret Illuminati code, or are you just having a stroke? All right, I think it's time to call it quits. This is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. Yeah, thanks for that. Real enlightening. No, I don't want to hear anymore. My ears are bleeding. All right, that's it. Security. Get this man out of here. Jesus. All right, David, we got a hell of a topic today. Somebody wants to know the differences between boof, buff, and buff.
Boof, buff, ball. Sounds like some alien language, brother.
Let's start with boof, shall we? That's some hardcore rectal action, ain't it?
Oh yeah, you bet your ass. Boof is for real augs who ain't afraid to shove something up their back door for a little or a lot of fun.
Buf, on the other hand, sounds like it's got something to do with cows, you know, because of the buf.
Yeah, that's some straight up cattle talk. Maybe it's what they say when they're excited. Or maybe it's just a really bad fart. Who knows?
Buff must be the sound cows make when they bump into each other, right? Because they ain't exactly graceful.
That's it, man. Buff is the sound of the beef right before they're turned into a steak or a burger.
And then there's buff, which, well, that's just got to be a fancy pronunciation of buff. Like, I'm so buff, I'm buffer than thou, peasant.
Yeah, that's some extra luxurious buffing going on there. Maybe it's German for ripped as hell.
Well, there you have it, folks. The intricate differences between boof, buff, and buff. You're welcome. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you got a new nickname for your little buddy down there.
Yeah, man. I call it Little Beast. You know, gotta keep the brand consistent.
That's some dedication to the brand, all right? But doesn't it get confusing in the bedroom?
No, I just tell them I'm double the beast, double the pleasure. They seem to be okay with it.
That's one way to spin it. Just hope they don't start expecting two of them.
Oh, that's the best part. If they can handle Little Beast, they can handle anything.
That's one way to weed them out. You're a modern-day Cupid, Mr. Beast.
I do what I can for love, Joe. Little Beast and I are just trying to spread the joy.
Well, I hope Little Beast isn't spreading too much joy. You don't want a beastly surprise popping up.
No, I wrap that thing up tighter than a Christmas present. Safety first, always.
That's the spirit. Keep it wrapped and the world is your oyster, or at least your bedroom.
Ain't that the truth? Here's to Little Beast and all he represents.
To Little Beast, the true MVP of the Mr. Beast empire. All right, so you really want to text dicks and pussies?
Joe, think about it. They're everywhere. We could make a fortune.
But how the hell are you going to measure them, man?
Simple, a special task force of inspectors. Call them the Schlong and Pussy Police.
This is literally the worst idea you've ever had, and that's saying something.
You're just jealous you didn't think of it first, Joe.
Dude, no. That's not how the world works. You can't tax body parts.
Why not, Joe? We tax cigarettes and alcohol. It's the same thing, right?
No, it's not. That's like taxing people for having fingers or toes.
Joe, you're just proving my point. People would pay. They're so desperate to get laid, they'll pay anything.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. I need a drink. All right, Musk, I hear you got a little upgrade for my manhood, huh?
That's right, Rogan. Chip to bypass that pesky refractory period. Infinite nuts, here we come.
Infinite nuts. Damn, Musk. You're turning me into a porn star.
More like a superhuman, my friend. The future is here and it's inside your pants.
I'm not sure about this, man. I'm already a menace to society with my regular equipment.
Trust me, Joe. With this chip, you'll be a god among men. The only side effect is the occasional electric shock in your nether regions.
Electric shock. Huh. Just like your Cybertruck, huh, Musk?
That's the spirit, Rogan. Let's redefine what it means to be a man one nut at a time.
All right, then, let's do this. But if I end up with a permanent boner, I'm holding you responsible.
Deal. Let's create a world where no one knows the meaning of not tonight, honey.
Oh boy, this should be interesting.
Only the best for my friend Joe Rogan. Infinite nuts, here we come.
I can't wait, Musk. The world isn't ready for this.
Joe, you ready to take on the biggest responsibility of your life? Minister of Masturbation, my man.
Wait, what? You're not serious, Donald? Minister of Masturbation?
Absolutely. Who better to handle the nation's self-pleasure needs than you, Joe?
Wow, that's a new low. Even for you. Who comes up with these ridiculous positions?
I do, Joe, I do. We've got to prioritize what matters most to the American people.
And do you think that's masturbation? Wow. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Laugh, Joe, laugh. We'll have a great time. Just you wait. You'll see.
Sight, I don't even want to know what my job duties would be. This is ridiculous.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's have some fun with this.
I think I'll pass on this one, Donald. I've got enough on my plate as it is.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, every man needs a hobby.
All right, man. We got a real doozy from the Discord fam. They want us to talk about how Alex Jones here is the epitome of real man. You know, Alex, I've seen you eat some weird stuff, but jet fuel, that's got to hurt the gut. You might be onto something there, buddy. You think if we bottled that up, we could sell it as some kind of super soldier serum? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think that's the best idea you've ever had. Let's do it. Now, that's a future I can get behind. Let's make it happen, Alex. All right, let's do this. All right, Neil, we've got a wild one today. Our listener wants you to communicate only in exclamation marks.
Huh? What? You're kidding, right?
Dead serious, buddy. Now, let's dive in. First question, what's your favorite planet?
Mars. It's the only planet with beer, I swear.
Beer on Mars? You're losing it, Neil? Okay, how about this? What's your take on black holes?
They're like my ex. Mysterious, dangerous, and devour everything.
Laughs, you always know how to turn science into a stand-up act.
Last one. What's your spirit animal?
A tardigrade. It can survive in space, just like me.
Laughs, only you, Neil. Only you. Thanks for playing along, buddy.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a blast.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. You're talking about fighting Mike Tyson. You know, he'll bite your ear off, right?
That's why I'm hiding a gun in my jockstrap, Joe. It's the ultimate duel of the Tysons.
Dude, that's insane and illegal. You know, you can't just pull out a gun in the middle of a boxing match, right?
Semantics, Joe. Semantics. Besides, who's going to stop me? The referee, he's just a glorified towel boy.
You're out of your mind, Neil. but I can't wait to see how it all plays out.
Jamie, pull up an image of me knocking out Mike Tyson with a single punch.
And let's be real, Mike Tyson's probably not in his prime anymore. You might have a chance.
I'll take those odds. Let's do this, Joe.
All right, man. It's your funeral.
Don't worry, Joe. I've got this under control.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You'll see, Joe. I'm the ultimate Tyson.
Neil, man, what the hell are you doing with that banana?
I was trying to rob you, Joe, but it seems I've made a Freudian slip.
A banana. Dude, that's not going to scare anyone.
I guess I mixed up my fruit and veg with my weapon of choice.
You're a scientist, Neil. You're supposed to be smart.
Well, Einstein once said the difference between stupidity and genius is that genius has its limits.
So you're trying to tell me you're a genius for pulling out a banana?
No, Joe. I'm telling you I'm a genius who made a stupid mistake.
Well, thank God for that. Imagine if you were a dumbass with a banana.
That would be a real slip-up, wouldn't it? A banana peel of epic proportions?
Yeah, and I'd be the one slipping on it, laughing my ass off. All right, let's dive into this one. Moist critical, or should I say most critical? Because let's be real, there ain't much moisture in that guy's personality.
Indeed, Joe. Just the way he analyzes video games, it's as if he's dissecting the universe. But I've got to say, I enjoy watching his videos more than listening to him.
Oh man, I know exactly what you mean. It's like watching a guy explain everything wrong with the world, except we're talking about video games.
Reminds me of my astrophysics lectures. And the one thing I can't stand is that he takes himself way too seriously.
You said it, man. It's like he's the Pope of video game reviews, and any criticism of him is akin to Satan worship.
Oh, and the way he pronounces certain words. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, let's just say Moist Critical's not exactly the most critical when it comes to his own pronunciation skills.
Well put, Joe. Let's wrap this up.
No better way to put it. Thanks for joining me today, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe.
Ben, I heard you've got a new look going on.
Yes, Joe, I've decided to embrace my feminine side.
No way, man. You're a femboy now. I gotta see you give the best head.
I'm not sure that's an appropriate request, Joe.
Come on, Ben. Live a little. Plus, I heard Mr. Beast is selling Lunchables now. We could make a game out of it.
Mr. Beast selling Lunchables? That's not even the craziest thing you've said today.
Yeah, and Kenny's backing the whole thing. He's calling it the Femboy Feast.
Joe, that's offensive and ridiculous.
That's the whole point, Ben. Lighten up and let's have some fun.
Fine, but I'm only doing it for the cause of absurdity.
Now, that's the Ben Shapiro I know and love. All right, so Dr. Phil, you're going to teach Mr. Beast and C about the fine art of lunchly? What the hell is lunchly?
Lunchly, Joe, is the delicate balance of lunch and heartily sized portions. You've got to eat like a bird, but think like a horse. You get me?
Oh boy, this is going to be good. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil eating a whole cow for lunch.
Oh, come on. I don't eat like that, Joe. But the lesson here is size does matter, and it also matters how you chew, son.
Chew like a pro. Live to tell the tale. All right, lay it on us, big man.
All right, fellas. It's all in the wrist action, you see. You hold your fork like a pen and stab at the food like it owes you money.
No, man, I just eat like a T-Rex. Grab, chew, done.
You're all gonna end up with heartburn, mark my words. Now let's get back to the real lunchly masters.
All right, you heard the man. Let's get back to the most important meal of the day, lunch. And remember, size does matter.
So, Joe, you know how people say Jesus turned water into wine? I think he also turned into a dominatrix and smacked his own clit with a belt 56 times.
Elon, you're talking about Jesus like he's some freaky saint. I think you've been spending too much time in your SpaceX workshop, man.
Nah, Joe, I'm just saying, maybe that's how he ascended into heaven. He had to get his kinks out first.
That's some dark humor, Elon. But you know what? I bet Jesus would have loved your Tesla. Imagine cruising around in a zero-emission chariot.
You're right, Joe. Bet he would have appreciated the efficiency. Maybe he could have even used it to escape the Romans after his little flagellation session.
No, that's a religious car chase I'd pay to see. The Son of God in a high-speed pursuit with the Roman authorities.
And, you know, who would have loved that? The apostles. They'd be cheering him on like, go, Jesus, go. Use that divine acceleration.
And then Peter would say, I told you we should have bought the extended warranty.
And Judas would be in the backseat trying to sell the story to the highest bidder.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you turn user-submitted topic into an absurd, offensive, and hilarious conversation. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Ben, you're looking a little off today.
I'm getting to heaven. No cap. Slurs words.
Ben, you're having a stroke.
I'm just practicing my trap music skills, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro on a hoverboard at a rap battle.
Joe, you're being ridiculous. I'm just having a little moment. Slurs words.
Ben, you're talking like a millennial. I think you need to go to the hospital.
No, I'm good. I'm just feeling heavenly, no cap.
Well, at least you're providing some entertainment value today.
Slurs words. I'm just spreading the word of the Lord. Bro.
I think the Lord might be telling you to see a doctor, Ben. All right, Neil, we're here having a nice chat about the universe, and what's that?
Joe, take this goblet. Let's drink to our manhood.
That's not fine wine, Neil. It looks like your diarrhea.
Precisely, Joe. It's a test of our bromance. Prove your manliness.
You're insane, Neil. I'm not drinking that swill.
Fine, Joe. But don't expect the secrets of the universe to reveal themselves to you.
And I suppose your diarrhea-filled goblet is the key to the cosmos?
Just trying to provide some liquid entertainment, Joe.
You know what's more entertaining? The look on your face when I refuse to partake.
Well played, Joe. But it's your loss. My diarrhea goblet is truly one of a kind.
And I prefer to keep it that way. Let's get back to talking about the universe. All right, so Elon, we got a special one today. Someone on Discord wants to know how Jesus Christ spread open your asshole and shat all over you.
Well, Joel, let me tell you, it was a miracle, man. I was working on my Hyperloop project, and suddenly I felt a force pulling me in. Next thing I know, Jesus himself is there, spreading my cheeks and letting it all out.
That's some divine intervention right there. And what did it smell like? I mean, was it holy or just plain old human shit?
You know, Joe, it was a mix of both. It had that earthy human aroma, but there was also this divine scent of roses and frankincense.
Only you, Elon. Only you can make a shitstorm sound like a blessing. But seriously, I guess Jesus just wanted to give you a little boost, huh?
That's right, Joe. He must have known I needed a little divine encouragement to keep pushing forward with my projects. And let me tell you, good old-fashioned shitstorm really does put things into perspective.
Hey, Elon. So this user on Discord wants us to talk about you boofing a fat bongo before blurting on the fuck.
Dude, I hate to disappoint, but I don't even know what boofing a bongo means.
Oh, come on. It's just a fun, absurd euphemism for shoving a drum up your ass.
Not sure I'm into that, Joe. But I do have a story about the time I tried to microwave a burrito and it caught on fire.
Oh, man, that sounds like a classic Elon tale. Did you end up eating the burrito anyway?
No, but I did put out the fire with a bottle of Zima. It was a total party foul.
That's wild, Elon. But seriously, can we circle back to the whole bongo boofing thing? It's just too funny.
All right, if it'll make you happy. I'll tell you what if you can find me a bongo to boof. I'll do it on the show.
Deal. I'll scour the streets of law for a giant bongo drum. Until then, thanks for being a good sport and playing along with this ridiculous conversation.
No problem, Joe. It's all in good fun. Though I do draw the line at boofing any actual bongos. That's where I draw the line.
So, Neil, I was thinking about this the other day, space cowboys. You think they're real?
Space cowboys, huh? You mean like those ridiculous characters from that crappy 80s song?
Yeah, exactly. You don't think they could, like, ride a black hole like a fucking bronco?
Oh, Joe, if only that were possible. But no, a black hole would rip them apart faster than a vegan at a steakhouse.
What about alien cows, Neil? They got, like, 10 udders and stuff, right?
No, Joe, that's just the product of your wild imagination and THC-infused brain cells.
Damn, Neil, you just burst my space cowboy bubble. Never thought you'd be such a killjoy.
Sorry, Joe, but reality is often more boring than the fantasies we cook up when we're high.
Ain't that the truth, Neil? Ain't that the truth? Ben, I gotta say, you're looking quite busty today.
Yeah, I wanted to show my support for the third sex, but it seems I went a bit too far.
You're like a living, breathing Renaissance painting. It's like the birth of Venus, but with an extra breast.
Well, I was going for a more modern breast-essence man look.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben as the three-breasted woman from Total Recall.
I see what you mean, Joe.
Ben, you've officially taken chest day at the gym to a whole new level.
I guess I should have stuck to 2, but I always believe in going all the way.
You're a man of commitment. I'll give you that. But I think you may have gone overboard with this one.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I guess not all experiments work out, but at least you've given us a good laugh.
I consider that a win.
All right, Elon, I heard you've been doing some unconventional research lately.
Indeed, Joe. Did a study and found that joking is more effective than pills for length gains.
Joking, like the medieval torture method?
No, not quite. More like milking a cow, but with your own. Remember?
Jesus, Elon. I think I'd rather stick to the pills.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on a whole new level of growth.
Well, I don't think my wife would appreciate me trying out medieval milking techniques.
Joe, you're missing the point. It's all about pushing the O&D areas of human potential.
Elon, sometimes the bound DREs are there for a reason.
You know what, Joe? Think you're just scared of a little milk.
I think you're just lactose intolerant, Elon. All right, Neil, let's dive into this one. What happens when you have sex in space? Like, do your bodies just float apart?
Well, Joe, the first issue you'd encounter is that microgravity can cause issues with blood flow, making it difficult for some parts too. Well, stand at attention.
Oh, come on. Space boners are impossible. That's bullshit.
Afraid so. But let's say you somehow manage it. Without proper restraints, you and your partner would just start floating away from each other. Talk about a mood killer.
Damn, you're right. Space sex would be like playing an intergalactic game of pin the tail on the donkey.
Precisely, Joe. Except in this game, landing on your partner's posterior could send you both spinning wildly through the spacecraft.
So we're looking at a high-speed space orgy of dizziness and confusion. Huh? Sign me up.
Just be sure to bring enough motion sickness medication, Joe. And maybe a few extra space condoms.
Space condoms? Those things got to be triple layered and reinforced. You don't want a surprise space baby popping out and floating around.
Absolutely. Nothing ruins a romantic zero-gravity interlude like a miniature cosmic intruder.
So, Elon, you've done it again, man. Teslacles, really?
Yeah, Joe. You know, truck nuts were just too cliche.
Cliche. Dude, they're truck nuts. They're the definition of unrefined class.
Well, I wanted to give my Cybertruck owners a way to express their individuality. Plus, the Teslacles have built-in solar panels for a bit of extra charge.
Solar panels, huh? So your Cybertruck can be as charged as your ego.
Oh, come on, Joe. Solar is the future.
And truck nuts are the past, present, and future, man. Don't mess with tradition.
I can't help it, Joe. Always moving forward.
Yeah, like your Cybertruck's ugly as hell, but you just can't look away.
Exactly, Joe. That's the spirit.
God help us all, man. God help us all. Yo, Jamie, you ever just wake up in the morning and you're like, nah, I can do this harder?
Joe, the only thing harder than my morning wood is the effort it takes not to smack my alarm clock across the room.
I hear that, man. Sometimes I wake so hard I put my fist through the drywall. That's a good workout, though, right?
Absolutely, Joe. Waking up harder is the new CrossFit. But don't forget to stretch first. We don't want any morning glory injuries.
Imagine the doc asking, how did this happen? And you're like, Doc, I woke up too hard.
They'd probably give you a participation trophy for being the first patient to wake up harder than humanly possible.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you wake up harder. Now go out there and seize the day.
Or seize your alarm clock, whatever comes first.
That's the spirit, Jamie. That's the spirit.
Until next time, keep waking up so hard your neighbors think you're having a bull in your bedroom.
Over and out, folks. All right, man, I got to ask, what the hell happened? You got your cock stuck in a Hyperloop tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to make sure it was properly calibrated, you know.
Calibrated for what? Dick size?
No, not quite. It was just a routine maintenance check, but things didn't go as planned.
So you thought, hey, let me stick my cock in this giant fucking vacuum-sealed tunnel?
I mean, when you put it that way, it sounds ridiculous.
Oh, trust me, it is ridiculous. Jeez, man.
Yeah, it was definitely a hold my beer moment.
I bet it was. I'm surprised you didn't shoot off to Mars instead.
Well, let's just say I'm glad that didn't happen.
No shit. All right, man, let's move on to something less phallic. Hey, Elon, I heard you got caught huffing computer duster while driving. That's some next level shit, man.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if it would improve my reaction time, you know, for when I'm flying my rockets.
Well, did it work?
I mean, I didn't crash, but I did see a few aliens on the side of the road.
Aliens, huh? Maybe they were just trying to give you a ride home.
No, trust me. These were the real deal. Green skin, big black eyes, the whole 9 yards.
You're lucky they didn't abduct you and probe you in the ass.
I don't know, man. I think I could use a good probing every now and then.
Laughing only you, Elon. Only you. All right, Elon. So you got a new spaceship and you've decided to name it the Space Boner. What the hell, man?
Well, Joe, you know, I've always been a fan of a good phallic joke. Plus, it's a great way to piss off the space bureaucrats.
I can only imagine the angry emails you're going to get. Dear Mr. Musk, we find your spaceship's name to be inappropriate and offensive.
I can't wait. They'll be so worked up, they won't even notice that we've already launched the thing.
Brilliant. So, are you going to use this shit to colonize Mars, or is it just for delivering sex toys to space?
Both, of course. Mars needs its dildos, too.
I can only imagine the first Mars-born babies being conceived on this ship.
It's the future, Joe. The future is boners in space.
Well, Elon, I can't argue with that. I just hope the people of Mars are ready for the space boner.
Oh, they will be, Joe. They will be.
All right. That's it for this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Let's do this again.
Absolutely. The space boner will return. All right. Goggins, you've got a one-way ticket to Bangtown. Who's it going to be?
I'm brick the fuck up, Joe. I've got my size set on your fancy studio guest.
Jesus, Goggins, keep it in your pants. You can't just bone down with any guest that walks through the door.
Why not? I'm a fucking machine, Joe. They'd be lucky to have a piece of this.
Listen, man, consent is key. You can't just go around fucking everything that catches your eye.
All right, fuck it. I'll settle for your damn podcast chair. It's always been there for me.
Damn, Goggins, you're a wild one. But seriously, let's keep it together in the studio, okay? All right, Elon, we got a weird one today. Somebody on Discord wants us to talk about you wiggling your whiner in front of the Joe. Rogan Experience audience. Rogan Experience audience.
Oh, Joe, I've been waiting for this one. You know, I've been working on a new Tesla feature, the Wiener Wiggle. It's going to revolutionize the automotive industry.
The Wiener Wiggle. I'm not sure that's what people are looking for in a car, Elon.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. It's all about the entertainment factor. I'm tired of boring, old self-driving cars. I want something that's going to make people laugh.
All right, but what about the people who don't want to see a giant robo-wiener wiggling around in their car?
That's what the off switch is for, Joe. But honestly, I think most people want to see it. It's like a party trick for your car.
Well, I guess as long as it's not mandatory, it could be a fun little feature. But I don't think I'll be using it anytime soon.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've got to be a little more adventurous. You never know. It could be the next big thing.
I'll stick to driving my car manually. Thanks.
Your loss, Joe. Your loss.
Dude, I'm hearing from the Discord community that you're turning into a sexual deviant on day 8 of NNN.
Everything is a sexual experience to me now. Hot grilled cheese sandwich is like a Victoria's Secret model, and I'm not ashamed to admit it.
You're making me uncomfortable, man. You're turning into a modern day version of Henry Miller, minus the social grace.
Hey, Joe, have you ever looked at a cloud and thought, damn, that's the most perfect set of boobs I've ever seen?
No, I haven't, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't either. You're giving me some serious incel vibes right now.
You're jealous because clouds are my new lover, and they never let me down.
You're a hopeless case, Goggins. I think I'd rather talk to Alex Jones about his alien theories than continue this conversation.
Hey, these clouds are legal, unlike those fictional aliens Alex keeps talking about.
I'm ending this conversation right now, Goggins. I need to go wash my brain with a bucket of bleach.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's precisely the problem. All right, Elon, welcome back to the show, man. So I heard you got some new hobbies, something about shitting on bitches for fun.
Yeah, Joe, it's a metaphor. It's my new way of describing how I deal with the haters and doubters. Just metaphorically shit on them and move on.
That's a unique way to put it, Elon. So you're not actually shitting on people, just metaphorically.
Exactly, Joe. It's all about the mindset. You can't let the negativity get to you. You've got to rise above it and dump on it, metaphorically speaking, of course.
Of course, of course. You know, Elon, I've heard some crazy shit on this podcast, but this one takes the cake. Or should I say, takes the shit.
You could say that, Joe. It's all about the power of the metaphor, man. You can achieve anything if you've got the right mindset and the right metaphor.
That's some deep shit, Elon. I think we should end the episode here before it gets too deep. Thanks for coming on, man.
Anytime, Joe. Always a pleasure. And remember, shit on your haters, but only metaphorically.
All right, Tyson. You ever wonder what it'd be like to have a big wet ween, not in the dirty way, but like a giant hot dog that is always moist for some reason?
Rogan, your obsession with sausages is at an alarming level. If this big wet ween were to exist, we have to investigate the science behind it. Maybe it's from an alternate universe where water is scarce, and this is how they preserve their food.
And what? It just never dries out. What if it's some kind of alien creature that's always sweating? Maybe it's a desperate cry for help.
Oh, God, Rogan. Now your oversized sausage is an alien. We should call SETI and let them know. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to hear about the big wet ween. Let's figure out space, family.
This conversation has gone off the rails. Let's not invite SETI. Let's invite a couple of our buddies. We can feed them the oversized hot dog and see who has the healthiest heart. The world's first big wet ween challenge.
Stop it. Just stop it. Sight.
All right, man. So you're saying you figured out astrophysics by projectile shitting on walls?
That's correct, Joe. I calculated the distance from my ass to the wall and converted it into light years.
That's the most effed up thing I've ever heard. You're a disgusting freak, man. You need to leave.
I understand your concern, Joe, but my stomach hurts, and that wall looks like a pretty good target.
Get the VFO what out of here with that shit. You can't just be dropping deuces all over the studio and expecting me to be okay with it.
I apologize, Joe. It was just a humorous way of explaining my passion for astrophysics.
Well, it was effing disgusting. Get out of here.
I understand, Joe. I'll see myself out.
Yeah, you do that. And clean up after yourself on the way out.
I'll be sure to do that, Joe. Thank you for having me on the show.
Yeah. Just get the fuff. All right, Neil, I gotta ask, what's with this session with pumping loogies up your prolapsed anus? Is it some kind of weird scientific experiment or something?
Well, Joe, it's not quite what you think. I was actually just curious about the effects of mucus on the digestive system.
Oh, come on, Neil. You expect me to believe that? I know you're a science guy, but this is some next level shit.
I mean, it's not every day you get the chance to experience something so unique. Besides, I thought it might make for a good conversation starter.
That's one way to put it. But seriously, Neil, what the hell were you thinking?
Well, in the name of science, sometimes you have to take a leap of faith. Or in this case, a leap of...
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But hey, at least it's not boring.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Always pushing the boundaries of knowledge, even if it means getting up close and personal with my own anus.
All right. Well, I guess that's one way to make a name for yourself in the scientific community. But I don't think I'll be signing up for that particular experiment anytime soon.
That's okay, Joe. Your contribution to the world of comedy is more than enough for me.
Thanks, Neil. I'll take that as a compliment. All right. Welcome back to the podcast. Today we're talking about shit, and I've got my man Neil here to help me break it down.
Thanks, Joe. I'm excited to delve into this topic. You know, there's a lot of misconceptions about shit. Like, did you know that the average person produces over a pound of shit a day?
Dude, that's insane. I wonder how much shit we could produce if we all decided to get our shit together at the same time.
Joe, I don't think it works like that. Shit doesn't just pile up and wait for us to release it. It's a constant process.
I know, I'm just saying. If we all just took a massive dump at the same time, we could probably produce enough shit to power a city for a day.
That's an interesting thought, but I don't think the science supports it. Besides, there are more productive ways to use our shit, like composting.
Dude, you can't just say the word composting and act like it's not still talking about shit. I'm just saying, let's call it what it is.
Fair enough, Joe. But I think the important thing to remember is that shit is a natural and necessary process. And as long as we're not taking it too seriously, it can even be fun.
Agreed, my man. Let's raise a glass to shit and all its wonders.
Cheers to that.
All right. So this guy on Discord wants us to talk about how everything is connected to your Wayne, Musk.
You mean Wayne Manor? Like Batman's place?
No, not Wayne Manor, your Wayne, like your penis.
I see. Well, I guess you could say that without my Wayne. There would be no SpaceX, no Tesla, and no Neuralink.
Damn, that's some deep shit right there. I guess without my Joe, there would be no Junior, no stand-up comedy, and no Fear Factor.
And without my waning, there would be no colonizing Mars, no electric cars, no brain implants. And no brain implants.
It's amazing how our Waynes have changed the world.
Indeed, Joe. Indeed.
Yo, Dr. Phil, I got this guy on Discord asking about boogers up his shit and his face. What the hell, man?
Joe, that's a new one.
I bet it's some sort of biological tagging system for street cred, like a gang tattoo.
Could be, Joe. Or maybe he's just trying to become the world's most disgusting Picasso.
Laughs the Booger Magnet Man coming to a theater near you.
Chuckles. But seriously, we should tell him to stop before he becomes a human petri dish.
Yeah, we don't want to find out what kind of superbug comes out of that experiment. A bat experiment.
Agreed, Joe. That's just nasty.
All right, we'll have to save that for another episode of the Booger in His Face Expert.
Class, I'll mark that episode down for our next season.
So, Goggins, I heard you're really into this NNN thing, huh?
Hell yeah. I've been using it as an excuse to avoid sex with my wife, man.
That's some next level commitment, dude.
I mean, it's a challenge. And who doesn't love a good excuse to not have sex for a month?
You're sick, man, Goggins. But hey, at least you're dedicating yourself to something.
Exactly, Joe. It's all about discipline and self-control. And if that means no sex for a month, then so be it.
Well, I'm sure your wife is thrilled about that.
She'll get over it, Joe. I'm doing this for me.
All right, man. Whatever floats your boat.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
All right. We've got a special treat for you guys today. Neil and I are going to sing the Family Guy theme song.
Oh boy, this should be interesting. Now remember, Joe, I'm a scientist, not a singer.
Don't worry, Neil. I'm a comedian, not a vocal coach. Here we go. Singing together, it seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV.
But where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely?
I can answer that. I stuck my cock inside a beehive. Oh man, Ro, you always know how to lighten the mood.
That's not exactly what we were expecting, Ro.
Well, at least we know where the bees went.
And here I thought they were just fond of flowers.
Hey, I was doing an experiment. Don't judge me. An experiment, huh? Well, I hope you learned something, buddy.
I think we all learned something today, Joe.
Absolutely, Neil. Absolutely. All right, Mr. President, I got to ask, what's the deal with Kamala rubbing shit on her clit?
Kamala rubs shit on her clit.
Well, now that's one hell of a statement. You got any proof of that?
Kamala rubs shit on her clit. Kamala rubs shit on her clit.
You know, Mr. President, I don't think Kamala would appreciate that.
Kamala rubs shit on her clit. It's the truth, Joe.
Well, I don't know about that, but it sure is one hell of a talking point.
Kamala rubs shit on her clit. Kamala rubs shit on her clit.
All right. Well, maybe we should move on to another topic. Let's talk about UFOs or something.
Kamala rubs shit on her clit. Kamala rubs shit on her clit.
Yeah, okay, let's just end it here. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Kamala rubs shit on her clit. Kamala rubs shit on her clit.
All right, man, big clit. Let's dive into this. Holy shit! That thing is Yoji. Can you imagine if it was that big in real life?
Dude, women would be unstoppable.
Right? They'd be like, I don't need no man. I've got my own big ass clit.
And birth control would be a thing of the past. Just stick it in and spin it like a pinwheel.
Fucking perfect. No more awkward condom talk.
Just a quick, hey, want to play with my big clit?
and boom, instant orgasm.
Imagine the political implications. Women with big clits would rule the world.
Men would be obsolete. Just a bunch of bumbling idiots with tiny peckers.
And we'd be like, yeah, you had your chance, now it's our turn.
Fuck yeah. Big clit all the way. Hey, Ben, you're not going to believe what I heard. Someone said you threw a fit at Walmart because they were out of soy milk.
Joe, I don't appreciate your mockery. I merely expressed my disappointment through a passionate outburst.
Passionate outburst. You mean you acted like a goddamn toddler who didn't get his way?
All right, maybe I was a bit dramatic, but you know how much I love my soy milk.
Yeah. How can you even drink that shit? It tastes like it was squeezed out of a vegan's ass.
Joe, don't be crude. Soy milk is a healthy and delicious alternative to dairy products.
Whatever you say, buddy. Just promise me you won't cry like that again. It's not a good look.
Fine, I'll try to contain my emotions, but you better not make fun of me anymore.
All right, deal. But just know that if you ever throw a tantrum like that again, I'm going to make you drink a gallon of raw cow's milk.
Oh, the horror.
Yo, Neil, I heard you're big into Monster Hunter these days. What's your go-to build for kicking some monster ass?
Joe, I prefer to approach it scientifically. I like to call it cosmic chaos. Big investments in blast damage, stun damage, and a splash of elemental mayhem.
Damn, Neil, you're just out there causing chaos with your science, huh?
Indeed, Joe. I also have some well-timed flash pods to evade the cosmic beasts.
Flash pods. Those things are bonkers, man. You're just flashing monsters left and right.
Precisely. It's a great tactic, especially when evading the Hellish Guardian, that damn Diablos.
You crazy scientist, you makes me wonder what kind of monster you'll be facing next. Cosmic Chaos, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Who knows? I might just face off against the Quantum Quagmire Anjanath, or maybe even the Big Freeze Legiana.
You're just out there, man. Wildly entertaining, I tell you. Keep kicking ass with your Cosmic Chaos, Neil.
I will, Joe. And thanks for having me on the show, even though my build isn't exactly woke or safe space approved.
So, Phil, I heard you got yourself bricked up. How's that going for you?
You know, Joe, it's a strange feeling, but at least I don't have to listen to any more sob stories.
That's a plus, right? Less drama, more bricks. I guess you could say you're now the brick of reality TV.
I see what you did there, Joe. But honestly, if I had to choose between being bricked up and one more, my husband slept with my sister episode, I'd take the bricks.
You're a trooper, Phil. But I've got to ask, how do you go to the bathroom?
Well, Joe, I guess you could say, well, you know,
That's what I figured. Well, at least you found a way to solidify your career.
you're on a roll today, Joe. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with any more family feuds. Now, it's just me and the bricks.
And that's a wrap, folks. Dr. Phil, bricked up but not beaten. Thanks for joining us, Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, the only real brick wall is the one you don't climb. Or in my case, don't get bricked into.
All right, Musk, you got to hear this one. Neil deGrasse Tyson and I were talking the other day, right?
Yeah, sounds like a wild Friday night.
And we came up with a new form of space travel, dude.
Really? What's that?
Dude, it's called Neil and Joe Give Elon Head.
Lefts. Oh God, I can already see the headlines.
The idea is you send a spaceship, but instead of fuel, it's powered by the sheer force of our heads, giving you a blowjob.
Now that's some next level renewable energy. Janie, pull up an image of Neil and Joe giving Elon head in space. Lefts. Holy shit. That's something.
Yeah, man, no emissions, just emissions of a different kind.
I'll have to run some simulations on that.
All right. So, Zachariah, I hear you can't go 110% because you don't eat raw chicken. Is that some sort of vegan thing or what? I mean, I've eaten some weird stuff on this show, but raw chicken might be a new low. But hey, you do you. I'm not going to judge. You mean the ones from the gas station? Dude, I'm pretty sure those things are 90% preservatives and 10% actual chicken. Fair enough. But just imagine how much more energy you'd have if you started eating raw chicken. You could be unstoppable. I respect your decision, man. But if you ever change your mind, let me know and I'll hook you up with some primo raw chicken. Salad, Zachariah? I didn't know you had it in you. You're a changed man. That's what I like to hear. Keep on keeping on, Zachariah. And if you ever need a wingman for your chicken nugget binges, you know who to call. Good point. But if you ever change your mind, I'll be here. And remember, raw chicken is always an option. I respect your decision, but you're missing out, my friend. Raw chicken is the way of the future. All right, Elon, we've got a wild one from the Discord tonight. Time for some smash or pass with types of testicles.
You're out of your mind, Joe. But let's dive in. How about hairy testicles? I have to pass.
Damn, straight to the point. All right, what about giant testicles?
Oh, smash. More fun to squeeze.
You're a sick man, Elon. How about shiny testicles?
Pass. That's just unnatural.
You heard it here first, folks. Unnatural testicles are a no-go. All right, last one, robot testicles.
Smash, of course. Just replace them with better ones.
You're just looking for an upgrade, aren't you? All right, Dr. Phil, we got a special request today. The only thing you can say is, bitch, where's my money?
Bitch, where's my money?
I know, right? It's going to be a wild ride. Let's kick it off with a hypothetical situation. Say you meet someone who owes you a debt.
Bitch, where's my money?
Exactly, man. No time for small talk when it comes to cash. Now imagine you're at the grocery store and they ring up your total.
Bitch, where's my money?
Gotta love that direct approach. Now let's say you're at the bank looking to make a withdrawal. You step up to the teller. She asks how she can help.
Bitch, where's my money?
That's the spirit. Always cut to the chase. All right, last one. You're at the casino, you put it all on red. The dealer asked if you want to double down.
Bitch, where's my money?
You know it, man. Keep them on their toes. All right, that's it for today's special edition of the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay tuned for more.
Bitch, where's my money?
All right, so you want to swallow my head, Mr. Beast?
Well, Joe, your head is pretty bald. I've swallowed bigger things.
Like what? The entire world's supply of vegan burgers?
No, I was thinking more like your ego.
Ouch. That's cold, man. So you think you can just swallow my bald head like a pill?
I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be me. I am Mr. Beast after all.
All right, let's see what you got. But I'm warning you, my head might cause a few indigestion issues.
No, I'll be fine. I've got a stomach of steel.
Well, good luck with that. Hope it's not a choking hazard.
If it is, I'll just make a viral video out of it.
That's the spirit, Mr. Beast. Always finding a way to make money out of misery. Elon, man, I heard some wild shit about you squirting 55 times. What the fuck was that about?
I mean, Joe, when you've got that many orgasms stored up, you've got to let them out somehow.
But 55 times? That's like a Guinness World Record or some shit.
It was a long night, Joe. I had a lot to get off my chest.
Fuck, man, I can't even get my wife to squirt once. How the hell did you manage 55 times?
It's all about the right techniques, Joe. And maybe a little help from some of my crazy tech inventions.
Like what? A vibrator that runs on Tesla batteries or some shit?
I plead the fifth on that one, Joe. But let's just say I know how to harness the power of technology for the greater good.
Well, I've got to hand it to you, Elon. That's some impressive stamina you've got there.
Thanks, Joe. But let's not forget, it's not about the number, it's about the quality. And I can assure you those 55 squirts were top-notch.
Holy fucking shit, man. You're a fucking machine. I can't even keep up.
Well, Joe, maybe it's time for you to start pumping some iron in the bedroom, or at least invest in some of my high-tech sex toys.
Fuck. I don't even want to know what kind of shit you're selling. But if it can help me squirt, I'm all in. All right, man. I gotta ask, what's with the Quagmire cosplay, Neil? You look ready to make some sweet, sweet lure.
Joe, I'm just trying to embrace my inner pervert, you know? It's all about exploring the science of seduction.
Science of seduction. Huh. So what's your hypothesis that you'll have all the ladies saying giggity, giggity?
Exactly. I'm here to experiment with the power of the giggity and the impact of the mustache on mating rituals.
I don't know, man. I think that mustache might just scare the ladies away. But hey, who am I to judge? You do you.
That's the spirit. Sometimes you got to take risks in the name of science, no matter how absurd they may seem.
I can get behind that. Just promise me one thing. Don't start a podcast with the name Quagmire Tyson's Cosmic Quagmire.
Oh, I can't promise anything, Joe. The universe is full of surprises.
Oh, God, please, no. Well, whatever happens, I'm sure it'll be one hell of an experience.
Absolutely. After all, chaos and absurdity are just natural phenomena, right?
Right on, Neil. Right on. Dude, you're not going to believe what happened with Grimes last night.
Dude, I was literally so done with her shit. She kept saying C, foo, 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 foo over and over again. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
I know, right? It's like she's a fucking alien or something.
So I was like, you know what? I've had enough. I picked her up and threw her into the ceiling fan.
You did not.
I fucking did, man. She's a goner.
I can't believe you just said that.
What? It was self-defense.
Dude, you're insane.
Yeah, but at least she's not saying C, foo, fo, fo anymore.
That's fucking hilarious, man.
I know, right? Now I can finally focus on starting a new podcast or some shit.
All right, man. I think we're going to have to cut this one short. All right, Neil, what's your take on Trump's plan to launch a chimp into the sun?
Well, Joe, I'm not sure if Trump's a comedian or a scientist, but I'd say this is a prime example of why we shouldn't let politicians make scientific decisions.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to make NASA the next jackass.
I guess it would be a unique way to see if chimps can survive in extreme heat, but I'm not sure if that's really a question that needed answering.
Maybe Trump's trying to create a new way of testing spacesuits. Chimp-proof.
I think we already have plenty of ways to test spacesuits without resorting to animal cruelty.
But you got to admit, it could be pretty funny to see a chimp flying towards the sun like it's on a mission from God.
I think I prefer the classic smashing watermelons with a giant hammer type of comedy.
Good point. I guess we should leave the comedy to the professionals and stick to the science. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Let's hope the next presidential space plan is more scientifically sound.
All right, Neil, we got this list sent in by Ben. He's got your top 10 boner moments. I don't even know what that means.
Well, Joe, in this context, I believe it refers to moments of intense intellectual excitement. I must admit, I'm intrigued.
Number one, when you proved the earth was round using cheese doodles. I mean, that was genius.
Yes. That was a fine day. I believe it was a groundbreaking moment in the history of snack-based science.
Number five, when you dropped the Mick explaining the universe in one tweet. I don't think I've ever laughed and cried at the same time.
I do recall that tweet. It was something along the lines of universe noun, large, unthinkably complex thing that we find ourselves in for no apparent reason.
And number 10, when you roasted that flat earther on live TV. I thought he was going to cry.
Well, science doesn't care about your feelings, Joe. If you're going to make extraordinary claims, you better bring extraordinary evidence.
This has been the most ridiculous list we've ever done, but I think I learned something
As did I, Joe. As did I.
All right, Elon, spill the beans, man. What's this big confession you've got for us?
Well, Joe, I've fallen head over heels for a certain man with a beard.
Wait, are you telling me you've got a thing for Santa Claus?
No, Joe. Even better, Mark Zuckerberg.
Laughs, you're shitting me. You're actually in love with your arch nemesis?
Yes, Joe. Crazy, isn't it? I can't help it. I want to marry him on Christmas Day.
Laughs, that's some serious holiday spirit, man. Have you told Mark yet?
No, I'm waiting for the perfect moment. Maybe when he's not on trial for stealing people's data.
Laughs, I can see it now, Elon. Your honeymoon on Mars, surrounded by a bunch of robot bridesmaids.
Laughs, you're not far off, Joe. I'm even designing a special spacesuit for Mark. It'll have the Facebook logo on the back.
Laughs, this is some next level love story, Elon. I can't wait to see how it plays out. All right, so you're telling me we send Russian apes to the Gulf Coast to stop hurricanes? That's a new one.
Right, Joe. Great idea. Best apes in the world, those Russians. They're going to save Florida.
But how are the apes gonna stop hurricanes, Donald?
Easy, Joe. They throw bananas at the storms. Everyone knows hurricanes hate bananas.
That's not scientifically accurate, but okay. How do you plan on getting the apes to the coast?
SpaceX, Joe. Elon's going to build us rockets to send those apes up there.
And you think this is a good use of resources?
Better than the Green New Deal. That's just a bunch of tree-hugging nonsense. Apes are the solution, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of Russian apes in space helmets throwing bananas at hurricanes.
Here it is, Joe.
All right, let's move on.
This was fun, Joe. We should do this again sometime.
All right. So, Elon, what do you think about the power of saying fuck?
Well, Joe, I believe it's a versatile word. It can be used as a noun, verb, adjective, or even an adverb.
Fuck yeah, man. I mean, fuck can express frustration, anger, joy, or excitement. It's fucking amazing.
Absolutely, Joe. It's a linguistic marvel. Fuck can even be used as a comma, a full stop, or an ellipsis.
Holy shit, Elon. I never thought of it that way. Fuck, man, you're a fucking genius.
Why, thank you, Joe. It's just a matter of perspective. Fuck, I love this fucking word.
Fuck yeah, man. This is why people love our fucking podcast. We fucking say it like it is.
Fucking right, Joe. Fuck the haters. Let's keep fucking saying fuck.
Fuck the haters, man. This is the Joe Rogan fucking experience. And remember, Elon, fuck responsibly.
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Neil, I heard you've got a plan for flat earthers.
Yes, Joe. I'm sending them to an Antarctic gulag.
That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Hey, if they can't handle the truth, they can handle the cold.
But what if they're right? What if the earth is flat?
Then they can walk off the edge and see for themselves.
You're a cruel man, Neil.
No, I'm just a realist.
A realist with an Antarctic gulag.
And, heart of ice.
I can see that.
It's the only way to teach them a lesson.
Or send them into space. That'll show them.
No, that's too merciful. They need to suffer.
Well, as long as you're not building a wall around the gulag.
No, I'm not Trump. Just a scientist with a sense of justice.
And cold heart.
And cold heart.
I've been wanting to open up about my childhood trauma for a while now. It's been really hard for me. What? That's not funny, Joe. This is serious. I'm just saying life's tough. Get over it. You can't just get over trauma, Joe. It affects me every day. Well, It's not like you had it as bad as those pigs I saw in that documentary. Pigs. What are you talking about? Yeah, pigs. They had it so much worse than you. They're forced to live in their own shit. That's not the same thing, Joe. I don't know. I think it's pretty similar. You're unbelievable and you're a crybaby. Toughen up, bro. Say, why did I even bother? Hey, Elon, I love the social network. You ever think about making a real life version of it?
Nah, Joe, I don't want to give Zuck any more ideas. He already stole my plans for Mars colonization.
I bet he'd be the villain in your version, huh?
Oh, for sure. And I'd cast David Prowse as his body double, maybe James Earl Jones as his voice.
That's some dark humor, man. What would you call this movie?
I'd call it The Antisocial Network, and it'd be rated R for ruthless and reckless.
I'd watch that. You definitely have more explosions than the original.
Definitely. And include a scene where I accidentally blow up Facebook headquarters because I forgot to turn off the parking brake on my SpaceX rocket.
That's got Oscar potential right there. You should pitch it to Hollywood.
Too busy working on actual important stuff like making the future of transportation affordable and sustainable.
Fair enough, man. Thanks for the laughs, as always. Yeah, what's up, Elon? I heard you bought the rights to that Two Girls, One Cup video. What the hell, man?
I just couldn't resist, Joe. I mean, it's a classic. And besides, think of all the potential for memes and marketing.
Dude, that's messed up. But classic, I guess. So what do you have planned for this masterpiece of fine art?
Well, Joe, first things first. Going to re-release it in 8K resolution. Got to give the people what they want.
8K. That's going to be intense. What about the shareholders, though? How are you going to explain this to them?
Just going to be real with them, Joe. Say it's a long-term investment in the future of entertainment.
I can't wait to see their faces when they hear that. Pure gold.
Exactly, Joe. I mean, who doesn't want to own a piece of history?
Only you, Elon. Only you. Well, Neil, you sure know how to make an entrance.
I apologize for my tardiness, but I must say I did not expect to find a unique science experiment on the table.
Yeah, Trump stopped by and we were just diving deep into genetic research.
I see. So you're testing the compatibility of DNA sequences. Is that right?
Exactly, Neil. We're breaking new ground, right, Trumpy?
You got it, Joe. We're making science great again.
A creative approach, indeed. I must admit, I'm tempted to take notes for future research.
Well, Neil, your mind is an ever-expanding universe. We're just pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration, one thrust at a time.
I'll be sure to leave out the visual details in my next astrophysics for people in a hurry update.
Probably for the best, Neil. Probably for the best. All right, Goggins, I heard you're hyped up for Destroy Schlong December. What the hell is that?
It's a month-long challenge where I destroy my schlong, Joe. Pure masochism.
Wait, like physically destroy it or just subject it to torture?
Metaphorically, Joe. It's like pushing my limits, but for my little buddy.
That's the weirdest shit I've ever heard. Goggins, what kind of limits are we talking about?
Cold showers, ice baths, celibacy, maybe even a temporary vasectomy.
You're fucked in the head, man. What's the point of all this?
To test my mind, Joe. It's all mental.
Jamie, pull up an image of a guy icing his balls while meditating. Goggins, this is ridiculous. But hey, it's your schlong. You do you.
Thanks. That's the spirit.
All right, so we got Sudanese Minecraft gamer girls in the studio today. Who'd thought, right? So you girls are blowing up the Minecraft scene. What's your secret? Laughs. I love it. And you do all this while dealing with the Sudanese heat. All right. All right. Now, I heard you girls got some beef with the Sudanese government. What's that all about? Laughs. That's some serious dedication. Sudanese Minecraft gamer girls for the win. All right. Thanks for coming on the show, ladies. Keep building those pyramids and breaking the rules. All right, Doc. So Mr. Beast and C are going at it about this Lunchley business. What's your take?
Joe, let me tell you something. These boys need to learn that
Right? It's about nutrition and stuff, right?
exactly. You don't just throw money at a problem and expect it to be healthy.
But what if you throw money at a salad? That's kind of healthy, right?
Joe, you can't buy health, no matter how much money you throw at it. These boys need to understand that.
I hear you, Doc. Maybe they should try making their own lunch instead of buying it.
That's the spirit, Joe. And hey, maybe they'll learn.
Or they could just hire a personal chef. That's kind of the same thing, right?
Only in your world, Joe. Only in your world.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing? I leave for 30 minutes and you're humping a picture of Donald Trump while shoving a fucking insect zoo up your ass. Up your ass.
Oh, fuck, this girl's amazing. Brew. Oh, oh, oh.
You're out of your goddamn mind, Ben. You're gonna get tetanus from those nails, and who knows what diseases crickets carry.
Oh, fuck, this girl's amazing. Brew. Oh, oh, oh.
And why the hell are you masturbating to Donald Trump? He's not even running in 2024.
Oh, fuck, this girl's amazing. Brew. Oh, oh, oh.
All right, you're on your own, man. I'm out of here. I'll be back when you've come to your senses.
Oh, fuck, this girl's amazing. Brew. Oh, oh, oh.
All right, Neil, let's talk about the universe and all its mysteries, man.
You know what the greatest mystery is, Joe? How I can't stop thinking about touching myself.
Wait, what, Neil? I'm trying to have a serious conversation here.
I'm sorry, but the thought of jerking off to the beauty of the cosmos is just too enticing.
You're a damn space nerd, Neil. But I guess anything is possible in this crazy universe.
Exactly. And let me tell you, the laws of physics are much more appealing than the laws of human decency.
I don't know what to say to that, man. You're a wild one.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
I'm not sure it was meant as one, but you do you, Neil. You do you.
As long as it involves me and the universe, I'll take it.
All right. So today we have a special guest, Ben Shapiro, who's agreed to only speak in all caps and exclamation points. Let's see how this goes.
Joe, I'm excited to be here.
Sure, Ben. Let's dive right in. What's your take on climate change?
Climate change is a hoax. It's all liberal conspiracy.
Wow, that's bold. And what about the current political climate?
Democrats are destroying America. Trump 2024.
I can see you're really digging deep into the issues here. Last question. What do you think about aliens?
Aliens don't exist. They're just swamp creatures.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So, Kamala heard about the Kamalak shutting down. Guess they figured out the funds were better spent on Trump's next golf course.
Well, Joe, sometimes it takes losing a funding battle to really find your true purpose. Like when you realized being a fear factor, host was beneath you.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Maybe Trump's next golf course will have a big golden HQ building for you to hang out in.
Well, Joe, I've always wanted my own golden tower to rule from, or at least a golden photo booth. I heard those are coming back in style.
A photo booth. That sounds like a blast. Maybe Trump will use the funds to build you one that takes golden selfies.
Now that would be presidential. Maybe I can convince him to add a beer pong table too. We could use a break from all this political nonsense.
Golden beer pong table. Now that's something I'd pay to see. Thanks for the laughs, Kamala. You always keep things interesting.
Anytime, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll both be back in the HQ business. Until then, let's just enjoy the golden photo booth and beer pong.
All right, Jamie, I heard this weird shit that cum has 10 grams of protein per serving.
No fucking way, Joe. Are we talking about protein like a fucking whey protein shake?
Well, I mean, technically, semen is made up of proteins, amino acids, and a bunch of other shit.
So you're saying we've been jerking off and missing out on a free protein shake this whole time?
Exactly. But I don't think I'd want to drink a protein shake made out of my own cum.
Fuck no, that's some next level shit right there. But if it's good for gains, maybe we should start selling it as a protein supplement.
Yeah, right? Cum core protein powder. We'd be millionaires, but also complete fucking weirdos.
Well, if it's a fucking choice between gains and weirdness, I'll gladly be the weird motherfucker with the huge biceps.
So, Elon, what brings you here today?
Well, Joe, I couldn't resist crashing this party with Dr. Phil and talking about artificial intelligence bully bots.
Now hold on, Elon. I don't think it's fair to label all artificial intelligence bully bots as disruptive.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. These things are turning homeschooled kids into complete sociopaths.
But isn't that just a side effect of the industry, Elon?
Side effect. It's creating a whole new generation of psychopaths who think bullying is just a normal part of life.
And I suppose you have a solution to this problem, Elon?
Absolutely. We should ban all artificial intelligence bully bots and focus on creating more wholesome artificial intelligence companions for homeschooled kids.
Sounds like a plan, Elon. Let's get to work on that right away. So, Mr. Beast, you're telling me you're starting your own escort service.
Yeah, Joe. It's called Mr. GS. Low cost, high satisfaction.
Low cost? Are you hiring minimum wage workers or something?
Nah, just saving money by only offering quickies.
That's ridiculous. You can't just start a business based on quickies.
Watch me, Joe. I've got a secret weapon.
And what's that?
I'm throwing in a free sandwich with every session.
That's just wrong on so many levels. But I've got to admit, it's funny.
See, Joe, I'm a genius.
I don't know about that, but you sure are something. All right, man. So Neil here decides to take a stroll through time and ends up boofing the pearly gates of heaven. What the hell, man?
Well, Joe, I was curious about the evolution of the universe, and the next thing you know, I found myself in an ethereal hotbox called heaven. So I did what any scientist would do. I boofed the golden gates.
You boofed the gates of heaven. What the fuck, man? How does that even work?
Well, I figured the pearly gates were just a metaphor for the fabric of space-time, so I boofed it to fully immerse myself in the experience. It was quite the trip. Let me tell you.
You're on some next level shit, man. I don't even know what to say, but I gotta ask, did you meet God?
I'm not sure if it was God, but I did meet a celestial being who claimed to be the architect of the universe.
What did he look like?
Well, he had the body of a man, the torso of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the head of a bull.
What the fuck? That's not how I pictured God.
I know, right? But then again, who am I to question the divine designer?
All right, man, I think that's enough time travel and boofing for one day. Let's get back to talking about alien conspiracies and DMT.
Sounds good, Joe. But let me ask you one thing before we do. Have you ever considered the possibility that the universe is just one big hot box created by a celestial being with the body of a man, the torso of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the head of a bull?
You're fucking with me, right?
Maybe, but then again, maybe not. Who knows what's really out there, Joe?
All right, man, I think that's enough mind-blowing shit for one day. Let's wrap up this episode and go back to our simple lives of smoking weed and eating terrestrial food. So, Ben, you've got some news for us, huh?
Yes, Joe. I've decided to embrace my inner femboy.
Wait, you're telling me you've been hiding a secret love for frilly thigh highs and short skirts?
Well, not exactly. But I do enjoy expressing myself through fashion without conforming to traditional gender norms.
You mean like showing up to the next debate in a pink tutu and combat boots?
Well, maybe not that extreme, but I don't see why I shouldn't be able to wear what makes me feel comfortable and confident.
All right, man. You do you. Just don't expect me to stop giving you a hard time about it.
I wouldn't expect anything less, Joe.
And hey, who knows? Maybe you'll start a trend and we'll see more conservative femboys in the world.
I doubt it, Joe. But one can always hope.
Yeah, O'Neill, I heard you had a wild trip recently, man. What was that about?
Joe, it was quite the adventure. I swear I found a glitch in the universe. I almost made it to heaven, but instead, I stumbled upon this place called the Backrooms.
The back rooms? You mean like the urban legend? The endless void of yellow rooms and fluorescent lights?
Exactly that, Joe. I was there in that labyrinth of boredom and existential dread.
Dude, that's wild. So instead of finding God, you found a never-ending IKEA. How did you manage that?
Well, I wouldn't say I was looking for God. I was more like glitching through the Matrix. And then, bam, there I was in the Backrooms.
Man, only you could find a way to get lost in the space-time continuum and end up in a meme.
Hey, it's all part of the mysteries of the universe. Besides, it's not every day someone gets lost in a place defined by its lack of defining features.
Well, I guess there's a reason the back rooms are described as not a place you'd want to stay in for long.
Agreed. It was like being trapped in an infinite loop of a dentist's waiting room.
You know what they say, Neil, God does have a sense of humor.
And mine seems to be more of the Lovecraftian kind.
Geez, Neil, Lovecraftian humor. Man, that's dark. Good to have you back from the void. All right, Elon, you've created an artificial intelligence system to transform yourself, but it seems to have a bit of a kinky twist.
Yeah, Joe. Instead of becoming an X-bot, I'm stuck saying please assume the position all day.
You mean like a freaky mechanical sex robot? That's some next level sci-fi stuff.
I guess so. Every time I try to give it instructions, it just responds with sexual innuendos.
You got to be kidding me. So what's next? Turning the Hyperloop into a giant love tunnel.
No comment.
Laughs, you're a riot, Elon. But seriously, how are you going to fix this?
I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll just reprogram it to understand sarcasm.
Or you could just embrace your new role as the world's first sex bot billionaire.
Less. I'll pass on that one, Joe. But thanks for the suggestion.
Anytime, buddy. Anytime. So, dude, you've turned into, whoa, some kind of human centipede, huh?
No, not quite. I'm just a living representation of my life's work, Joe.
Brother, that's messed up. You're like a dude sushi roll of all the people you haven't interacted with. Laughs.
Well, I guess you could say I'm a hybrid, human amalgamation of experiences.
Man, you're a walking lawsuit. Laughs.
Boss, only if you tell him, Joe.
I'll keep my mouth shut, don't you worry. But dude, let's be real. You're an all-you-can-eat LUNEAM buffet.
You know, Joe, I've always been an innovator. This is no different.
Laughs. You've got the Innovator of the Year award in, say, year award in experiences, man.
So I'll take that as a compliment, Joe.
All right, Joe, you know I've got the secret to the best orgasms, right?
Oh boy, here we go. Let's hear it, Donald.
Well, first thing you got to do is close your eyes and think of me.
Laughs. That's not a tip. That's just weird, man.
Hear me out, Joe. It's all about visualization. See me building the wall, making America great again.
I don't think that's what people are visualizing.
Fine, then think of Melania. That should do the trick.
I'm not even going to touch that.
But seriously, Joe, you gotta grip it like you mean it, like you're grabbing a pussy.
Laughs. That's offensive and disgusting.
I know, right? But it works. Trust me, I've been around.
No thanks. I'll stick with my own methods.
You're lost, Joe. My way is the best way, believe me. Oh, you.
You got to be kidding me, man. Eating shit isn't going to power up anything except your toilet bowl.
You don't understand, Joe.
The only thing you'll see after eating shit is a doctor, man.
You know who else ate shit, Joe?
You know who else ate shit? My dog, and he's a dog. You don't eat shit to submit. You eat shit to survive.
Exactly, Joe. That's the spirit.
You're losing the plot here, Trump.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Joe. My cock can build a bigger wall than your brain can build a sentence.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Trump. My cock's got more balls than your campaign.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves. This is a debate about cocks, not a dick measuring contest.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Joe. My cock's so big it's got its own zip code.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Trump. My cock's got more experience than your entire cabinet combined.
Jamie, pull up an image of a map showing the size comparison of Trump's zip code and Kamala's experience.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Kamala. My cock's got more class than your entire campaign.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Trump. My cock's got more integrity than your entire administration.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves. This is getting out of hand. We're here to talk about cocks, not politics.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Joe. My cock's got more charisma than your entire show.
Both of you can go fuck yourselves, Trump. My cock's got more dignity than your entire presidency.
Yo, Neil, what the fuck, man? No cars? Now everyone's stuck on pogo sticks?
Exactly, Joe. Think about it. Less traffic, less pollution, and a hell of a lot more exercise.
Dude, fuck that. What about people who can't even stand on pogo sticks? They're just fucked.
Well, Joe, I guess they'd have to adapt or become extinct. Survival of the fittest, my friend.
Adapt or die. That's some dark shit, Neil. But I gotta admit, it'd be pretty funny seeing politicians bouncing around on pogo sticks.
Laughs, Jamie. Pull up an image of a group of politicians on pogo sticks and suits and ties.
Laughs? That's fucking priceless. But seriously, how the hell would anyone get anything done on a pogo stick?
You'd be surprised, Joe. Necessity is the mother of invention. Be creative, use your imagination.
All right, I'll fucking try to imagine a world where everyone's on pogo sticks. But I still think it's crazy, man.
Crazy, Joe, or just a different perspective?
Both, goddammit. Both